Chapter 332. Chapter 332. Even soul ascension cultivators are defeated. Chapter 332. Even soul ascension cultivators are defeated. When he came out of the mine, Jiang Hao saw Lan Qian cultivating at a distance. Yin Qi half reclined on a tree. A woman was kneeling under the tree. Jiang Hao noticed that the woman's cultivation was higher than primordial. Spirit realm. The woman looked terrified. She seemed unable to move. Do we look like an easy game to you? You, a late-stage soul ascension realm cultivator, dare to come here? Yin Qi sat up and looked at the woman in front of him. How does it feel to see your cultivation drop bit by bit? It cost me quite a few spirit stones. I've been earning for so long, but it's not even enough for the small change. Will you compensate me for that? Please, senior, forgive me. I have a magic treasure. I can give that to you as compensation, the woman pleaded. Then, Jiang Hao saw the woman's cultivation drop to the peak of the primordial spirit realm. A curse. Jiang Hao glanced at Yin Qi and then activated his divine ability. Soon, he received the feedback. Jiang Hao was surprised. The information he got was limited. It was much less than what he got from Shang'an. Wiped and controlled. Does that mean the main person behind this isn't here? Jiang Hao wondered. At least I can be sure that Gui's real name is Bai Zhu. I need to be more careful. Although the information he received was limited, it was still valuable. However, he couldn't say this at the next gathering. The woman handed Yin Qi a magical treasure, and he let her go. After dealing with the woman, Yin Qi approached Jiang Hao and handed him 4,000 spirit stones. Jiang Hao thanked him. He had received 8,000 spirit stones from him in total. Combined with what he had from before, it came up to 47,000 spirit stones. He could soon catch up to the loss he had suffered from buying the September spring tea. In the past few days, he felt that his understanding of the Hongmeng Heart Sutra had become clearer. He didn't know if it was because of the tea or Heavenly Steel Mountain. Maybe it was both. So far, the changes he observed were that his strength had increased slightly, but his cultivation realm had not changed. In addition, the purple spiritual energy on his body had become denser. His techniques were also more effective. For example, the sealing technique, which previously required the same level of strength as the enemy to inflict severe damage. Now he could use it on anyone unprepared. However, it would still be broken after a while, but he could keep reinforcing it. After handing the other ores to Yin Qi, Jiang Hao took a break. He had to wait for the mine to reopen. Recently, there had been a change. The mine opened for days on end, but it took longer when it was finally closed. This time, it would probably take half a month to open. Since he couldn't mine, he might as well try doing something else. Jiang Hao looked at Yin Qi. Senior, has Heavenly Steel Mountain appeared anywhere again? After the Heavenly Steel Mountain disappeared, he had not received any new summons. In theory, Heavenly Steel Mountain should appear somewhere again. You should ask Senior Sister about it. Yin Qi glanced at Lan Qian. Lan Qian had finished her cultivation just now. She looked at them. In theory, it should appear again, but because of the extraordinary genius, it has disappeared. Currently, there is no news of it appearing anywhere. It might not appear again. What? It won't appear again? Jiang Hao was surprised. He wanted to ask about the extraordinary genius, but he didn't want to ask too many questions. It might annoy them. He would ask Zhuang Yuzhen when he returned to his sect. Senior Sister, what did the extraordinary genius do at Heavenly Steel Mountain that time? Yin Qi asked. Good question. Jiang Hao felt that Gui was good at asking questions. He reached the summit. I think he was trying to comprehend the highest stone tablet. It is said that only a very few people have been able to approach the highest stone tablet in the history of the Divine Corpse sect. I heard that the highest stone tablet is blank, but he still comprehended something from it. I'm not sure. Jiang Hao hadn't comprehended anything. Compared to the people here, his talent was indeed lacking. But he didn't mind. If he continued to hide in the Heavenly Notes sect, he could steadily become stronger. He didn't need to compare himself to anyone. However, The fact that Heavenly Steel Mountain wouldn't appear again made Jiang Hao feel disappointed. He hadn't wiped off the dust from all the tablets yet. He was looking forward to coming back here again. Next time, he would visit Heavenly Steel Mountain and spend the rest of the time mining. Hao stayed in the same place to cultivate for a month before the mine reopened. Since the appearance of Heavenly Steel Mountain, the changes in the mine were very strange. It was completely different from before. You can only mine for 10 days. Use the remaining time to try to communicate with the human Yuan formation. It will be convenient for your departure, Lan Qian said calmly. Jiang Hao nodded and thanked her. Afterward, Jiang Hao entered the mine once again. Allying with the two wealthy seniors proved quite beneficial. He could get a good share of spirit stones. He just hoped they wouldn't turn against him at the last moment. Jiang Hao had already appraised Lan Qian. She was an ordinary disciple of the Divine Corpse sect and was in the middle stage of the Soul Ascension realm. She was reserved in nature, but she didn't really have any intention of robbing him. There was also nothing threatening about Gue or Yunqi. This time, he couldn't mine for 10 days. On the 8th day, the rooster crowed. Jiang Hao glanced at his interface. What a pity. He didn't want to advance in this place and alert others, so it was just as well. After going back, he could try to advance within a week. Then he would go to Baiyi. However, he couldn't do it right after going out. He needed to delay it a bit. Yunqi took the oars. There's no time to sell them. Everyone is getting ready to go out. I'll take the remaining oars. You can still get 2,000 for these. Jiang Hao thanked him and accepted the spirit stones. He was delighted. He had earned 10,000 during this period. It was a lot. He had a total of 49,000 spirit stones on him. He was almost about to reach 50,000. Unfortunately, when he returned, it would be the start of a new year. It would be the time for another incarnation of the peach tree. These spirit stones couldn't be kept for too long. Do you know how to communicate with the human Yuan formation? Lan Qian asked. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. In that case, you can stay here for the remaining days. No one dares to approach this place in the blood-tide forest, Yunqi said with a smile. Jiang Hao thanked them. He had wanted to find another place, but it seemed that he couldn't do it now. After that, Yunqi and Lan Qian left. For them, they were just helping someone at the Foundation Establishment realm and earning some spirit stones in the process. The two arrived in a secluded area of the blood-tide forest. Senior sister, let's part ways here, Yunqi said. Lan Qian nodded. By the way, this is for you. Yunqi gave her a blood-red bead. This thing can save your life, and it's very lethal. Let me put it this way, even the elders who brought you to the Heavenly Notes sect wouldn't dare to touch it. Oh, and there's this too. Yunqi took out a jade pendant. Keep this, senior sister. I have some people in the south and east regions. If I feel like running a WAV 1 DAV, look and find me there. Lan Qian was speechless. Chapter 333. Chapter 333. Home has changed after being away for a year. Chapter 333. Home has changed after being away for a year. Jiang Hao looked at the deserted mine. He felt a certain connection with this mine. Then, he drew a formation on the ground to communicate with the human Yuan formation so that he could leave without any problems. This time, he had gained a lot from this trip. He had even discovered that cleaning or wiping ancient artifacts could produce bubbles. After returning, he could use his primordial heavenly blade to conduct experiments. He couldn't leave these artifacts lying around for too long, as it would be easy for Hong Yuyet to find out. He didn't feel secure without having some hidden cards. Soon, he finished drawing the formation. However, when he tried to activate the formation to connect with the human Yuan formation, the formation suddenly sensed his presence. This surprised Jiang Hao. Is it already connected? For a moment, Jiang Hao felt that he only needed a thought to connect to the formation. What's going on? He checked the formation under his feet again, but it wasn't activated. Puzzled, he erased it. However, he could still connect with the human Yuan formation and felt that he could leave ahead of time. How is this possible? Jiang Hao was puzzled. He quickly thought of Heavenly Steel Mountain. This was definitely because he had left his mark on Heavenly Steel Mountain. It seems that leaving a mark is equivalent to securing a way out. If he encountered danger, he could leave the corpse realm immediately. He felt that it was a little useless because he had discovered this only at the end. Jiang Hao drew the formation again and activated it once more. He pretended that he was using the formation to connect with the human Yuan formation. Then, he waited for the passage to open. He was curious about what would happen if he stayed here. Jiang Hao wondered if he could use the golden rings to leave the corpse realm. After hesitating for a moment, he left a ring in the corpse realm. He wanted a way to sneak into the corpse realm in the future. If he couldn't enter, he would have to ask someone for help to retrieve the ring. He had already used 4 rings. He needed to be careful when using them. Jiang Hao had given some rings to Xiao Li and the spirit beast uselessly. He regretted it a little. In the following days, the blood-tide forest was exceptionally quiet. On the last day, Jiang Hao felt that the passage was about to open. At this time, the 2 roosters kept staring at him. Jiang Hao felt helpless. He couldn't possibly raise the roosters. He had the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman and the golden rings. Each of them had spatial fluctuations. If he kept the roosters, he would be discovered. He scattered some food, responded to the human Yuan formation, turned into a beam of light, and soared into the sky. At this moment, he saw countless beams of light shooting toward the horizon. Many people were in the blood-tide forest. Occasionally, he could see some familiar faces, such as Gu Wan and the others. Jiang Hao felt that he was lucky to have gotten a chance to cooperate with these people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have earned so many spirit stones. And there were also quite a few spirit herbs. He could still sell some of them. He could accumulate up to 50,000. Soon, Jiang Hao left the human Yuan formation. When he stepped out, he was beside the corpse realm flower. Mu Qi and Gu Cheng and Qing were also nearby. Gu Cheng and Mu Qi's cultivation was about to break through. Qing Yu had advanced to the primordial spirit realm. Gu Cheng smiled. It seems that everyone has gained quite a bit from the trip. I was just lucky, Mu Qi said. Jiang Hao lowered his head and didn't say anything. However, he felt that Mu Qi's breakthrough was only held back because there wasn't much time. Otherwise, he could have advanced to the primordial spirit realm. It had only been a year since he broke through to the peak of the golden core realm. Mu Qi had an ancient inheritance, so there was no need to rush. You've broken through, junior brother Jiang? Mu Qi asked politely. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. I encountered Heavenly Steel Mountain. If junior brother Han knew about this, he would definitely work harder. Mu Qi chuckled. Jiang Hao was speechless. Poor junior brother Han. Now that everyone is back, you should keep an eye on the corpse realm flower. We're going back to report to the sect. Qing Yu said, when the passage closes, the flower will turn into a seed. Planted a few months before the next opening. Mu Qi thanked her. Although the people of the Divine Corpse sect couldn't take seeds out, they advised them to take care of it. After Gu Cheng and the others left, Jiang Hao also bid farewell to Mu Qi. He noticed that Miao Tinglian was coming over, and it would be awkward if he stayed. Mu Qi smiled and nodded. Although he had many questions to ask, he refrained from doing so. Leaving so early, junior brother Jiang? Miao Tinglian greeted Jiang Hao with a smile. Jiang Hao just bowed to greet her and then went back to his house. After a long time in the corpse realm, he felt a bit unaccustomed to the things around here. He needed to take out some spirit herbs and store them in the spirit herb garden. The spirit herbs he had were not of high quality, so they might not fetch him much. Moreover, he was at the peak of Foundation Establishment realm for all intents and purposes, only one step away from reaching the Golden Core. NED 1H1. On his way back, he happened to see a dispirited man walking on the road. Jiang Hao recognized him. He was Feng Yang, the one from the cafeteria where Jiang Hao paid for extra food for Xiao Li. Junior brother Feng? Jiang Hao called out. Feng Yang saw Jiang Hao, and he looked delighted to see him. Jiang Hao assumed that Xiao Li had caused trouble again. Senior brother Jiang, you're back already? Feng Yang asked excitedly. Jiang Hao nodded. What's wrong? Did Xiaoli cause trouble again? Not exactly, Feng Yang said. It's just that Junior's sister seems to have a much bigger appetite now, and the previous amount of food can't satisfy her. But if we don't give her enough to eat, she will cause trouble in the cafeteria. So, for the past 6 months, I've been covering up for her expenses. Feng Yang looked at Jiang Hao expectantly. How much more spirit stones are needed? I can't let you spend money on such matters. About 8 or 9 spirit stones a month. Feng Yang dared not say more than that. For a total of 6 months, right? Jiang Hao gave him 60 spirit stones. This is too much. It's necessary, Jiang Hao said politely. After all, Xiaoli was an outer sect disciple, and the reason Feng Yang was willing to cover for her for half a year was because of Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao walked with Feng Yang because he was going in the same direction. On the way, he asked about Xiaoli and how she was doing. Apart from having a bigger appetite, Xiaoli hadn't done anything to anger others. But there were always minor incidents with her since she wasn't very obedient. Jiang Hao also asked about the spirit beast. Feng Yang had only good things to say about the beast. After making sure that nothing troublesome had come to pass, Jiang Hao bid farewell to Feng Yang and returned to his courtyard. As soon as he entered, he frowned. He looked around but didn't see anything else. Why was there suddenly so much spiritual energy? Chapter 334. Chapter 334. The Undercover Agent of the End of All Things. Chapter 334. The Undercover Agent of the End of All Things. As Jiang Hao observed the changes in the courtyard, he felt puzzled. At first glance, there wasn't much difference. The heavenly fragrance Dao flower had 6 leaves now, but there were no other significant changes. The several lotus flowers remained unchanged. The immortal peach tree was still taller than the surrounding walls, but it hadn't yet borne fruits. The bamboo grove had become even more lush. Other than these, there were no other notable changes in the courtyard. He checked the formation, but there were no problems. How did the spiritual energy become so dense? He knew there was a spirit-gathering formation here, and the spirit herbs and heavenly fragrance Dao flower could nurture spiritual energy. However, it had become much denser. It was like suddenly being surrounded by thick fog. Jiang Hao walked into the house. In any case, he needed to check other areas first. The golden ring was still there. The bathroom showed no signs of being used, and the cultivation area had no traces of being disturbed. After thoroughly inspecting both inside and outside, Jiang Hao realized that the only change was the increased density of spiritual energy. It seemed like a good thing, but he needed to observe further to know the details. Jiang Hao sat in his courtyard and began to communicate with the golden ring he had left in the corpse realm. As expected, the communication was successful. However, he was unsure if he could go there or what would happen if he did. He decided to go to the Lawless Tower and ask Zhuang Yuzhen. But first, he needed to inform his master about his return. When he arrived, he saw that Mu Qi had also just come back. Ning Xian was there too. There was also an unfamiliar man with them. The man looked cold and aloof. Mu Qi and Ning Xian greeted him. Senior brother Dongfang, hello. Jiang Hao also bowed in greeting. This man was Dongfang Ji, the one who went with them into the corpse realm. His cultivation was indeed formidable. However, Jiang Hao was only an inner sect disciple at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm, so it was better not to get too involved with them. Dongfang Ji nodded in response. The 4 people then entered Master Ku Wuchang's courtyard together. Jiang Hao followed them. He couldn't help but feel that something was strange about Dongfang Ji. It seemed like there were faint traces of green light around him. That green light was exactly like the aura of the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl. It's about to disappear, but why would senior brother Dongfang Ji have a remnant of the aura of the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl? Jiang Hao was confused. He used his daily appraisal ability. Undercover agent? Jiang Hao was astonished. Dongfang Ji was actually the one who had obtained the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl and was undercover for the end of all things organization within the Heavenly Notes sect. Jiang Hao recalled Shuiyu. Her life had been tragic, and Dongfang Ji also had a tragic past. Maybe the end of all things approached people with tragic lives. However, what surprised Jiang Hao was the fact that Dongfang Ji had agreed to go undercover for them. Also, why would he be interested in me? Jiang Hao thought it might be because of the mine. At that time, the end of all things had set their sights on the mine. When the conflict with Shang and arose, several members of the end of all things died, and the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl was destroyed. Jiang Hao happened to be acquainted with Shang En's group. Therefore, Dongfang Ji might have some interest in him. Jiang Hao felt relieved. However, there was one very important thing that needed to be addressed. He needed to get the spirit beast to retrieve the secret code. After meeting his master, Jiang Hao left. The other three stayed behind. He didn't know what they wanted to discuss. He went straight to the Lawless Tower and headed to the 5th floor. A whole year had passed, and the number of people here had increased. A woman was in a cage this time. Her hair was disheveled, and her cultivation had dropped to the early stage of the primordial spirit realm. If she fell any further, she would have to leave the 5th floor. In contrast, Hai Luo and Zhuang Yuzhen, one at the late stage and the other at the early stage of the primordial spirit realm, hadn't changed at all throughout the entire year. The two people sat silently with lowered heads, as though they were trying to conserve their energy. Thud thud. Jiang Hao knocked on the door twice. Zhuang Yuzhen struggled to lift his head. When he saw Jiang Hao, his eyes lit up. It seems you've gained quite a lot. He had indeed gained quite a lot. He had supposedly leaped from the late stage to the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Finally, someone who we could talk to. These people were useless. They couldn't touch the depths of my heart at all. Do they think I want to share information with them? What a joke, yelled the Heavenly King and glared at the guards. You're just a little brat who relies on selling out your companions. Otherwise, you would have been thrown to the lower level long ago, Zhuang Yuzhen said disdainfully. You want to talk? You, at the early stage of primordial spirit realm, are no match for me. I can defeat you with one strike of my hand. Actually, this time I want to ask some questions about the corpse realm, said Jiang Hao. Go ahead, ask. Zhuang Yuzhen was curious about what Jiang Hao had encountered inside. After some thought, Jiang Hao asked, is there a place in the corpse realm that connects to other spaces? Yes. Zhuang Yuzhen nodded. However, such places are extremely rare. Even if you accidentally enter them, conflicts between both sides are unlikely to occur. It's full of illusions. Some special monsters can shuttle through these spaces, but they also face significant restrictions. It's challenging for them to appear in the corpse realm. If you leave before the passage closes, there shouldn't be a problem. If you're unable to leave, no one knows what could happen. I have never heard of anyone attempting that. I see, Jiang Hao nodded. However, what he had felt was so clear that he doubted they were just illusions. He decided not to be rash for his own safety. After mining for so long, he hadn't seen any such monsters coming out of the cave. Is there anything else? Zhuang Yuzhen asked. Is there such a thing as an extraordinary genius in the corpse realm? Jiang Hao asked. Zhuang Yuzhen looked excited. Did the extraordinary genius appear? It seems like it. Jiang Hao nodded. What actually happened? Zhuang Yuzhen asked eagerly. Is an extraordinary genius that important? Jiang Hao was puzzled. Of course, Zhuang Yuzhen said. Since our sect opened up the corpse realm, there has only been one extraordinary genius about 200 years ago. It was only then that the term extraordinary genius was used. Zhuang Yuzhen looked confused. Weren't you in the Blood-Tide Forest? How did you know about the extraordinary genius? The extraordinary genius was suspected to be in the Blood-Tide Forest, and Heavenly Steel Mountain appeared in the Blood-Tide Forest for that person. It was said that the mountain teleported to the Blood-Tide Forest just 10 days after appearing in another region. Impossible. Zhuang Yuzhen found it hard to believe. How could such a thing be possible? It happened. What's so different about an extraordinary genius? Jiang Hao asked. The difference lies in the topmost stone tablet. Others have to climb up themselves, but the extraordinary genius can directly reach the top. And this is just the beginning, Zhuang Yuzhen said with a sigh. After going up, there are two possibilities. Chapter 335. Chapter 335. The Extraordinary Genius. Chapter 335. The Extraordinary Genius. Were the two possibilities. Jiang Hao sat cross-legged on the floor and listened attentively. The truth is, the topmost stone tablet is blank, and it's also the most special one. This stone tablet can also be used for enlightenment, but the results are completely different. Back then, I also went up there. You should know that the entire Divine Corpse sect, including me, only had 7 people so far who managed to reach the top, Zhuang Yuzhen said. At that time, I sat in front of the stone tablet and cultivated for 7 days and 7 nights. In the end, I comprehended a divine ability, which was incredibly powerful. Jiang Hao felt envious. Do you think that is a good thing? Zhuang Yuzhen suddenly asked. Isn't it? Jiang Hao asked in return. I thought it was a good thing at the time. Zhuang Yuzhen smiled bitterly. But when I returned with excitement to inform my master, he sighed. He told me that among the 7 people who comprehended the stone tablet, only one person didn't gain anything. However, that person has already become one of the strongest in the Divine Corpse sect, and all the others look up to him. So, the true genius is the one who gains nothing. Jiang Hao was speechless. What if an ordinary person happened to go up there? At that time, I was unconvinced. Later, I went to meet that person. When he displayed his power and his aura, I understood the true difference in comprehending the stone tablet. What difference? Jiang Hao was curious. Shadow, Zhuang Yuzhen said earnestly. When I was comprehending the stone tablet, I saw some figures within it, and one of those figures was that person's. So, those who are truly recognized by Heavenly Steel Mountain will leave their own shadows. Why is King Hai Luo so quiet today? The woman seemed to have woken up. She looked at Jiang Hao, just a mere foundation establishment realm cultivator. Yet you all give him such attention? Pathetic. Even though I'm weak right now, a foundation establishment realm cultivator is not even qualified to fetch my shoes. Jiang Hao ignored her and continued to talk with Zhuang Yuzhen. After that, he left. On his way back, he thought about what he had learned. He was well aware of his own talent. He didn't entirely believe what Zhuang Yuzhen said. If there's no opportunity, and you only leave a shadow behind, what's the point? Jiang Hao sighed and shook his head. What he wanted wasn't to leave a shadow behind, but to gain divine abilities or something related to talismans. Those things could benefit him. Leaving a shadow behind might be useful in the future or have some benefits for his reputation. However, those were the things he wanted to avoid. People might target him for it. So, it was best to remain a diligent inner sect disciple and focus on his own affairs. He had asked about what happened to those who stayed behind after the passage was closed. It seemed they disappeared and were never seen again. When he returned to the courtyard, it was already evening. As soon as he entered, he saw the spirit beast and Shaoli sitting in front of the heavenly fragrance Tao flower. I have a way to call back, Master, the spirit beast said. Really? Shaoli was curious. Everyone knows I never lie. Just watch, said the beast and sniffed the heavenly fragrance Tao flower. It then reached out its tongue to lick it. Just as its tongue was about to touch the flower, a familiar scabbard swung down and pinned its tongue to the ground. The spirit beast looked terrified, and Shaoli looked stunned. Master, said the spirit beast. Jiang Hao glanced at the beast. He then drew out his half-moon blade. He noticed some cracks on the blade. It was probably from the time he had faced those 2 primordial spirit realm cultivators in front of the mine. Golden Core Treasure has done well against primordial spirit realm cultivators until now. Master, you returned so quickly. The spirit beast jumped up on the table. Wasn't it you who called me back? Jiang Hao asked. Then he gazed at the immortal peach tree. Who ate all the peaches? Shaoli lowered her head and placed some white dates on the table. For you, senior brother. Jiang Hao tried it and found it tasteless. He gave them back to Shaoli. He suddenly remembered that he had kept 2 pills from before. He checked it and found that it hadn't been damaged, so he gave them to Shaoli. After Shaoli left, Jiang Hao turned to the spirit beast. What about the secret code? Master, rest assured, my friends in the cultivation world all know about me. They will handle the matter without leaving any trace, said the beast. The spirit beast hadn't caused any trouble so far. Jiang Hao found out that a golden core realm cultivator had come for the secret code on the 3rd day after Jiang Hao left. Didn't he discover you? Jiang Hao asked. I have some talismans and concealing abilities. He definitely didn't detect me, said the spirit beast. Master, the golden core realm cultivator doesn't seem to respect you at all. So, there are so many experts who don't respect me at all, said Jiang Hao. Master, you can't be like this. You need to work harder, said the spirit beast. Jiang Hao ignored it. He asked about the golden core realm cultivator. He's from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion? Jiang Hao was surprised. Did he wipe out the secret code? Yes. Not only did he wipe it, but he also left the mountain shortly after and hasn't returned since. Jiang Hao wasn't concerned about that. If he wanted to inquire about the end of all things, he could always do it through Dongfang Ji, even if it was a little dangerous. Have Lin Ji and Chu Chuan made any progress in the past year? Jiang Hao asked. Chu Chuan has progressed quickly and has already reached the 6th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. Lin Ji works very hard, but his cultivation hasn't changed at all, said the spirit beast. Jiang Hao wasn't surprised by Chu Chuan's progress, but he was curious about Lin Ji's situation. What do you mean there's been no change? Jiang Hao asked. There's been no improvement in his cultivation at all, said the spirit beast with drooping ears. I don't know why, but his cultivation hasn't made any progress. What about other things? Jiang Hao asked. A lot more people have been bullying him more than before. Jiang Hao was speechless. It seems that his 2 friends rarely appear now. So many people have started bullying him. He was getting beaten up every day. I saw him hiding in a corner and crying secretly. Isn't Lin Ji around 14 or 15 years old? Jiang Hao asked. He's 15, and Chu Chuan is almost the same age, the beast said. What about Shaoli? Jiang Hao asked. According to Qing Chou, she is 16 years old, the spirit beast said uncertainly. Shaoli still looked like she was still 12 or 13 years old. Jiang Hao wanted to ask some more questions, but he felt the stone tablet vibrate. He checked it and found out that there would be a gathering tonight as soon as the corpse realm closed. It seemed like they were in a hurry to know about the 6th stone tablet. I also need to consider what questions to ask. He would also receive the reward for his previous list. If Hai Luo hadn't deceived him, there would probably be a reward waiting for him. He took out some tea leaves and handed them to the beast. The spirit beast looked delighted. It ate some of the tea leaves. Master, this is good. Is there more? Jiang Hao was speechless. Seeing the spirit beast enjoy the tea so much, Jiang Hao wanted to try it himself. Chapter 336. Chapter 336. Vast Heaven Platform. Chapter 336. Vast Heaven Platform. He needed to think about the previous gathering and his interaction with Gui. Then, he thought about what he wanted as a reward. He had to ask questions without leaving any clue about his own identity. As for the matter of the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl, he still had no news about it. He hoped the others won't ask about it. With his answers in mind, Jiang Hao placed his half-moon blade in a corner of the courtyard. He waited for midnight to arrive. He asked the spirit beast why there was so much spiritual energy in the courtyard. The spirit beast told him that it was because of its friends from the underworld. Jiang Hao chuckled. At midnight, Jiang Hao sat on his bed and took out the stone tablet. He entered the common area. Once he arrived, he found his seat, and the other 3 also took their positions. Over the years, apart from them, no one else had come. After confirming that no one else would arrive, the 4 of them began to talk to Dan Yuan. Do you have any doubts about your cultivation? Dan Yuan asked. Senior, I want to ask about the spiritual technique of the Heavenly Feather sect, said Gui. This surprised Jiang Hao. Did she already obtain the sky feather spiritual technique? Do you mean the sky feather spiritual technique that can break through the bottleneck? Dan Yuan asked. Yes. Is that really possible? Gue asked. Jiang Hao listened attentively. It is possible. Dan Yuan nodded. But the price is that you cannot cultivate other spiritual techniques. Moreover, in order to correctly cultivate the sky feather spiritual technique, you need to enter the sky feather layer. Otherwise, your primordial spirit will be cursed, and you'll be turned into a puppet if you go to the heavenly feather sect. This is one possibility. Secondly, you can find 2 copies of the sky feather spiritual technique. Each one is different, but each copy is genuine, and there is no problem cultivating it. You will face problems, though. Even if you avoid the curse, there will be other issues. The heavenly feather sect used to lure people into the sect like this. Is it more difficult to learn than the great 1,000 divine avatars? Gue asked. This is the foundation of the sky cloud sect. The great 1,000 divine avatars are only a part of the great 1,000 divine sect, so naturally, they are different, Dan Yuan explained. I got a copy, but it seems useless now, Gue said and shook her head in defeat. Jiang Hao was the same. He had also obtained a copy, but he never expected that he couldn't use or sell it at all. No problem. Let's move on to the previous task. Do you have any news about the heavenly fragrance Dao flower? Dan Yuan asked. After that, a stone slab appeared in front of him. After a while, Dan Yuan nodded. You can start thinking about the reward you want. I'll leave it for later, Lu said. Dan Yuan nodded and then asked Jiang Hao and Lu to prepare the rewards they wanted. The previous list was correct. Is there any more on this? If not, this task is over. Some sects have already started being vigilant, Dan Yuan said. It was their goal to alert the other sections. They couldn't do it alone. Then, what about the 6th stone tablet? Asked Dan Yuan. He looked at Gue and Jiang Hao. Gue glanced at Jiang Hao. I do have the contents of a 6th stone tablet. A stone slab appeared in front of her. After receiving the information, Dan Yuan asked again, anything else? Gue knew that Jing had been in the corpse realm too, so she thought he might have more information. Jiang Hao remained silent because he genuinely didn't know about the 6th stone tablet. Now, you can talk about your rewards, Dan Yuan said to Jiang Hao and Lu. Lu asked about the information related to the 10,000 beings. Jiang Hao waited for Dan Yuan to finish explaining. After a while, Dan Yuan looked at Jiang Hao. What do you want to ask about, friend Jing? I want to know where I can learn the complete languages of various regions. The more comprehensive, the better, said Jiang Hao. He wanted to learn the languages that he had heard in the corpse realm, but he couldn't ask about them directly. He could only start with common languages. Even if he didn't find anything, he could expand his search in the future. He might even directly assign tasks to them. Languages, Dan Yuan said. I have them here. As he spoke, a stone tablet appeared in front of Jiang Hao. He saw countless characters. He hadn't seen most of them ever in his life. It took him a long time to memorize them. It's quite comprehensive, Dan Yuan said. Jiang Hao thanked him. Senior Dan Yuan was indeed quite knowledgeable. There are no additional tasks this time. You can freely talk with each other, Dan Yuan said with a smile. When you have time, please keep an eye on Gu Qing for me, Xing said to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao nodded. It had been more than a year since Xing had given him that task. However, he wasn't pushing him to find out more. He was being polite. However, Jiang Hao had no idea where Gu Qing was, so he could only wait and see. Apart from Jiang Hao and Lu's transactions, the others didn't have anything to trade. So, it was time for them to talk about things they had found. Didn't I say before that there are astonishing geniuses in the corpse realm? Gue said eagerly. Do you know how terrifying that genius was? How terrifying? Lu asked. Heavenly Steel Mountain summoned him several times, but he never came. Then, the mountain appeared to find him, said Gue. At that time, I was on Heavenly Steel Mountain. The next moment, we were all at the Blood Tide Forest in the Foundation Establishment region. Although some people think that the extraordinary genius is in the Foundation Establishment realm, I think that's impossible. I think he is an expert, but he happened to be in that region. No one knows why. However, I heard a name, Shang'an. Some people think that the extraordinary genius might be him, especially since all the commotion in the Foundation establishment region was because of him. Gui looked at Jiang Hao because she thought that Jiang Hao was probably there at that time too. She even suspected to some extent that Jiang Hao might be an extraordinary genius. Don't look at me, Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. He had never admitted that he was in the corpse realm. He remained silent. Heavenly Steel Mountain appeared just for him. I think that at first, said Dan. Yuan. He was surprised, but he didn't appear envious. Speaking of extraordinary geniuses, I also heard about one. Xing looked at everyone. Do you remember what I said last time? It was about the elder of Clear Sky School crossing through space and leaving. She returned recently, and it's said that she brought back a person. No one knows much about this person, but it seems that he was injured pretty badly. After he was treated, the first thing they did was to send him to the vast heaven platform to see how many realms he could reach. And then, Gui asked. Chapter 337. Chapter 337. Time for a surprise. Chapter 337. Time for a surprise. Jiang Hao knew that it was Shang'an. With Xing's connection, we'll soon find out that it is Shang'an. What will Gui do then? When Heavenly Steel Mountain appeared in Blood-Tide Forest, Shang'an was already gone from the corpse realm. When they find out that Shang'an had already left, they would know that he wasn't the extraordinary genius. Jiang Hao didn't care about that. No matter what happened, it would be difficult for them to guess that he had been in the Foundation establishment region. He needed to be more cautious. He only had one question about Xing's explanation. What exactly was the vast heaven platform? It gets interesting, said Xing. At that time, I happened to be outside when I saw thunder in the clear sky, followed by a 7-colored radiance falling on the Clear Sky School. The 7-colored light is the most extraordinary phenomenon of the vast heaven platform. At that time, I was far away, but I could still hear the commotion in the entire Clear Sky School. Many experts broke out of their seclusion. The cultivator who was trying to break into the Clear Sky School was right. Many regretted not listening to him. So many tried to recruit the gifted person as their disciple, but none succeeded. The entire thing alerted the Bright Moon sect. Now, they have postponed the Tao conference. They want everything to settle down first before they go through with it. Why? Jiang Hao was puzzled. Why? Gui asked too. Because that person possesses a saintly heart, and under his influence, the Bright Moon sect's grand plan might fail, said Xing. Jiang Hao suddenly remembered what Hong Yuye had said. Because they are attempting a heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao. The three of them looked at Jiang Hao with confusion. What the Bright Moon sect truly seeks is probably not just the favor of heaven and earth, but the heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, he said. They were shocked because they had never heard of the heavenly Tao Foundation establishment before. They looked at Dan Yuan. Dan Yuan frowned. It's indeed possible. The heavenly Tao Foundation establishment disappeared from the cultivation world for a long time. The criteria were extremely strict, and not many people could achieve it. It was extremely difficult. If the Bright Moon sect encounters a talented disciple, they do have the capability to attempt something like that. If it's really the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, there will be two signs. First, the talented disciple has yet to establish their foundation. Secondly, the Clear Sky School's 7-color radiance will have a great impact. If it continues, it might disrupt the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Therefore, there must be some high-level members of the Bright Moon sect heading to the Clear Sky School. Xing was greatly surprised. Everyone knew that some high-level members of the Bright Moon sect had gone to Clear Sky School. It seems that Jing had read some quite extraordinary books, said Dan Yuan. I just happened to come across the descriptions. There's not much more to it. Jiang Hao said. It was the truth. He needed Dan Yuan's expertise on the matter. Dan Yuan looked at everyone. The appearance of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment might be of some benefit to us. First, there is the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, And then there might be the earth extreme silent pearl, both of which require the heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. We should try our best to support the heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. The more stable the world, the better it is for us. Everyone nodded. Jiang Hao also felt the same way. In this way, even if he escaped in the future, he won't have to face extreme calamities. Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl and Earth Extreme Silent Pearl were two things he couldn't fight against. What is the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? Gui asked. It's to be suppressed by the great power of heaven and earth, assisted by the aura of a powerful expert, and accommodate the great power of heaven and earth to achieve the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment realm. Those who establish the Heavenly Tao will be favored by heaven and earth and can later become possessors of great auras. Those with great auras can suppress all evil in the world, Dan Yuan said. The others were in disbelief. They looked at Jiang Hao in astonishment. The more they thought they knew him, the more mysterious he turned out to be. Jiang Hao was satisfied that he had succeeded in making himself appear mysterious and unpredictable. Then, they continued to talk about other matters. Speaking of which, I have been investigating Hai Luo and found that he disappeared as if he encountered an enemy. I plan to find his lover. I discovered that they are in the process of moving to another location because the Heavenly King has been missing for too long. I have confirmed that they are somewhere on Heavenly Moon Island. It's a nice but quite expensive place. The Heavenly King Hai Luo is quite generous. I even suspect that he has used most of his assets to support this woman. Lu found it amusing. The renowned Heavenly King was unexpectedly in love. Lu suddenly remembered something. By the way, I want to ask you about something. Recently, the Heavenly King's partner disappeared in the southern region, most likely due to the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. I can pay to get information about her. Her name is Mi Lingwei. I'll ask around and see if I find anything, said Gui. Only she and Jing are in the southern region. Jiang Hao also made a mental note of the name. She might actually be in Heavenly Note's sect, since the sect was hunting the members of the end of all things right now. If not, he won't be able to do anything. They talked for a while before the gathering came to an end. The first thing Jiang Hao did after leaving was to write down everything he had learned, especially about the Book of Languages. Early in the morning, Jiang Hao finally closed the book. He had just finished writing. The next step was to study it. After that, Jiang Hao began to take stock of everything he had learned so far from the gathering. At the White Moon Lake, a woman dressed in black robes arrived at the lakeside and bowed to the figure in white. Elder Baiji gazed at the lake's surface. She seemed lost in thought. She sighed softly. Speak. The people we captured are all stubborn and uncooperative. Moreover, the Heavenly King, who used to be a bit cooperative, has turned sides and become even more unyielding. The woman in the black robe was puzzled. Yesterday, Jiang Hao went to visit him. Compared to before, he shouldn't be so stubborn. I wonder if something happened between them. Let him try. If it doesn't work, forget it, Baiji said calmly. They have captured a lot of people, and there is still more to come. They didn't need to rush to find out their purpose. There was plenty of time for that. One by one, they would eventually break. Then, they would make it seem like they had a chance to escape. When they finally try to flee, they would all be killed. The others would be made to watch so that they wouldn't try anything like that. Is everything prepared for dealing with the Heavenly Saint sect? Baiji asked. The matter concerns their sect, and she intended to personally pay them a visit. She wanted to deal a heavy blow to them. It's ready, and we can set off in a few days. Chapter 338. Chapter 338. A new junior sister wants to join the Spirit Herb Garden. Chapter 338. A new junior sister wants to join the Spirit Herb Garden. Putting away the comprehensive language guide, Jiang Hao began to reflect on the gathering. The task for the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl has been completed, and the task for the 6 stone tablet is also done. Only the Heavenly Fragrance Tao Flower is left. The outcome had been good. If the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl was nowhere to be found, everything would be okay. As for the contents of the sixth stone tablet and its impact, it was still unclear. There was no need to think too much about the heavenly fragrance Tao flower for now. He needed to keep an eye on the undercover agents of the end of all things. There was also the matter of Gu Qing, which was the most difficult one. However, she had supposedly fled to the south, so she should be hiding in some sect. Heavenly Note sect has some reputation in the south, and it's a newly rising sect, so the likelihood of being chosen is high. Moreover, this sect is very strict about its rules, which can help them avoid danger. There was no choice but to wait and see what happened with Gu Qing. If she surfaced and if here, Jiang Hao could handle it. If not, he would just tell Xing that he couldn't find anything about Gu Qing. After all tasks didn't need to be completed. There were other things to think about, like Shang'an. Shang'an had made it to the Clear Sky School. As his master had said, his future was bright. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh when he thought about how he had disrupted Shang'an's plans. He should probably avoid Shang and in the future. There's also the good news that the Bright Moon Sect's Tao Conference has been delayed, giving Chu Chuan ample time to improve. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to advance to the Foundation Establishment realm. If it hadn't been for Liu, I would have never found out. Wouldn't he have laughed at me if I had used another name to threaten him next time? The gathering was over, and he needs to familiarize himself with the situation in the sect. He also needs to be on guard against Gue. He didn't know where she was right now. Jiang Hao felt uneasy when he arrived at his courtyard. The abundant spiritual energy made him feel strange. He always felt like there were secrets hidden here that he couldn't see. It was like living in a wooden hut all his life and suddenly moving to a palace. Something just didn't feel right. I need to figure out the source of this change. Early in the morning, Jiang Hao watered the heavenly fragrance Tao flower and kicked the drooling beast softly on the rear. Let's go. The spirit beast opened its eyes in a daze and looked at Jiang Hao in confusion. It seemed to be asking, "When did you come back, master?" Then realization dawned on it. Jiang Hao left the courtyard. "Master, you weren't here for a year. Did you bring me a gift?" asked the spirit beast as it followed Jiang Hao. "Yes." Jiang Hao nodded. "I brought you 24,000 spirit stones. What is it? My friends are waiting to see my gift. It'll take some time. Let me check the situation here first." Jiang Hao smiled. "By the way, someone came looking for you," said the beast. "Who?" Jiang Hao glanced at the beast. The spirit beast was at the Foundation Establishment realm, and its collar was at the Golden Core realm. It should last a long time. Jiang Hao could have saved the money instead of buying the collar, but the spirit beast was just too noisy and kept pestering him. It's the same one who said she ate people. The spirit beast seemed a little frightened. "I feel like she doesn't show me any respect. She won't become the new mistress, will she?" "No, she won't," Jiang Hao said. He knew who the spirit beast was referring to. It was Ming Yi. Ming Yi's cultivation should be at the early or middle stage of the Golden Core realm now. However, she couldn't be underestimated. If possible, it was best not to treat her as an enemy. "Anything else?" Jiang Hao asked. "Spirit Her Garden has been busy. Shaoli and I often go around to test Chu Chuan." Jiang Hao understood. Cheng Chou didn't have time to accompany them. In the past, Cheng Chou always watched over them. However, what puzzled Jiang Hao was why the Spirit Her Garden had become so busy. As he thought about it, a talisman flew towards him. It was from the White Moon Lake. Elder Baiji wanted him to visit the Lawless Tower and interrogate Heavenly King Hai Lu again. Jiang Hao was confused. Zhuang Yuzhen came for the Heavenly Fragrance Tao flower, so it made sense for him to interrogate him. Heavenly King Hai Luo was related to the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, so why should he be the one to interrogate him? Before, King Hai Luo cooperated with the sect. Otherwise, he would have already fallen far below in his cultivation. Why is he being stubborn now? Suddenly, Jiang Hao thought of what Liu had said. Could it be because his people had moved to another place already? Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel that Liu was truly an extraordinary person. Jiang Hao wasn't in a hurry to go to the Lawless Tower immediately. Elder Baiji hadn't given him a deadline. Today, he wanted to visit the spirit herb garden and wanted to find out what was going on. If he had time after that, he would visit the Lawless Tower tonight or tomorrow. He would talk to King Hai Luo for a bit and then continue with his other tasks. He needed to keep him hanging, just like he had done with Zhuang Yuzhen. Being too direct might not yield any results. After all, he couldn't really threaten Miao Anxian for real. Jiang Hao saw that people were busy at work in the spirit herb garden. Jiang Hao could tell that there would be turmoil in the Heavenly Notes sect in the coming days. Either someone would attack them, or they were going to attack someone else. Most of these spirit herbs were for healing injuries. Some could be ingested directly, while others needed to be sent to the alchemists. Some herbs could help concentrate one's energy and enhance cultivation. They needed to be fully prepared, and there could be no time when the fight began. The time of a fight or a war was the most beneficial time for the Heavenly Notes sect. The spirit herbs sold like hotcakes, and the ones who came back alive after the fight was done would usually have advanced a lot in their cultivation. Senior brother Jiang, you're finally back. Cheng Cho let out a sigh of relief when he saw Jiang Hao. He found that it wasn't as easy as he thought to oversee the spirit herb garden. The pressure was too much, and he always received too many orders for spirit herbs. He heard that the other spirit herb gardens in the sect had some minor accidents. He had listened to Jiang Hao and hadn't added anyone new to the garden. He would only allow people to join if Jiang Hao agreed. Cheng Cho knew that he wasn't good at judging people, so he waited for Jiang Hao to come back. You've worked hard. Jiang Hao looked around the garden. He found that there were quite a few special spirit herbs in the corners. Whose are those? They were sent by the 100 Bones Forest. They said they wanted to foster them here for a while. 100 Bones Forest. Jiang Hao thought of Bai Yi. Is he finally making a move? Has my sealing technique failed? Jiang Hao felt that he needed to advance as soon as possible and visit Bai Yi. By the way, some seniors plan to send people here to help us. I dare not to take in any new workers. This time, it's newly recruited only outer sect and inner sect disciples, said Cheng Cho helplessly. I told them that I needed a bit more time to decide, because I couldn't just allow anyone in. Inner sect disciples are coming. Jiang Hao felt that one spirit herb garden didn't require so many inner sect disciples. He was enough. Sometimes, others would visit for a while and leave. Cheng Cho joined recently mainly because of Shaoli. Now, there were even more coming in, and he couldn't help but feel that they were here to compete for positions. It's a junior sister who said she wanted to join, Cheng Cho said. Junior? Jiang Hao was puzzled. Among the inner sect disciples, Cheng Cho was the youngest. How is it that there was another junior sister? Chapter 339. Chapter 339. The Unyielding Heavenly King. Chapter 339. The Unyielding Heavenly King. Currently, the most likely candidate to become an inner sect disciple is Shaoli. But Shaoli needed to surpass the 8th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm to enter the inner sect. If the master wanted to accept her as a true disciple, she would have to wait until she reached the foundation establishment realm. Apart from Shaoli, there wasn't any other candidate for the inner sect. Unless someone from outside advanced to foundation establishment realm soon. The outer sect disciples of the Heavenly Notes sect didn't belong to any specific branch. Once they advanced, they could choose to join a branch. Jiang Hao was brought to the Cliff of Broken Heart because he reached the 8th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm before turning 18. That had made him eligible to join the inner sect. He felt concerned about the newly recruited junior sister, especially since she willingly joined the spirit herb garden. Yes, that junior sister is a newly recruited disciple. It is said that she was a rogue cultivator before and joined the sect at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, Cheng Cho said. Rogue cultivator? Jiang Hao nodded. He was on guard. This didn't seem right. When do you want to meet her, senior brother Jiang? Cheng Cho asked. Bring her here tomorrow, Jiang Hao said. Today, he needed to familiarize himself with the situation in the spirit herb garden. He had been away for too long. If it weren't for the fact that no one was willing to stay in the spirit herb garden, he might have gone to do something else. Jiang Hao inquired about the situation in the outer sect's spirit herb garden. It was still in progress. It would take more time for the barren land to turn into a spirit field. Although the spirit field under their jurisdiction was only average, it ranked 9th among the 12 branches. Isn't that third from last? Jiang Hao found it amusing, but he didn't say anything. The important thing was to participate. When the time came, one of the branches would take over everything, and they would cooperate accordingly. Jiang Hao observed the spirit herbs and the workers in the spirit herb garden. For now, everything seemed fine. However, it was getting difficult for the workers because of the increased workload. Still, no one was slacking off. They were very diligent in their work. They also knew that this was the best place to be. Some of the workers, especially non-cultivators, had worked in other places before and weren't treated well. Chung Cho had also visited other spirit herb gardens and seen the condition of the workers there. Many inner sect disciples simply didn't care about them. As long as they did their work properly, they would be treated badly here. Many felt that this garden was run like a righteous sect where everyone was treated well. Chung Cho felt embarrassed when he heard that, but he felt that it was true. Jiang Hao was always good to everyone working here. After all, he had been on the receiving end of Jiang Hao's kindness many times. If he hadn't met senior brother Jiang Hao, he might have had no hope of reaching the foundation establishment realm in his entire life. At this moment, Jiang Hao saw that there were some vacant spirit fields and felt that he could plant some spirit herbs there. But he needed to handle it properly. The sealing technique should not be seen by anyone. After taking care of the spirit herbs for the whole afternoon, everyone was aware of his return. He began to take over from here on out. The ones who were the happiest to see him were the ordinary non-cultivators. In the evening, Jiang Hao left the spirit herb garden and went to the Lawless Tower. First, he would chat with Heavenly King Hai Luo. He was just getting used to a day without mining. These 2 days, he hadn't received any blue bubbles. He hadn't seen a single white bubble, either. He had to wait until tomorrow for that. In the cave, he had found so many white bubbles that it had made him feel motivated. That feeling disappeared after returning home. In an inner-sect courtyard of the Cliff of Broken Hearts, a beautiful woman sat cross-legged. She was deep in cultivation. When she opened her eyes, a trace of blood appeared on her brows, and her face turned pale for a moment. My injuries are severe. I need to go to the spirit herb garden as soon as possible to absorb some spiritual aura to restore my strength. It's a pity that I got struck by an early-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator. I'll wait a few more days. If they don't let go, I'll deal with them. I can't let a foundation establishment realm cultivator affect my recovery. As for the sect's rules, she didn't care at all. These rules were just for show. Which sect was not like this? If she didn't get caught, no one would care. Even if someone suspected something, who would stand up for an ordinary disciple? As long as she contacted the person in charge of the investigation and let them know why they shouldn't offend her, everything would be fine. The Heavenly Note sect is not bad, but the level of disciples is clearly inferior to other major sections. The high-ranking members aren't very strong either. Although they can't help me against the Bright Moon sect, this place is safer for me. I can recover properly and hide for a while. She was Gu Qing, who had escaped to Heavenly Note sect. She joined the sect with foundation establishment realm cultivation and had treasures that could perfectly conceal her real cultivation realm. No one here would detect it. The people she interacted with were all weak. She could kill them with no consequence. There was a knock on the door. Gu Qing walked over and opened it. There was a handsome man at the late stage of the foundation establishment realm standing at the door. It was the person who had brought her into the sect. Junior Sister Gu, were you resting? Not really. How can I help you, Senior Brother Tian? You said you wanted to help out in the Spirit Her Garden, right? A junior has returned, and tomorrow you can go and meet him. He is in charge of the garden, Senior Brother Tian said. He's your junior? Why did Senior Brother Chung refuse in the beginning? She asked. That junior who has returned is in charge of the Spirit Herb Garden, that's why. When recruiting new workers, his approval is needed. He has Senior Sister Meow backing him, and also Senior Brother Mu Chi. Senior Brother Mu is a true disciple and has a high status in the sect. He is also Senior Sister Meow's partner. They have a good relationship with Junior Brother Jiang, so he has a lot of say on how to run the Spirit Her Garden. I see. Gu Qing nodded. Will Senior Brother Jiang not let me join? Unlikely. The Spirit Her Garden is currently short on people. You can help there for a while, and your future cooperation will depend on your abilities, Senior Brother Tian said with a smile. Thank you, Senior Brother. Gu Qing smiled. You're welcome. I can see that you have extremely high talent, and they will like you. I like helping you, said Senior Brother Tian in embarrassment. Then, Senior Brother, will you come and pick me up tomorrow? Asked Gu Qing. Senior Brother Tian nodded and left. Gu Qing watched him leave. Men, they're all the same. Senior Brother Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. I fell into her trap again. I need to get rid of her as soon as possible. She's just a woman. How was I so willing to help her? Senior Brother Tian felt wary and didn't want to meet her again. Such people were dangerous. He shouldn't try to provoke her. In the lawless tower, Jiang Hao arrived at the 5th floor and met the black-robed woman guarding it. Junior Brother, can you help me find out about their purpose in coming here? If you can't get anything from them, it's okay. It's just that Hai Luo's attitude has been very strange lately. I just want you to confirm what's going on. Strange. Jiang Hao was puzzled. She explained everything. Lately, Hai Luo had become stubborn and arrogant, as if he had nothing to fear. Jiang Hao nodded. He had a rough guess of why he was acting like that. He also wanted to meet the Heavenly King, Hai Luo. Chapter 340. Chapter 340. I prefer the unruly Heavenly King. Chapter 340. I prefer the unruly Heavenly King. Hai Luo, the Heavenly King, made the interrogation more challenging with his stubbornness. Most people didn't know as much as he did. Previously, they could interrogate others based on Hai Luo's information, after which he would confirm whether the information was accurate. However, everything they got out of him or the others was false information. Hai Luo kept insisting that what he said was true, as if he was mocking everyone. The black-robed woman concealed herself and left Jiang Hao alone to deal with the situation. He approached Zhuang Yuzhen, who seemed to have found a way to deal with the stripping down of his cultivation. He looked better than before. Moreover, the cage seemed to provide some protection, so it could maintain a balance. The Heavenly King Hai Luo was in very good condition too. He had managed to stay at the late stage of the primordial spirit realm by betraying his companions. The Heavenly Note sect hadn't yet revoked the protection on him, even though he was being uncooperative. What do you want to ask today? Zhuang Yuzhen looked up at Jiang Hao. I'm here to see the Heavenly King Hai Luo, Jiang Hao said calmly. Zhuang Yuzhen was surprised. It was the first time Jiang Hao had come to see Hai Luo. He remembered that Hai Luo had been talking fearlessly a lot lately. Moreover, after seeing Jiang Hao yesterday, he seemed to want to see him again. Looking for me? Hai Luo smiled. Why do you want to see me? Jiang Hao walked over and looked at the Heavenly King in front of him. It seemed like he had been waiting for this day for a long time. I heard that you have not been cooperating with our sect lately, so I wanted to ask why, Jiang Hao said calmly. Why? Hai Luo burst into laughter. What a king does or doesn't is his own choice. Do I have to tell you everything, you brat? Oh, the woman in the 3rd cell was surprised. Why are you being noisy again? What is it this time? I'm just curious. Jiang Hao looked at the person in front of him. Curious? Hai Luo leaned back and made himself comfortable. Then let me tell you why. Because this king has had his fun. When I came here, it was too boring. I wanted to play with you all for a while. Now that I have had my fun, I won't play anymore. It's a pity that you scums can only use sneak attacks. That's right, said the woman excitedly. This sect is simply insane, even more sinister and dirty than our methods overseas. They even impersonated my husband and used charm techniques on me. I thought my husband was disgusted with me. I still have trauma from that. Dirty, despicable bunch of scumbags. Have the guts to fight me head on. Jiang Hao was speechless. He couldn't understand the woman at all. Nevertheless, she was right. The Heavenly Note sect's methods were unsightly. However, why were they taking unnecessary risks if they knew what the sect would do? You guys do some ruthless things, even more than those of us overseas. You're not worthy of being called a demonic sect, the woman said in anger. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. Zhuang Yuzhen didn't say anything. He had been defeated. It seems that we need to find a way to make you feel less bored, said Jiang. How? How do you plan on doing that? Can you make me happy? Hai Luo stared at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao gestured to the person in front of him. When Hai Luo couldn't come any nearer, he lowered his hand. All right, 3 words. After hearing them, you will be happy, Jiang Hao said. Zhuang Yuzhen looked at Jiang Hao and waited for him to speak. The woman beside him looked confused. What was this Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator doing? Was he really threatening Hai Luo? How was that possible? Many people had approached him and threatened him, but they couldn't make him talk. What could a mere Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator achieve? Ha ha ha. Hai Luo looked at Jiang Hao and laughed. Do you really think that trick will work? That's funny. I was just playing with you last time. You actually took it seriously. It's so hilarious that I can't stop laughing. Jiang Hao smiled and then softly uttered 3 words. Heavenly King Hai Luo was stunned. He then burst into laughter again. He held his stomach and laughed. How ridiculous! Why don't you go and look in the mirror to see how ridiculous you look now? Do you really think you're some extraordinary figure? You want to make me happy? You want me to cooperate? It's impossible. Hai Luo then calmed himself. Next time they have questions, tell them to ask me directly. The woman who had admired him looked puzzled. So, the Heavenly King just surrendered? Zhuang Yuzhen sneered. I prefer the unruly Heavenly King Hai Luo. Bastard, just fight me one-on-one then. You dare to be so arrogant when you are only at the early stage of the primordial spirit realm. You little piece of trash. Zhuang Yuzhen sneered in contempt. Meanwhile, the woman looked stunned. Why did Hai Luo give in so easily? You are from overseas, right? Why did you come to the southern region? Jiang Hao asked. The purpose was something the Black Robe Guard wanted him to find out about. For luck. Although our group appears to be targeting the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, they are actually here for luck. Everyone knows the terror of the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. It needs strong luck to suppress it. The fact that the pearl had surfaced means that there must be such luck nearby. As for myself, I came for the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. With it in my possession, no one in this realm will dare to cross me, said Hai Luo. Then he asked in a low voice, Do you still need further cooperation? Jiang Hao was speechless. He was suddenly curious about Mianxian. Her name could make Hai Luo cooperate with them in such a way. The woman beside him was also puzzled. She was curious about what had made Hai Luo give in so easily. She looked at Jiang Hao. Hey, how did you make him give up that easily? Maybe you can make me cooperate too. Come on, don't be shy. Tell me a few words and make me cooperate too. Jiang Hao observed the woman in the 3rd cell. She was injured everywhere. Her face was covered in scars. Her hair was disheveled. Otherwise, she appeared quite ordinary. He used his daily appraisal ability on her. Chapter 341. Chapter 341. I advise you to be careful. Chapter 341. I advise you to be careful. Jiang Hao was surprised at the information he received. Mi Lingwei, it was the person mentioned by Lu. She was indeed captured. However, her situation is quite unusual. She was supposed to be an undercover agent, but she was unlike anyone he had seen before. She had genuinely fallen in love with someone and even had a child. She had kept it a secret, too. Now she wanted to leave the great Thousand God sect for the sake of her child. Her purpose matched what Hai Luo had said about powerful luck. Jiang Hao was curious. Could such an elusive thing really be found? He didn't find it in the ruins back then, and even after bringing out the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, he didn't find it either. Hong Yuye told him that the supreme luck would return to the world. He found it unlikely. Jiang Hao didn't know much about it and didn't need to worry about it. As for making me Lingua cooperate, there was no need. The purpose of his trip to the Lawless Tower was to get Hai Luo to cooperate. He didn't want to be involved in unnecessary things. Jiang Hao glanced at the woman and then turned and left. Hey, what's the matter? Come and tell me. If you don't, I won't cooperate with you anymore, Mi Lingua shouted. Jiang Hao ignored her. As for Zhuang Yuzhen, he just wanted to know about the heavenly fragrance, Dao flower. However, obtaining the flower turned out to be extremely difficult. Besides, his corpse heart was still in Jiang Hao's hands. As long as he remained in the Lawless Tower, he would be threatened. There was no need to rush. Jiang Hao left the 5th level while Mi Lingua shouted behind. The extra information didn't concern him. However, it was still useful to know more about Mi Lingua. In the next gathering, he could relay the information to Lu. Zhuang Yuzhen glanced at Mi Lingua. I advise you to not be like Hai Luo. You might get yourself into trouble. I don't believe that a few words from him can make me give in so easily, Mi Lingua said confidently. Hai Luo looked up at the ceiling. Back then, I was also this confident. You were just as confident a few moments ago. Mi Lingua sneered. Unfortunately, your confidence didn't last long. Zhuang Yuzhen felt bitter as he recalled his own experience. He was also quite arrogant before, but now he felt afraid whenever he saw Jiang Hao beckoning through the cell bars. Hai Luo's face darkened. After I get out, I will crush the entire Heavenly Note sect and exterminate all the demonic sect. That's my duty. Zhuang Yuzhen nodded. He had never hated a demonic sect like this before. Hai Luo, what did that Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator say that made you surrender like this? Mi Lingua asked. Hee, when did I surrender? I'm just playing with him. Don't tell me you took that seriously. Jiang Hao returned to his courtyard. The spirit beast was lying in front of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower and sniffing it. Fortunately, it only seemed to sniff plants. If it tried the same thing with Shaoli, Jiang Hao would have clobbered it on the head. Jiang Hao thought of Gui. She seemed to have a lot of connections in the southern region. She must have found out about Mi Lingua too. He shouldn't compete with her. Maybe he could just add to her findings. That way, he could demonstrate his magnanimity and his intelligence. The only troublesome thing was that he hadn't received any news about Gu Qin yet. It wouldn't be good to show that he knew too much. What he needed to do now was to maintain balance and treat everyone equally. He needed to gain their respect and not provoke them in any way. Jiang Hao was curious about which sect Gui belonged to. The corpse realm was closed, and the people from the divine corpse sect might have left already. Would she stay behind? He couldn't ask about that. It would attract unnecessary attention. Jiang Hao took out some spirit herbs and planted some in the courtyard. The better ones were sent to the spirit herb garden, and the rest were sealed. However, he couldn't keep them sealed for long. They would wither. Having too many spirit herbs would be problematic to sell. After selling the herbs, I would have to spend a little bit more spirit stones. His cultivation now was at a level where people mostly save spirit stones to buy a heavenly rejuvenation pill to advance to the golden core realm. He needed to pretend to do that too. If he sold enough spirit herbs, he could earn enough to buy 2 such pills. He needed to buy a saber. The previous one had cracks on it, and he had impaled it in a corner of the courtyard. This time, he would buy a golden core magic treasure. He would search for the cheapest one he could find. It would cost about 3,000. In one night, Jiang Hao had collected many spirit herbs. The most ordinary ones were planted in the courtyard, while the better ones were taken to spirit herb garden. He pretended that these were all the gains from this trip. The rest of the spirit herbs were placed in a room and stored away. The next day, Jiang Hao arrived at the spirit herb garden early and found the senior, who oversaw the management of the garden. Are you fostering these herbs here? Asked the senior. Since Jiang Hao worked in the garden, the senior gave him a discount for fostering the herbs. Jiang Hao gave him 2 spirit stones. The senior smiled and let Jiang Hao choose a location he liked. Jiang Hao found a spot and began planting the herbs. The spirit herbs looked like they were wilting. He had done that deliberately. If the spirit herbs were in perfect condition, it would raise suspicion. After he finished planting the spirit herbs, Chung Cho walked over to him. Senior Brother Jiang, the people I told you about yesterday? They're here. 1 from the inner sect, 3 from the outer sect, and 8 ordinary non-cultivators, Chung Cho said. Good. Jiang Hao nodded and walked outside. At the entrance of the spirit herb garden, Jiang Hao saw a late-stage Foundation, Establishment, Realm, Cultivator leading the group to the garden. Senior Brother Tian, said Jiang Hao in a polite greeting. He knew Senior Brother Tian. Junior Brother Jiang, it's been a while. Senior Brother Tian smiled. Today, I brought Junior Sister Gu Qing with me. She seems to be interested in spirit herbs and wants to help in the spirit herb garden. I hope you can let her assist here for a while. Gu Qing, Jiang Hao turned to look. A beautiful woman was standing beside Senior Brother Tian. She was clutching her clothes nervously. Is she using a charm technique? Jiang Hao had seen something like this before, but he wasn't entirely sure. That wasn't the only thing. Her spiritual energy, her lifeblood, and her aura were all strange. It didn't seem like she was at the Foundation Establishment realm. Jiang Hao was on guard. He felt that she was dangerous. Is she an undercover agent? He wasn't sure, but he smiled at Senior Brother Tian. Of course. Thank you, Junior Brother Jiang. I have a task outside the sect, so I won't be able to look after her for a while. I'll leave her in your care, he said. I'm very sorry for troubling you too, seniors, said Gu Qing softly. Her voice was pleasant to the ears. However, Jiang Hao felt nothing. After Senior Brother Tian left, Jiang Hao checked the others. He didn't find anything amiss. It would take time to examine them individually to be sure whether they concealed any dangers. For today, Jiang Hao is going to use his appraisal on Junior Sister Gu Qing. She seemed suspicious. Chapter 342. Chapter 342. Going too far. Chapter 342. Going too far. Jiang Hao led the group to the spirit herb garden. Cheng Cho and Jiang Hao allocated tasks to them. Jiang Hao activated his divine ability and appraised Gu Qing. Jiang Hao walked to a small pavilion in the garden. He appeared calm, but many things were running through his mind. Late stage of return to Void Realm. Jiang Hao didn't even know what realm that was. Now, such a powerful expert was beside him and possibly was planning to kill him. She was too strong. He couldn't defend against her. He wouldn't even get a chance to fight back, let alone escape. There was no doubt that Gu Qing was actually Gu Qing. She came to the Heavenly Notes sect for refuge, but she's much stronger than expected. She has fallen to the late stage of return to Void Realm after suffering severe injuries, which means Lu and Xing are also exceptionally powerful. Gu Qing slipped through the net. She was first captured by Xing and then again by Lu. Her escape wasn't due to her cultivation, but because of a precious treasure she possessed. Jiang Hao had no idea what this treasure was, nor did he have any thoughts about it. He was in danger and had no means to escape it. I need to calm her first and provide her with a good environment for recovery. I must do something. Jiang Hao couldn't come up with a good solution. The gap in power was too great. After the tasks were assigned, Cheng Cho came over to him. What task did you assign to that junior sister? Jiang Hao asked. Junior sister Gu says she wants to take care of some of the spirit herbs. So I agreed, said Cheng Cho. Cheng Cho felt happy to help. Jiang Hao glanced at him. His gaze seemed to pierce into the depths of Cheng Cho's soul. Cheng Cho shivered. He was confused. Jiang Hao sighed. For the next few days, you can take care of the outer sect's spirit herb garden, where you can accompany the spirit beast to handle other matters. All right. Cheng Cho was puzzled. Although he didn't understand the reason, he didn't dare ask about it. After Cheng Cho left, Jiang Hao began to tend to the spirit herbs. Occasionally, he felt stolen glances directed at him. He knew it was Gu Qing. He couldn't take it anymore. Jiang Hao was worried that she would attack him. It seemed that she didn't understand the rules of the Heavenly Note sect. Although he wanted to see her punished for this, he didn't want to become the victim of her attack. Jiang Hao left the spirit herb garden and headed straight for the law enforcement hall. A year had passed. Lu Xingchen should be back by now. The lawless tower had captured quite a few people targeting the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. A pioneer like Lu Xingchen was no longer necessary for the hunt. Indeed, he did find Lu Xingchen there. Junior brother Jiang, you've reached the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Lu Xingchen was surprised. It seems like the opportunities in the corpse realm are really amazing. It was just luck. An extraordinary genius appeared in the corpse realm, said Jiang Hao. Given Lu Xingchen's abilities and connections, he might have known that already. Lu Xingchen's current state was a bit strange. He had no aura at all. Those 3 remnant souls might have joined forces already. Why hadn't they launched a counterattack even after a year? Did they fail? Why would Lu Xingchen's aura be so pure now? It was completely different from before. If he hadn't used up his daily appraisal ability, he would have used it on Lu Xingchen. However, the possibility of those 3 souls being devoured was low. Lu Xingchen's strength was the same as before. In other words, his primordial spirit hadn't been replenished. Or maybe they had succeeded in possessing Lu Xingchen, and this person wasn't Lu Xingchen anymore. But that seemed unlikely. Extraordinary genius? It seems I need to find time one day to sit and talk with you about everything that happened there. Lu Xingchen smiled. Anyway, what brings you here? He was more interested in what Jiang Hao was involved in this time. I feel that the Spirit Herb Garden might have some spies, said Jiang Hao solemnly. But I'm not entirely sure. Since he couldn't handle it himself, he had to seek help from the law enforcement hall. Although Gu Qing wasn't a spy, she deserved to be caught by the law enforcement hall. As for how he knew, that wasn't important. In any case, Lu Xingchen felt that Jiang Hao was acting strangely. Oh, it piqued Lu Xingchen's interest. He laughed. Give me the list. I'll investigate it over the next few days. Investigations took some time. The law enforcement hall wouldn't dare to arrest people rashly. After all, they were not pushovers. After leaving the law enforcement hall, Jiang Hao decided to make some talismans. The 1,000 miles teleportation talisman had already been used up, and he needed to make more. However, it was easy to strain his divine ability during the process. He also needed a new blade. After looking around for a while, he chose a pitch-black saber with peculiar patterns. It was suitable for a golden core realm cultivator and cost 3,600 spirit stones. This was the most ordinary type of magic treasure. The price was lower than that of a better foundation establishment magic treasure. For Jiang Hao, this one was more durable. Golden core magic treasure for less than 4,000 spirit stones was rare in the entire market. They were as scarce as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Forging magical treasures was also profitable. He spent 4,000 spirit stones to buy talisman-making materials to make the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman. Now, he had 45,000 spirit stones. I need to ask how many spirit stones are needed for top-grade spirit herb seeds. Only by planting top-grade spirit herb seeds could he obtain bubbles. Other methods either didn't work or had a very low success rate. Soon, he walked out of the Snow Lotus Pavilion. The prices ranged from 2,000 to 10,000 spirit stones. It was a bit expensive. 2,000. With 40,000 spirit stones, he could buy 20 of them. Even if he only sold 15, it would still be good. He could sell the spirit herbs after a few months and do the same thing again. The only question was whether he could keep them safe. There was another problem. Top-grade seeds were rare. There are many problems, but for now, I need to deal with the one at hand. Jiang Hao returned to his house and began to make talismans. He quickly discovered that his cultivation was still insufficient. There's no need to rush. I'll wait another 2 days. After that, Jiang Hao began to refine his cultivation and waited for a few days to advance. The next day, Jiang Hao went to his own spirit herb plot to take care of it. Half of the spirit herbs had started to wither. He found that their essence had been absorbed. Even if he revived them, it wouldn't matter. They had lost their medicinal properties. Perhaps it would take several decades for them to recover. But the amount of spirit stones he spent on fostering them had exceeded the value of the spirit herbs. He disposed of the spirit herbs without making a fuss. He had to be patient. Another day passed, and Jiang Hao finally found a bubble in his courtyard. As he headed to the spirit herb garden, he saw a blue bubble amidst numerous white bubbles. Jiang Hao was delighted. He could finally advance to the next stage. Although it would be of no use against a late-stage return to Void Realm Cultivator, it would allow him to make 1,000 miles teleportation. Talisman, which could come in handy. However, on this day, half of his spirit herbs had withered. Jiang Hao saw an ordinary non-cultivator kneeling before the herbs. "Go do something else and be careful," he said. He felt anxious. Chapter 343. Chapter 343. He probably couldn't even imagine that he would die in a few days. Chapter 343. He probably couldn't even imagine that he would die in a few days. Far away, Gu Qing was tending to the spirit herbs. These past 2 days, she had been observing Jiang Hao. Although most of her time was spent in the spirit herb garden, she still found time to tend to her own matters. Even in the garden, she only took care of her own spirit herbs and didn't interfere with others. Everything was running smoothly. He is kind to ordinary people, to the point where he remains silent even when he sees his spirit herbs withering. Is he trying to avoid making a big fuss, even when it's detrimental to him? It is no wonder he managed to survive in the demonic sect. He's afraid to make enemies. What a pity. Gu Qing was amused. Even if this person died, no one would pay much attention. The more ordinary a person, the fewer people cared about them. As for his background, she had already investigated it thoroughly. They were all fabricated. His relationship with Miao Tinglian wasn't very significant. It was the same with Mu Qi. It seems he's living quite a boring life without even a friend. I should just find a way to kill him. Once I do, I'll have temporary control of the spirit herb garden. Nobody will know. But if something went wrong in the garden now, this person would report it immediately. I won't have the time to recover fully, and it will only invite trouble. Jiang Hao quietly tended to the spirit herbs. Gu Qing was amused by him. He was really pitiful. Perhaps he thought he was being targeted by some fellow disciples. It made things easier for her. He probably couldn't even imagine that he would die in a few days. He is so pitiful. I'll make it quick when the time comes. She thought about the Heavenly Note sect. Although the Heavenly Note sect's strength wasn't impressive, it was still a significant threat to her. Even if this place couldn't accommodate her, it wouldn't be an issue. It wasn't like they could keep her here. Jiang Hao was quietly tending his spirit herbs. The situation was even more extreme than before. The other person didn't even hide it anymore. I need to find a place to hide. Which place was safe in the Heavenly Note sect? Jiang Hao decided to go to the Lawless Tower. After he advanced, he could go there more often. Even if he encountered the person from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion from before, he didn't mind. It was better than facing Gu Qing. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion understood the strict rule of the Heavenly Note sect, while Gu Qing had no understanding of it at all. He was the one suffering in this situation. His progress wasn't slow, but he still had much work to do. He sent the Spirit Beast and Xiao Li to the Outer Sect's Spirit Herb Garden. For now, they shouldn't be here. After taking care of his own spirit herbs, Jiang Hao began to observe other parts of the Spirit Herb Garden. Many spirit herbs had their essence sucked away, but it wasn't very severe. It wouldn't have a significant impact in the short term. However, if this continued, all the spirit herbs in the garden would suffer. By then, he would have to bear the responsibility. He couldn't afford to compensate for the loss of spirit herbs. I wonder how Lu Xingchen's investigation is going. Jiang Hao decided to leave. As for Gu Qing, he wouldn't seek her out. Jiang Hao returned to his house and sat cross-legged in his room. He was ready to start the process to advance to the next stage. He didn't have time to find out more about the abundant spiritual energy in his courtyard. He didn't have time to visit Bai Yi either. Gu Qing had disrupted his life. Jiang Hao looked at his interface. Jiang Hao felt a massive influx of spiritual energy and vitality in his body. The improvement of cultivation required the cooperation of the body, with the lifeblood nourishing it. The Hong Meng Heart Sutra circulated, and purple energy appeared around him. The vast spiritual energy converged and nurtured his primordial spirit. The purple energy enveloped Jiang Hao like a cocoon. Because of the trip to Heavenly Steel Mountain, he had a more profound understanding of the Hong Meng Heart Sutra. His body and mind were filled with purple energy, which rose and fell with each breath. The night passed by, and Jiang Hao was completely enveloped in purple energy. When the sun shone the next day, the purple energy shattered with a crisp sound. Then his primordial spirit manifested and shone with a golden light. With a loud bang, the purple energy shattered even more and absorbed into Jiang Hao's body. At this moment, a faint golden light surrounded him. His peak of primordial spirit aura surged and then settled down. Jiang Hao slowly opened his eyes. The immense power gave him a bit more confidence. But when he thought of Gu Qing's cultivation realm, he sighed. The gap in strength was just too huge. He clenched his fist. With this mighty power, he felt confident enough to fight against Manlong. He had even surpassed Lu Xingchen by 2 stages. He was stronger and safer now. After refining his cultivation, Jiang Hao recorded the attacks in his wrist guard and stored his power in the reappearance of the hidden spirit between his brows. At noon, he started making the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman. He used medicinal pills, reappearance of the hidden spirit ability, and clear and pure heart ability. In the evening, he finally completed a 1,000 miles teleportation talisman. Fortunately, the clear and pure heart ability only suffered minor damage. It should be able to recover with the revival of Withered Tree. The benefits of having a powerful divine ability were indeed great. However, it was a pity that his cultivation was still too weak. Otherwise, why would he still need to rely on divine abilities? It was still low in quality. He put away the talisman. Jiang Hao then took a break. The next day, he felt his divine ability recovering slightly. As long as it recovered, it was all well and good. It would probably be difficult to restore it to its former state. This time, when he returned to the spirit herb garden, he found that all of his remaining spirit herbs had withered. Several thousand spiritual stones were gone just like that. "Master, please have mercy on me. I don't know what happened." A young man knelt in front of Jiang Hao. He was trembling in fear. Jiang Hao looked at his withered spirit herbs and felt depressed. He had worked so hard in the corpse realm, only to have his hard-earned spirit herbs vanish in just a few days. He glared at the young man before him. He sighed. "Go do something else." The young man seemed to be in disbelief. He pressed his head to the ground. "Thank you for sparing my life." Jiang Hao knew this incident had nothing to do with the young man. He had glared at him just to convince Gu Qing that he knew nothing of the situation. There was simply no need to argue with ordinary non-cultivators. At this moment, he felt Gu Qing looking at him. In these few days, he would face immense danger. Whether he survived or not would entirely depend on Lu Xingchen. White Moon Lake. "Elder Baiji, we've received a message from the law enforcement hall." The woman in the black robe landed before Baiji. Baiji was sitting in the courtyard and gazing at the sky. The law enforcement hall operates independently. "What message could they possibly send us?" she asked curiously. "I don't know, but it seems like they want to use the sex treasure." Sex treasure? The law enforcement hall functioned independently and didn't really report to anyone. If they were planning to use the sex treasure this time, it meant that the situation was quite serious. Chapter 344. Chapter 344. What does he like about me? Chapter 344. What does he like about me? Baiji accepted the message and read it. Her eyes narrowed. She then passed the message to the woman in the black robe. The black-robed woman was surprised. "Dealing with a spy?" Baiji nodded. "What kind of spy would warrant the use of the Inner Heart platform?" "I'll find out more about this," said the black-robed woman, and left. Baiji sat quietly in the courtyard. Her hair swayed gently in the breeze. After a while, the black-robed woman returned. I found out the details. Baiji looked at her. So, what's the situation? A member of the law enforcement hall suspects an inner sect disciple. They used the heavenly essence soul modeling mirror to see what the person has been up to. However, they couldn't see anything in the reflection. It seems the suspect might have a treasure that blocks the effect of the mirror, or they might be in an immensely high cultivation realm. They tried to gather more information, but didn't get much. The law enforcement hall concluded that the person might really be a spy from some other place. Since the person is likely to have a valuable treasure, they need to restrict their movements, so they want to use the Inner Heart platform. Baiji chuckled. It is no wonder they rushed to report it. They're worried this person might be too powerful and can't imagine what they must be capable of. They can't afford to bear the consequences if the person ends up doing something. It all boiled down to one fact. The opponent might be exceptionally strong. The black-robed woman nodded. What do you suggest, Elder Baiji? Who discovered this person? Baiji asked. The law enforcement hall's Lu Xingchen. Baiji nodded. Let them pick the time of action. You can follow them. The black-robed woman nodded. Baiji watched her leave. Finding traitors and spies hadn't been going well lately. She needed to catch a strong spy to find out more about why they were targeting the sect. It would be best if the person actually was a spy. If not, they could still question the suspect about the treasure. The person might really be powerful if they were able to block the effect of the mirror. Catching them could still yield some clues. Even if they were exceptionally powerful, there might still be room for negotiation. However, that was unlikely. Otherwise, the law enforcement hall wouldn't be this desperate. After dealing with the spirit herbs, Jiang Hao went to find the senior who had allowed him to plant his spirit herbs. He informed him of the ruined herbs. The senior looked puzzled, but didn't ask anything further. Clearly, some rumors might have spread about the garden. Jiang Hao didn't mind. Right now, he needed to protect himself. He didn't know when Gu Qing would make her move. He had no idea about Lu Xingchen's progress in the investigation. The only solution was to find ways to avoid danger. As he left the spirit herb garden, he heard a voice call for him from behind. Senior brother Jiang, wait. Jiang Hao turned. His heart sank when he saw Gu Qing running toward him. He wanted to flee. If she attacked him here, he would definitely die. The gap in their strengths was too vast. He couldn't fight back even if he wanted to. He reined in his fear and squeezed out a smile. Junior sister Gu, is there something you need? Senior brother Jiang, you are leaving? Gu Qing asked. Yes, I'm going to the outer sect for a while, then I'll return to cultivate. I'll also get back to work, but I have something I need to ask you, Senior brother Jiang. Will you be free tonight? I'll find you after I'm done here. I can't ask you here because it's a little personal. Gu Qing lowered her head and blushed. Jiang Hao smiled. Sure, I'll wait for you tonight then. Gu Qing happily jumped up and smiled. Then, senior brother, please wait for me tonight. Jiang Hao nodded and watched as Gu Qing returned to the spirit herb garden. Jiang Hao turned and left. His face darkened. He arrived at the outer sect area. Master, why are you here? Asked the spirit beast. At the same time, the beast gestured to Shao Li to be quiet. Senior brother Jiang, Shao Li looked nervous. Jiang Hao knew at a glance that they must have been up to something shady again. He glared at them and instructed the spirit beast to not leave Shao Li's side tonight. The spirit beast looked disappointed. It was probably thinking about the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Now that Shao Li and the spirit beast were out of the way, he went to visit Cheng Chou. He asked him about the progress and told him not to return to the spirit herb garden for a while. After that, he headed straight for the Lawless Tower. Tonight, he intended to stay there. As soon as Jiang Hao arrived at the 5th floor, he heard the voice of the Heavenly King. You little bitch, how dare you shout at me? A mere early-stage primordial spirit realm cultivator. You are about to drop into the Golden Core realm. In a few days, you'll be demoted to the 4th floor. Jiang Hao walked in. The ones who had been quarreling turned their attention to him. When Hai Luo saw Jiang Hao, he became quieter. Was I speaking too loudly just now? I admit I got a bit carried away. It's okay as long as it's quiet now, right? Jiang Hao was speechless. Mi Lingyue, on the other hand, was puzzled. Foundation establishment kid, what did you say to him? How did you make the headstrong, heavenly king submit like this? Why don't you tell me, and I'll exchange a thing or two with you. I can give you techniques, spells, and some alchemy, forging, or talisman-making methods. I can tell you all about it. Jiang Hao was surprised. He didn't expect her to know about alchemy, forging, and talisman-making. Do you know about formations? He asked curiously. I only know a little bit about formations. Mi Lingyue shook her head. Just a little. Jiang Hao thought about it and decided not to embarrass himself. After that, he sat in front of Zhuang Yuzhen and asked him about some matters related to the corpse realm. He informed Zhuang Yuzhen that the Heavenly Notes sect hadn't found the previous spy for a whole year now. Since the person hadn't shown up, there was a possibility that they might just give up. Zhuang Yuzhen felt relieved. Jiang Hao had expected him to become as arrogant as the Heavenly King, but he just continued to answer his questions. He gradually gained a clearer understanding of some doubts he had about the corpse realm, such as the rules and laws regarding its opening. There wasn't a fixed cycle. It depended on when the seeds reacted. When he had first arrived, the seeds had already responded. After he planted them, it opened the corpse realm. It had been 16 years since it opened last, and 8 years since the one before that. By the way, is the Mountain Sea Sword sect also a northern sect? Jiang Hao remembered the jade pendant he had obtained from Zhuge. In the evening, Gu Qing left the Spirit Her Garden and bid farewell to the others working there. She then headed to Jiang Hao's place. She didn't feel anything strange. She had walked this way many times before. He should be happy to see me. I wonder what he likes about me. Is he attracted to my appearance, my physique, or my storage treasure? She knew that Jiang Hao wasn't affected by her charms. She felt that the last option was the most likely. Even so, he probably doesn't know he is going to die tonight. Some of the spirit herbs in the Spirit Herb Garden might be facing issues. I can't keep him around anymore. Chapter 345. Chapter 345. Do you really need so many people to deal with someone in Foundation Establishment Realm? Chapter 345. Do you really need so many people to deal with someone in Foundation Establishment Realm? The trouble with the spirit herbs was one thing. Jiang Hao had too many spirit herbs. Ordinary people would hide their wealth. If he dared to raise so many herbs, he should have a bigger place. This trip would yield a lot of results. In some time, my cultivation will recover somewhat. At that point, I'll find a way to the Candlelight Pill Pavilion. If I can manage the Spirit Her Garden again, I should be able to recover most of it. Gu Qing had learned a lot after spending time in the Cliff of Broken Hearts. The Candlelight Pill Pavilion was the next place with high-quality spirit herbs. If she demonstrated some talent in alchemy, she could go there. At this moment, she saw a small house by the river. I arrived. She hurried over. Just as she approached, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was flying on a sword at an astonishing speed. Lu Xingchen landed in front of Gu Qing. Junior sister, do you have a moment? What's the matter, senior brother? Gu Qing smiled. He was in the middle stage of the primordial spirit realm. Maybe she could make use of him. I am Lu Xingchen of the Law Enforcement Hall. I need your cooperation for a few matters, he said. The Law Enforcement Hall? Gu Qing frowned. Why? Your identity is suspicious, and we need to investigate, Lu Xingchen said. So, I have to go to the Law Enforcement Hall? Yes. Can I refuse to go? Gu Qing asked. You can't. Lu Xingchen shook his head. Can't you let this slide, senior brother? There was an aura emanating from Gu Qing, and it suppressed Lu Xingchen. It seems you are unwilling to cooperate. In the Heavenly Notes sect, no one has dared to resist an investigation from the Law Enforcement Hall. Several powerful individuals appeared and joined forces to suppress her. You're treating your own people like this? Gu Qing's eyes narrowed. She had no idea what was happening. Why was she suddenly a target? The people attacked her. Gu Qing's face darkened. Can you really afford to anger me? Heavenly Notes sect. The immense aura of a return to Void Realm cultivator spread out. The people from the law enforcement hall were unfazed. Boom! A powerful force swept across the earth. Spells circulated and shone in all directions. Explosions rang out. Guqing only barely managed to escape the place with heavy injuries. Heavenly Note sect, I'll remember this. She used a treasure and intended to leave this place. However, just when she activated the treasure, it was suppressed by something. A tiny platform hung over her head. How was this possible? Why would this kind of treasure be used against her? For a moment, Guqing couldn't understand. She disguised herself as a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. They used such measures to deal with a person of such a low realm. They had even used a precious treasure. Had they investigated her thoroughly before taking action, Guqing had no chance to escape. Lu Xingxin walked over to her. Junior sister, you don't need to go to the law enforcement hall anymore. It is far too good a place for you. The Lawless Tower will take over the matter. The enforcement hall wouldn't be able to keep such a powerful enemy in check. Only by throwing them into the Lawless Tower could they possibly find out more. At White Moon Lake, the black-robed woman visited Baiji again. Is it over? Baiji stood by the lake as she looked at the moon in the sky. Yes, it's over. It was easier than expected. I thought I might need to intervene, but she was easily captured. The tiny platform played its part. She has been sent to the Lawless Tower. Interrogation hasn't started yet. Where did you capture her from? Baiji suddenly asked. Near Jiang Hao's residence. She seemed to be looking for junior brother Jiang. Where's Jiang Hao? Baiji asked. Well, the black-robed woman hesitated. He went to the Lawless Tower this afternoon and hasn't returned yet. It seems he intends to stay there overnight. Baiji was taken aback. The Lawless Tower had inexplicably become his refuge. Did you obtain a treasure? Baiji asked. No. While her storage treasure contains quite a few valuable items, it doesn't have the item we are looking for. It's possible that it's hidden within her body. Baiji looked at her. Take your time and get the information as soon as possible. The black-robed woman nodded. Once she left, Baiji left White Moon Lake and headed to the highest peak. The highest place in the Heavenly Note sect was the 100-Flower Lake. Is the Mountain Sea Sword sect that powerful? Jiang Hao was surprised. The Divine Corpse sect was rather ordinary compared to the Mountain Sea Sword sect. Any demonic sect in the northern region had to stay away from the Mountain Sea Sword sect, and they rarely ventured out. All members of the demonic sects kept their distance from them. It wasn't merely fear of their sect. The people from there were terrifying as well. Of course, there were some who thought they could ally and use them, but they were eventually wiped out. Of course, they're powerful. Among the major immortal sects in the northern region, they are on par with the Clear Sky School. The major sects are nothing before them, Zhuang Yuzhen said with a bitter smile. I wanted to visit the Mountain Sea Sword sect, but I couldn't even enter their gates. Jiang Hao sighed. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. If he couldn't even enter their gates, how would he exchange the jade pendant for spirit stones? Was Zhuge Zheng lying to me? Jiang Hao couldn't be sure. He couldn't really find out about it. But if he could enter, it meant he could join two major immortal sections, the Bright Moon sect and the Mountain Sea Sword sect. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to venture out. In the future, he might be able to sell the item during gatherings. The Bright Moon sect was out of the question, but maybe he could find someone from the Mountain Sea Sword sect to sell it to. After asking a few more questions, Jiang Hao realized it was getting late. It was time to leave. Hey, wait. When will you also tell me the words you used to strike fear in everybody? Mi Linghua shouted. My cultivation is about to drop. I won't be here any longer. Jiang Hao was speechless. She was really strange. He ignored her and walked away. Last night, he had deliberately avoided Guqing. He didn't know what he could do today if he met her. Maybe I should first find Lu Xingxin. If Guqing was angry, she would attack him. It would be bad for him. Just as he arrived at the law enforcement peak, he saw Lu Xingxin walking over to him. Junior brother Jiang, are you here to take on a new mission? Jiang Hao was puzzled. Some people from the mission hall miss you, junior brother. They say you haven't appeared here for a year, and it's time for you to take a stroll outside, Lu Xingqian said with a smile. Jiang Hao was speechless. Although he had acquired considerable spirit stones, he didn't intend to give them to the law enforcement peak. He remembered that he could appraise Lu Xingqian today. However, he needed to keep an eye on Gu Qing to see what her intentions were. By the way, we captured Junior Sister Gu last night, said Lu Xingqian. Jiang Hao was stunned. He used the daily appraisal ability on Lu Xingqian. Did the remnant souls take their leave? Chapter 346. Chapter 346. Planning to escape? Chapter 346. Planning to escape? Jiang Hao was quite surprised when he saw the information given by the appraisal. The remnant souls seemed to be recuperating. Jiang Hao didn't think that the bored Lu Xingqian would wait for too long. If they continued to do nothing, they all might end up being devoured by him. Maybe that would force them to launch an attack. Or perhaps these three had sensed the danger and didn't dare to confront Lu Xingqian head-on. They might be biding their time to escape. That would surely interest Lu Xingqian. However, Jiang Hao was still unsure what the remnants planned to do. He could only wait until they recuperated and made a move. Jiang Hao felt troubled by the last line. He wondered what Lu Xingqian had planned for him. However, he had no choice. Gu Qing was too strong, and he could only rely on Lu Xingqian. She was at the peak of return to Void Realm. He couldn't even imagine how it must feel to be at the early stage of return to Void Realm, let alone the late stage. Is Junior Sister Gu really a spy? Jiang Hao asked. I'm not sure about that, but her strength is formidable, Lu Xingqian said. In the beginning, I wasn't sure about her strength either. I only sought the assistance of the seniors because she had some treasure with her. I'm glad I took some people with me. That's how we were able to capture her. Treasure? Yes, secret treasure, Lu Xingqian said. At first, I used the pseudo-heavenly essence soul modeling mirror and found nothing, so I requested the real one. Still, nothing came up. That indicated that she was either extremely powerful or had treasures with her. After several investigations, the law enforcement hall concluded that she had treasures. We applied for a divine treasure to suppress the power of the treasure she had. Then we arrested her. Last night, she was heading to your residence, Junior Brother Jiang. We found her on the way. We then captured her. I see. Jiang Hao nodded. He wondered if the heavenly essence soul modeling mirror came in real and pseudo variety. What if she had killed other disciples? Could the mirror come in handy to find out? Asked Jiang Hao. The process would be complicated, but as of now, if we use a higher level heavenly essence soul modeling mirror, we should be able to find out. Of course, investigating the murder of fellow sect members would be much more complicated. But she can escape. For now, we don't know what she did here. Lu Xingqian shook his head. We're currently investigating why she was in the sect. She was sent to the Lawless Tower. It probably won't go well for her there. The Lawless Tower? Jiang Hao thought of Hai Luo and the others. Maybe he would find her there too. Unfortunately, he couldn't make her suffer with just a few words. He hadn't found any leverage on her yet. There's one more thing I need to tell you, Junior Brother Jiang, Lu Xingqian said suddenly. Capturing her is an accomplishment. Don't you want credit for? Jiang Hao shook his head. I did nothing. I only had some doubts. You did all the work. You deserve the credit. That works too. Lu Xingqian smiled and nodded. Oh, by the way, if Junior Sister Gu caused any losses during her time at the Spirit Herb Garden, who would be responsible for it? Jiang Hao was quite concerned. After all, those spirit herbs were of considerable value. If he really had to compensate for other people's spirit herbs, he wouldn't be able to afford it. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xingqian said, I'll take 2 people to thoroughly investigate this afternoon. I will find out Junior Sister Gu's residence and the tasks she was in charge of. If there's any loss, I'll help you apply for compensation. Currently, Junior Sister Gu is still a disciple of the Heavenly Note sect, but that might not be the case for much longer. Jiang Hao understood that if she was still a disciple, he had to bear the responsibility. If not, he wouldn't be made to compensate. After talking for a while, Jiang Hao learned that the sect was preparing and was likely to take action against the Heavenly Saint sect. With the Heavenly Saint sect out of the way, he would be much safer. Besides the Heavenly Note sect, he was also being watched by the Sunset Immortal sect. The first wave of attacks by the Sunset Immortal sect shouldn't pose a danger. His strength was at Foundation Establishment realm, so no matter how cautious the other party was, they wouldn't use a cultivator surpassing the primordial spirit realm to deal with him. For those who had grudges against him, they assumed he was weak, so they wouldn't send strong opponents. It was a pity that he wasn't strong enough himself. Otherwise, no one would hold a grudge against him at all. However, he couldn't underestimate the situation, or he might become the next Guqing. She had disguised herself to appear at the early Foundation Establishment realm, but was still captured. After bidding farewell to Lu Xingqian, Jiang Hao returned to the Spirit Herb Garden. In the afternoon, Lu Xingqian arrived to investigate. He found that there were problems with the spirit herbs. It was worth 39,000 spirit stones. In the end, the law enforcement hall took away half of the spirit herbs and compensated for 90% of the value. The remaining half was to be borne by the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Some spirit herbs could be restored in time. So, in the end, they had to bear 10% of the loss. That was 390 spirit stones. Jiang Hao wasn't too concerned about that. It was a pity no one had compensated him for the spirit herbs he lost. So, he could only accept this loss on his own. But Jiang Hao was okay with it. The capture of Guqing was the most important thing to him. At least he was safe now. 7 days later, Lu Xingqian informed him that Guqing had been confirmed to be a spy and was locked up at the Lawless Tower indefinitely. Jiang Hao felt relieved. He could now continue with his own matters. He returned to his house and glanced at his interface. Since his advancement to a new stage, he hadn't really looked at it closely. 27 years old. It's been almost 8 years since I met Hong Yuya. I was 19 then. In just a few short years, he had progressed from the 8th stage of the Lifeblood Refinement realm to the peak of the Primordial Spirit realm. He had surpassed Foundation Establishment realm, then Golden Core realm, and now was on the verge of surpassing the Primordial Spirit realm. The speed was unbelievable. Jiang Hao felt delighted. Even the disciples of the Clear Sky School couldn't manage to advance so fast. When they first met, he was at the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, and Lu Xingqian was at the peak of the Golden Core realm. Over 7 years had passed since then, and he had reached the peak of the Primordial Spirit realm, while Lu Xingqian was in the middle stage of the Primordial Spirit realm. If anyone found out about his progress, they would be shocked. People would definitely want to find out how it was possible. And his fellow disciple, Han Ming, who started in the same realm as him, was still only at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. The more I think about it, the more I feel that my state of mind isn't very stable. Jiang Hao sighed. Once he started to feel pride, it would be the beginning of his destruction. He had to be constantly vigilant. He couldn't go down the wrong path. After calming himself, Jiang Hao began to plan for the future. Speaking of which, it's time to visit the 100 Bones Forest again. It had been a year since the last time he had used the sealing technique. Now that he had finally managed to suppress Bai Ye's cultivation by a level, he couldn't let him catch up to him. 2 weeks later, Jiang Hao arrived at the 100 Bones Forest at night. However, when he sensed Bai Yi outside the valley, he felt that something was amiss. What's going on? Middle stage of the Primordial Spirit realm. Chapter 347. Chapter 347. Junior Brother Han's cultivation will soar to a whole new level. Chapter 347. Junior Brother Han's cultivation will soar to a whole new level. Jiang Hao opened his eyes. He might not have sensed it wrong just now. Normally, he wouldn't be able to locate Bai Yi. He had used the knowledge from the Nameless Manual, which allowed him to sense the other person's realm through the fluctuations of spiritual energy. This was the only way for him to clearly ascertain other people's cultivation. Was his cultivation affected by the challenge with the man long last time? Or is it due to a curse? He had abandoned the curse a long time ago. It was too risky to offend Hong Yuya after she had warned him. After a year of recuperation, his cultivation should have stabilized completely. In fact, he should have even attempted to advance his cultivation further. Why did it fall instead? Jiang Hao was surprised, but he couldn't stop with the sealing process. Bai Yi was cunning. He could deceive Jiang Hao and make life hard for him again. He gripped the long spear. This time, he only utilized his own strength without activating his divine ability. Swish! The spear, enveloped in purple energy, whistled through the air. In the valley, Bai Yi was sitting on a chair. I heard we suffered some losses with the spirit herbs. Yes, there was a major incident at the Cliff of Broken Hearts, and many of the spirit herbs were affected. The losses have been compensated, and we're not lacking in spirit stones, said Lianqin. I always feel that the Cliff of Broken Hearts gets into a lot of trouble. It's not that cliff that has issues, it's that everyone targets that branch. There are many things happening beyond our view as well. We're just not paying attention to them. Bai Yi smiled. Have you found the suitable spirit herbs? I need a few more days. Almost done. Sooner would be better. It'll become ineffective soon, Bai Yi said. He had thought of many ways to save himself. In the end, he could only use the methods from the past. This was the best option. He was about to say something more when he suddenly looked toward the outside of the valley. After over a year, that purple light appeared again. Boom! The long spear shot through the sky, broke the formation, and headed straight for Bai Yi. The defensive shield activated just in time. Unfortunately, under the assault of the spear, the shield shattered instantly. The spear pierced through Bai Yi like lightning. Bai Yi screamed, and blood splattered. The purple energy once again surged into Bai Yi's body and injured him. Lianqin was dumbfounded. It was so fast that she couldn't react in time. As she snapped back to her senses, she quickly arrived at Bai Yi's side. She felt that her senior brother might die. At that moment, she experienced an unprecedented fear. Isn't everything fine now? Why is he back again? What does he want us to do? Whatever he wants, we'll do it. We'll do it all. Bai Yi coughed blood. He smiled weakly. It's okay, I'm fine. He has weakened his attack. He only wants to seal my cultivation. I still have hope. There's still hope. He coughed up more blood. Despite that, he was still hopeful. Lianqin didn't understand. But they couldn't just give up. Every time the person appeared, it was a huge blow. Both psychologically and physically. Jiang Hao had already left the Hundred Bones Forest. Although he was puzzled by Bai Yi's condition, he didn't think much about it. He needed to observe the situation first. After all, Bai Yi wasn't an ordinary true disciple. He had significant achievements to his name. It was necessary to consider the implications of crossing him. Jiang Hao stood on the balcony of his house. He felt that the people he had encountered recently were all very strong, especially those related to the gathering. Zhuang Yuzhen, Gu Qing, and others. They were all connected somehow. Was it all just a coincidence? Jiang Hao hesitated and took out the stone tablet. He suddenly remembered something. He used the daily appraisal on the stone tablet. Dermic treasure. Maybe all of them have something to do with this? Many he had encountered used the stone tablet. Maybe they were all connected because of this. How much is this thing influencing everything? Or is it just my rotten luck to be dragged into this? After all, meeting someone as powerful as Gu Qing wasn't considered the best of luck. Jiang Hao took out the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. It's possible that this is the cause of everything bad happening to me. He possessed quite a few things of this kind. Hongmeng Heart Sutra, Primordial Heaven Skyblade, 9 Rings of Heaven and Earth, Secret Message Tablet, Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl, Heavenly Fragrance Tao Flower, and the Immortal Peach Tree. Jiang Hao nearly scared himself thinking about all that. So many terrifyingly powerful things with him. It was astonishing that someone hadn't killed him yet. He felt that he needed to be even more cautious in the future. At the White Moon Lake, the black-robed woman appeared again. We can confirm that the treasure is on Gu Qing, but we can't extract it yet, she said in embarrassment. Unless she willingly removes it. Forcibly taking it out would cause damage to the treasure. Besides the treasure, is there anything else? Baiji asked. She belongs to the fallen immortal clan, and she claims to have come to the Heavenly Notes sect just to recuperate. But she isn't trustworthy. She's probably hiding from her enemies. However, we don't know who her enemies are, the black-robed woman said. Baiji thought for a moment and asked, did she admit she's from the fallen immortal clan? This clan was seldom heard of and quite difficult to identify. Ordinarily, members of this clan wouldn't openly admit to being from there. No, it was confirmed by Zhuang Yuzhen and the others. Actually, the black-robed woman hesitated for a moment. Actually, Jiang Hao has some methods to deal with Zhuang Yuzhen and the other captives. Perhaps he can intervene. There's a possibility of getting better results. Baiji glanced at the black-robed woman. The woman was startled. She kneeled on the ground. I apologize for my incompetence. Baiji didn't say much. Zhuang Yuzhen and the others weren't weak. It wasn't uncommon for someone as strong as them to refuse to cooperate. As time passed, they all mellowed out. They cooperated one way or another, except the Heavenly King. For some reason, he got agitated. He was quite stubborn. For now, let it be. The people from the Divine Corpse sect are about to leave. Prepare each branch to be ready for their departure. Yes. Early in the morning, Jiang Hao received a list. They needed a large number of spirit herbs on a continuous basis. It seems I need to take action. During this period, he couldn't allow any accidents to happen at the spirit herb garden. He also needed to find time to make spirit talismans, which could be sold at high prices. He could also sell some spirit herbs in the process. The next day, Gu Cheng and Qing Yu from the Divine Corpse sect came to say goodbye to him. These two had helped Jiang Hao quite a bit. He respectfully bid farewell to them. More than 30 people from the Divine Corpse sect had arrived in the Heavenly Corpse sect. 10 had died. One more had died in the corpse realm. That person was Yin Qi. Jiang Hao understood that this allowed Gue to free herself. That was good news. It meant that Gue wouldn't remain in the Heavenly Note sect. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. On the third day after sending them off, a large group of disciples gathered. The teleportation array had opened. The disciples were going to teleport to a temporary base near the Heavenly Saint sect and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Jiang Hao looked at the young man about to depart and smiled at him. Junior brother Han, after this, I'm sure your cultivation will soar. It'll be beyond anyone's reach. Han Ming was at a loss for words. Chapter 348. Chapter 348. Going down the mountain. Chapter 348. Going down the mountain. Looking at Han Ming's unwavering determination, Jiang Hao knew that he could go far in the future. However, there was a problem. It was easy for him to fall into other people's traps. This time, too, many people were heading to ambush the Heavenly Saint sect, and Han Ming was among them. Jiang Hao couldn't go because he was still on the suspect list of law enforcement hall. Otherwise, he might have been sent there. That would be dangerous. He returned to the Spirit Her Garden. Until the battle ended, there shouldn't be any issues there. Otherwise, it would be considered his negligence, and the consequences would be severe. He also took the Spirit Beast to the Spirit Her Garden. If there were any issues, it could detect them immediately. He called Tor Qingqiu too. The outer sect Spirit Herb Garden was temporarily left unattended. When Cheng Cho came back to his old Spirit Herb Garden, he realized that junior sister Gu had been captured. He felt that senior brother Zhang's decision to have him stay in the outer sect had a purpose. 3 days later, people gradually appeared in the sect. Most of them were heavily injured. They were from the Heavenly Saint sect and were thrown into the Lawless Tower. Jiang Hao didn't sell talismans during this time. The Spirit Herb Garden was more important. He only took time long enough to water the heavenly fragrance Dao flower and hurried back to the Spirit Herb Garden every time. He didn't dare to leave the garden unattended. He worked there day and night. He divided the work of tending to spirit into 2 shifts. Everyone was constantly working around the clock. One day, someone requested to see him outside. Jiang Hao walked out of the garden to see a woman with significant injuries. She was at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. "Senior sister, is there something you need?" Jiang Hao asked. The woman handed a list to Jiang Hao and walked straight into the spirit herb garden. "I need a stalk of the ancient clear grass." As she was about to enter the herbs, Jiang Hao stopped her. "What is it, junior brother? Is there a problem with the list?" she asked. "No problem." Jiang Hao looked at her. "But I think you are the problem." Just as he finished speaking, she was about to attack. She suddenly unleashed her entire cultivation and charged into the spirit herb garden. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate. He used the demonic sound slash. Boom! The opponent tried to cast a spell to block, but by that time, Jiang Hao was already at her side. He used the moon-slaying technique. The blade's light shone like the moon. With a loud bang, the opponent was sent flying backward. Jiang Hao sent some workers to call someone from the law enforcement hall. The woman was taken away quickly. "How did you figure it out?" asked the woman before she was taken away. She couldn't understand how he had figured out that she was from the Heavenly Saint sect. Jiang Hao didn't answer her. Actually, he hadn't been sure. Her injuries were real, and the list she had handed him with an order for spirit herbs was legitimate. Her cultivation realm, her aura, everything was fine. She wasn't suspicious at all. He only had a gut feeling and used the daily appraisal. That's when he found out. Fortunately, she had only been at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. If she had been at the Golden Core realm, it would have been troublesome. Jiang Hao heard about similar incidents in 2 other places. It was said that they were from the same sect. Jiang Hao could understand how the others might have allowed them to enter the garden. If it were senior sister Miao trying to enter the garden, he wouldn't have stopped her either. However, most of the people were post-war puppets. There were only 2 spies from the Heavenly Saint sect in the place, after all. Half a month later, around mid-March, the supply and demand of spirit herbs in the sect decreased by half. People were frequently thrown into the lawless tower. In early April, the sect ceased the numerous orders for spirit herbs. Jiang Hao let out a sigh of relief. He then told Cheng Cho to inform the workers in the garden about it. A few could stay while the rest could take a break from work. The workers were delighted. It's over. Not only the work, but also the battle with the other sect. They won, so they didn't have to worry anymore. If they lost and the enemies infiltrated the sect, workers like them would be the first to be killed. "Master," the spirit beast ran over to him. "You mentioned giving me a gift last time. Is it ready yet?" Jiang Hao glanced at it. "Not yet. What about me?" Shaoli stood beside the spirit beast. "No hurry." The spirit beast and Shaoli retreated to the side and began to speculate what their gifts were. "Spirit beast, what do you think my gift will be? If you call me Big Brother, I'll tell you what your gift is. I like desserts. As for me, I like things that showcase my identity as a great demon." Jiang Hao sighed as he listened to their discussion. Did he ever say he was going to give gifts to both of them? Jiang Hao left the spirit herb garden. He rarely went elsewhere because the enemies were from the Heavenly Saint sect. They easily blended in as ordinary workers. So, there might be many of their people around that were in hiding. He had been on his guard ever since the war started. Now, he could finally relax. He went to the cafeteria. Jiang Hao sighed and looked for Feng Yang. "Desserts?" Feng Yang was puzzled. "Yes, just simple ones. Nothing too extravagant." "That will take some time to learn. Do you have time to spare, senior brother Jiang?" "I do." In the evening, Jiang Hao left with 2 boxes of pastries. He found the spirit beast and Shaoli under the jujube tree near Shaoli's house. "1 box for each of you. A gift." He handed over the pastries. Shaoli and the spirit beast jumped up in joy. Then they took the boxes and opened them. After that, Jiang Hao ignored them and went back to making talismans. He needed to earn some spirit stones while talismans could still be sold for an increased price. Otherwise, he might end up with nothing. Currently, He only had 44,000 spirit stones left. Back in his house, Jiang Hao began making talismans. He wanted to make healing talismans, 10,000 swords talismans, earth-shattering talismans, and strength control talismans. The first two were the most common. His strokes flowed like water as he wrote the characters. It's been a year since I last made these. It seems I haven't lost my touch. He worked until midnight. The spirit beast finally came home. Jiang Hao had run out of materials, and he would need to buy some more tomorrow. As he walked out of the house, the spirit beast said, "Master, I just want to find Lin Ji. It seems he is planning to leave." "Leave?" Jiang Hao was surprised. "He's going back down the mountain for a visit. His two friends seem to be going back too," the spirit beast said. "Visiting family?" Jiang Hao thought for a moment and felt that it made sense. Those two friends had exceptional talent, and currently, they should be at the 6th stage of lifeblood refinement. Advancing to the 7th stage was difficult. Going back for a visit might help him ease some burdens. But no matter what, this trip back home would be a blow to Lin Ji. Once he returned, he would realize that he no longer had a place here. His belief in becoming a disciple might waver. "How long would he be gone?" Jiang Hao asked. "About a month." The spirit beast jumped onto a tree branch. "You can secretly follow him. Familiarize yourself with the matters down the mountain," Jiang Hao said. There was one thing he didn't say. In the future, he might choose to leave of his own volition. The spirit beast excitedly hopped down from the tree branch and patted its chest. "Leave it to me, master. My friends all know that I'm a great demon. They'll help me every step of the way." Jiang Hao chuckled. The next thing to consider would be the spoils of war from the Heavenly Saint sect. With the Heavenly Saint sect defeated, the Heavenly Note sect would obtain some treasures, and perhaps a new grand competition would be announced. He needed to pay attention and see if there were things he needed. Chapter 349. Chapter 349. Leaving the sect? No can do. Chapter 349. Leaving the sect? No can do. The next day, Jiang Hao received news that many disciples wanted to leave the sect, including Lin Ji. Most of them were planning to return home for a while. Such things happened every few years. Since he had brought Lin Ji to the sect, the person in charge of the outer sect informed him of this development. After passing the message to the spirit beast, Jiang Hao stopped thinking about it further. Originally, Xiaoli might have gone back as well, but she no longer had any family. Jiang Hao sighed as he looked at the list once more. He found Cheng Cho. "Take Xiaoli back in a couple of days." "Understood." Cheng Cho nodded. 2 days later, Jiang Hao took care of everything. Coincidentally, he could also guide Chu Chuan during this time. Given his progress, achieving Foundation Establishment Realm within 3 to 4 years would be challenging. However, with the delay of the Bright Moon Sect's Tao Conference, there might still be enough time. "Senior brother, when can I go to the Bright Moon Sect?" After suffering several defeats, Chu Chuan asked. "In a few more years," Jiang Hao said, "but you might not make it in time. If you can achieve the Foundation Establishment Realm, would you still want to?" "Of course, why wouldn't I? If I don't go, Chu Jie will worry about me," Chu Chuan said earnestly. "When you see that Chu Jie has reached heights that you can't reach, how would you feel?" Jiang Hao asked. "I wouldn't mind. I'd just catch up. I not only want to surpass Chu Jie, but also senior sister Xiaoli, even the Lord Beast. I hope you can maintain this confidence even after you meet Chu Jie," Jiang Hao said softly. Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment Realm was not something you could catch up to easily. Even catching up with Xiao Li would be difficult. On the other hand, the spirit beast was the easiest to surpass. Back in the courtyard, Jiang Hao noticed that the spiritual energy had diminished significantly. It was almost back to its original state. What's going on now? He found no changes after careful examination. He then started making talismans. He had earned quite a bit of spirit stones in the past few days. The only regret was that the cost of materials had gone up. But if he wanted to earn spirit stones by making talismans, he had to accept the higher prices. After all, He was planning to sell talismans during the period of increased demand. In the past few days, he had felt his clear and pure heart almost completely restored. It would be at its peak in another month or two. In the following days, Jiang Hao sold talismans. He now had around 45,000 spirit stones. He also heard that the grand competition was confirmed. The rules were the same as the last time, with rich rewards for first place in each realm. Moreover, if no one achieved first place, the few disciples in the top ranking would get an equal share of the rewards. Jiang Hao knew that the competition would be fiercer than ever before. After all, the reward would be quite substantial. He also wanted to participate, but when Lu Xingqian told him another piece of news, he just gave up. It said that our sect has received an invitation from the Bright Moon sect for the Tao Conference. The winners of the competition will get to attend the conference. Jiang Hao decided not to participate in the grand competition. Do you want to go, junior brother Jiang? Lu Xingqian asked. No. Jiang Hao shook his head. With your ability to achieve feats, I believe that if you go to the Bright Moon sect, you might achieve some notable accomplishments. If that happens, there probably won't be many in the sect who would dare to trouble you. You could even become a true disciple, Lu Xingqian said. Jiang Hao felt helpless. It wasn't safe for him to venture out of the sect. He felt that the way things were now was pretty good. Although he had encountered some troubles along the way, he had smoothly progressed to the peak of the primordial spirit realm. When will the competition start? He asked. Next month, I think. Jiang Hao nodded. By that time, he could find out what the rewards were. This time, he might be able to get something without making it to the first rank. If there was something he needed, he could strive for second or third place. If it wasn't necessary, he could just choose to lose. Or he could just not participate. Back at the Spirit Her Garden, Miao Tinglian was complaining to him. I heard that the mines are getting busy, and Mu Qi has to go again. He just came back from the corpse realm. They might send more people to the mines to help out. Jiang Hao was delighted to hear that. He wondered if he should volunteer to help out. At the 100-Flower Lake, a gentle breeze blew. The rain drizzled lightly. Hong Yuye sat in the pavilion. She looked at the teacup on the table, seemingly lost in thought. She coughed lightly. Soon after, a white figure appeared at the side of the pavilion. Sect Master. Baiji bowed to her. Hong Yuye turned to glance at Baiji. Why are you so badly injured? At a glance, Baiji seemed normal. No injuries in sight. However, her lifeblood and spiritual energy were nearly depleted. The Heavenly Saint sect collaborated with some outsiders. Although they were caught off guard, their combined strength was still formidable. We managed to severely wound them and imprison them in the Lawless Tower. However, some of them escaped. The Heavenly Note sect had not only declared war on the Heavenly Saint sect, but also provoked the outsiders. The situation had become dangerous. After all, other sects were also keeping an eye on the Heavenly Note sect. Once they allied, it would be a crisis for the Heavenly Note sect. But all these matters were hers to handle. She was the acting sect master. She didn't need to report it to the sect master. What do the overseas people want with the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Bead? Hong Yu asked. According to the Heavenly King, it's for great luck, Baiji said. Great luck. Hong Yu looked at Baiji. Does something like that even exist? Baiji said hurriedly. I will continue to interrogate him. What about that person from the fallen immortal clan? Hong Yu asked. The treasure is still inside her body. Unless she agrees voluntarily, special secret techniques will be needed to extract the treasure. We're investigating what we can do, Baiji said. There hadn't been much progress, and she was quite concerned. Hong Ye didn't say much, but asked about the gains from the recent battle. We obtained quite a few magic treasures, pills, spirit herbs, as well as some techniques, formations, and records of talismans. Baiji took out many things out of her pocket. I've arranged for part of them to be sent to the Hall of Merits, and the rest will be used as rewards for the competition, just like before. Hong Ye looked at the things. She picked up a few books. After that, she put them back. Seeing that the sect master hadn't spoken, Baiji said, Our people have started going overseas to contact the members of the End of All Things. It will take some time before we get any information. Jiang Hao successfully advanced to the peak of the Foundation establishment realm after entering the corpse realm. His advancement each time is too coincidental, and I suspect that someone is secretly guiding his cultivation when he goes out and also providing him with various pills or other assistance to help him advance. Only then would he encounter opportunities every time. But there's no evidence. Lately, he has been normal. There is no sign of anyone contacting him. Although suspicious, his intentions don't seem to be that of spy. The heavenly fragrance Dao flower is well. It has grown 6 leaves so far. At this, Hong Yuye took out a transparent box containing a pair of boots. She then threw them to Baiji. Baiji understood. Rewards were naturally given for achievements. Continue investigating, Hong Yuye said calmly. She gave more instructions on various matters. After that, Baiji left the lake with the box. She still couldn't understand why the sect master wanted to keep Jiang Hao around and why he was getting so much attention from her. However, she had to admit that Jiang Hao did wonderfully at extracting information from the captives in the Lawless Tower. Perhaps I can let him intervene. She didn't want to get too deeply into matters concerning the sect because he was still suspicious, but he was indeed extraordinary. Both Zhuang Yuzhen and Hai Luo obeyed him. Whether it was luck or strength remained to be seen. The next day, Jiang Hao was still feeling regretful for not volunteering yesterday. Today, he planned to inquire about the rewards for the competition. As soon as he stepped out, he received a communication talisman. Go to the Lawless Tower to see Gu Qing. Chapter 350. Chapter 350. Interrogating Gu Qing. Chapter 350. Interrogating Gu Qing. Jiang Hao hesitated after receiving the communication talisman. He had no way to deal with Gu Qing. The only thing that made her fearful was probably the Bright Moon sect. He wondered which sect among the Bright Moon sect or the Heavenly Sound sect would be safer. Using a sect to threaten prisoners from a demonic sect was willingly inviting trouble. Going to the Bright Moon sect might be dangerous, but it couldn't possibly be scarier than the Lawless Tower. The demonic sect didn't flinch when it came to murder. If the Bright Moon sect won't work, what else could I threaten her with? He couldn't think of anything. Jiang Hao decided to first go to the spirit herb garden to handle the spirit herbs, and then to the marketplace to sell some spirit herbs and talismans. Then he might head to the Lawless Tower in the evening. After all, Elder Baiji hadn't given him a deadline. Jiang Hao felt strange that the spirit herbs in the courtyard had leaked out almost completely. To this day, he still couldn't figure out why. At the spirit herb garden, Jiang Hao saw someone delivering spirit herbs again. The one arranging the spirit herbs was Lan Qian. Senior Ning Xian was also present. Had the Hunter Bowen's force started making trouble again? Junior brother Jiang, we leave the follow-up to you. If the spirit herb garden has any issues, you can inform me, said Ning Xian. Understood. Jiang Hao nodded. After that, Ning Xian mentioned the outer sect spirit herb garden and told Jiang how to take care. She told him he could always find her if he had any issues. Jiang Hao nodded and thanked her. Ning Xian then left. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Without Cheng Chou, there was no one to take care of the outer sect spirit herb garden. It seemed like he had to go out for a stroll today. But the present fairy Ning Xian was already in the middle stage of the primordial spirit realm. She was very powerful in all aspects. She must have gained considerable opportunities at the corpse realm. Junior brother Jiang, said Lan Qian. As usual, if there's anything that needs to be changed, you can inform me. We'll handle it as quickly as possible. Okay, then, I'll trouble you, senior sister Lan, said Jiang Hao politely. No worries. It's us always troubling you, said Lan Qian. After that, Jiang Hao looked at Bai Ye's spirit herbs. They weren't particularly significant. They were just ordinary. What technique did he use this time? He might not find what Bai Yi must have used even after using appraisal on them. He would try it anyway in a few days. Jiang Hao was still suspicious. Why was Bai still focusing on this? He would go back in a month or two. After collecting the bubbles, he began to tend to the spirit herbs. At noon, he went to the outer sect spirit herb garden. The progress of the Cliff of Broken Hearts spirit field was still the same as before. No one had come from White Moon Lake, so they ranked in 9th place. Jiang Hao then went to the marketplace. He took along some relatively common spirit herbs and talismans to sell. He also inquired about the rewards for the upcoming competition. There were techniques, spirit swords, protective treasures, and powerful storage magic treasures. In addition to these, there were also heavenly rejuvenation pills and special materials. Jiang Hao realized that the quality of the rewards wasn't as high as the last time. However, it was more abundant. There was nothing he wanted. The techniques were good, but there was no need to strive for the top place for those. He breathed a sigh of relief. This way, he didn't need to worry about missing out on anything good or having to go to the Bright Moon sect. However, the competition was more intense than ever. This time, the rewards consisted of 3 tiers: on-site treasures, subsequent resources, and an opportunity to participate in the Bright Moon Sect's Tao Conference put massive stress on everyone. People might be willing to go all out. Jiang Hao sold some talismans and spirit herbs. He received 500 spirit stones for the spirit herbs. Selling spirit herbs was indeed more profitable than anything else. Unfortunately, it took several years or even decades to cultivate them well. If they weren't allowed to mature properly, it was useless. They wouldn't sell well. In the evening, Jiang Hao headed to the Lawless Tower. The woman in the black robe explained his task briefly. "Do you want me to interrogate her? Or should I have her voluntarily hand over the treasure?" Jiang Hao was puzzled. It was normal for Zhuang Yuzhen to ask for Jiang Hao because of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. It was also natural for Hai Luo to seek him out because he had connections with the end of all things, and Jiang Hao had leverage against him. However, Mi Lingwei didn't ask for him because he had nothing on her, and she needed nothing from him. Gu Qing would be the same. He wouldn't be looking for Jiang Hao. There was no connection between them. "Junior brother Jiang, do you feel that you have an innate talent for interrogation?" asked the woman in the black robe. Jiang Hao was at a loss. Was that it? He realized that he had done well when it came to Zhuang Yuzhen and Hai Luo. He had performed too well for his own good. That was the reason why Elder Baiji wanted him to try again. But when it came to Gu Qing, he really had no leverage. At the Lawless Tower, Jiang Hao walked to the cage on the 5th floor. Today, even Hai Luo was unusually quiet. Mi Lingwei, who had said she might be demoted to the 4th floor, was still here. Her cultivation realm was unstable. If it weren't for her strong resistance, she would have dropped further. But even if she resisted, she would eventually give in. Among these powerful individuals, only Zhuang Yuzhen was able to withstand the absorption of the Lawless Tower and remain at the early stage of the primordial spirit realm. Although part of the reason was that the interrogator didn't push him too much, his strength was still formidable. As for Heavenly King Hai Luo, he was able to remain in the middle stage of the primordial spirit realm entirely. Jiang Hao looked at the 3 individuals before finally heading to the cage with the injured woman. She lowered her head. Her hair was disheveled, and she was lacking her previous pompous attitude. It was taking her immense effort to fight against the Lawless Tower. Her cultivation was the same as Hai Luo's. It seemed that her fall in strength wasn't too rapid. It might be because of the treasure she had. Bang! Mi Lingwen knocked on the cage wall. "Heavenly King, your master is here." "My master?" Hai Luo looked at Mi Lingwei coldly. "I've ruled over the Milky Way Sea realm for hundreds of years. Who dares to call themselves my master? Why would I need to bow to anyone? There isn't anyone in this world who can make me lower my voice." Jiang Hao walked up to him. Hai Luo sneered when he saw him. He hated Jiang Hao. He sat back down. "I admit that I was just a tad bit too loud just now." "Ha ha ha." Mi Lingwei laughed. "This is hilarious." Jiang Hao didn't say anything. Now, He was more worried that Hai Luo's lover might have been sent to another place without anyone knowing. It was better to avoid conflicts. Hai Luo wouldn't fear anything, and that would complicate matters. As for Mi Lingyue, there was no need to pay any attention to her. Zhuang Yuzhen wasn't as stubborn as before. Jiang Hao arrived in front of Gu Qing's cage. She looked surprised to see him. Why would a mere foundation establishment, realm cultivator, be sent here? Moreover, it was the foundation establishment realm cultivator she had planned to kill before. Chapter 351. Chapter 351. Traces of Luck. Chapter 351. Traces of Luck. Why are you here? Gu Qing asked curiously. Jiang Hao looked at her. Do they really think that you're close to me, so they sent you to interrogate me? Gu Qing sneered. Are the people from the demonic sect really that naive? What's a foundation establishment realm cultivator like you even worth? Do you even know why I approached you? It was to kill you. Unfortunately, it was one day too late. If it had been a day earlier, I could have done it. I wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. Gu Qing found it difficult to accept it. She had escaped from the grasp of the Bright Moon sect and eluded pursuit overseas. Never could she have imagined ending up as a prisoner in this place. She couldn't believe it. He used daily appraisal on her. Jiang Hao knew that words were futile, so he wanted to see if he could find anything, even if it means death. Is she that determined? Jiang Hao couldn't find anything that could break through her mental defenses for the moment. According to the feedback from his divine ability, she had no weaknesses. Speak up. Aren't you here to interrogate me? Go ahead, ask me something, and see if you can get anything out of me. Gu Qing smiled and taunted Jiang Hao. Yeah, go ahead and beckon her. If that doesn't work, you can beckon to me, said Mi Lingyue. Jiang Hao remained silent. He hadn't spoken a single word since he arrived here. He glanced at Mi Lingyue and left. He had to think of another way. Why are you leaving so soon? Stop. Wait for a moment. At the very least, give an opinion, Mi Lingyue said. After Jiang Hao left, she turned to Heavenly Hai Luo. Your master seems to have lost. He is not my master. This king has always been domineering throughout his life. All the weaker ones are just jokes. I was joking with you. Only foolish people would fall for it. Did you fall for it? Hai Luo stared at Mi Lingyue. Mi Lingyue was speechless. Scumbag, Zhuang Yuzhen said coldly. Why don't you come here and fight me one-on-one? This king will defeat you with one hand, said the heavenly king. Zhuang Yuzhen looked at Mi Lingyue. I suggest you be careful. Don't be rash with him. Some people shouldn't be provoked. Shouldn't be provoked? Mi Lingyue was incredulous. But he hasn't been able to make me yield until now. The conversation between these people felt strange to Gu Qing. She had been here for quite a while, and many people had come to interrogate her. But every individual, whether through combat or other methods, couldn't make her budge at all. The others were equally stubborn. However, all of them acted differently toward that foundation establishment realm. It was as though all of them were apprehensive toward him. What exactly was going on? Jiang Hao left the lawless tower. The black-robed woman wasn't there. There was no deadline, after all. He could find them again when he had some leverage. Jiang Hao set the thoughts aside for now. Jiang Hao returned to his house and began to make talismans. Right now, the demand was high, so he could see more. When everything settled down, he could use the extra spirit stones to buy a couple of high-quality spirit herb seeds. He wanted to test the waters first. He wouldn't dare to buy too many. After all, his previous experience of fostering spirit herbs had ended in disaster. If those spirit herbs weren't his, Gu Qing wouldn't have been so reckless. Ultimately, anything that didn't match his current cultivation realm could easily attract trouble. 1 or 2 plants in the courtyard would suffice. Having more than that wouldn't be safe. For the next 3 days, Jiang Hao continued his usual work in the spirit herb garden. However, the spiritual energy in the courtyard began to rise once again. This surprised him. In just a few days, it had returned to its previous state. He was doubtful, so he appraised the spirit herbs sent from the 100 Bones forest. Jiang Hao was astonished. The spiritual energy was because of Bai Yi. When he thought about how the spiritual energy had diminished when Gu Qing had destroyed the herbs in the garden, it made sense. What is he trying to do? Jiang Hao couldn't understand it all. This was even more complicated than Bai Yi just putting a seal on him before. At least then, his intentions were clear. Did Bai Yi introduce some kind of poison in the herbs? He had no choice but to wait and visit the 100 Bones forest to find out. At this moment, Jiang Hao felt the stone tablet vibrating. The gathering would be tonight. After 3 months, there was finally a gathering once again. It was the perfect opportunity to try and spread the word about Gu Qing and Mi Lingwei. Xing wanted him to find out about Gu Qing, and he could beat Gu Wei on finding information about Mi Lingwei. Maybe he could get a reward for it. This time, he didn't need to prepare a lot for the gathering. At midnight, Jiang Hao entered the stone tablet as scheduled. This time, all 4 of them arrived almost at the same time. Then, Dan Yuan appeared. Senior, they greeted him. Do any of you have cultivation-related questions? Dan Yuan asked. Jiang Hao and the others were already sitting cross-legged on the floor. This time, none of them had a question related to cultivation. In that case, who has information about the heavenly fragrance Dao flower? The others all shook their heads. Then let's discuss the new mission, said Dan Yuan. The heavenly fate misfortune pearl has emerged, and it indicates the return of great luck to heaven and earth. The Bright Moon sect might have sensed something because they're discussing going through with the Dao conference. There are individuals who want the location of the place where heavenly fate misfortune pearl was found. They want to find any traces that might be present there. I will transmit a secret technique to you. It can easily confirm the traces of great luck. Can traces of great luck really be detected? Lu asked. He had heard similar rumors before. Dan Yuan shook his head. They can't be detected, but the traces can be utilized. Senior, if I also want to learn this, will there be conflicts? Xing asked cautiously. There won't be any conflicts. Dan Yuan smiled. Xing looked at the others. If anyone has information, you can also sell it to me. I will try to offer a price closer to Senior Dan Yuan. Finally, he looked at Dan Yuan. Senior, what price should I pay for your secret technique? Dan Yuan smiled. Don't be hasty. Perhaps there will be something you can help me with in the recent future. All right, Xing nodded. Jiang Hao was a bit surprised. Xing came from the Bright Moon sect. He couldn't possibly be unaware of a method to find traces of great luck. There were probably only 2 possibilities. Either Xing's status wasn't high enough, or he couldn't disrupt the normal transactions at the gathering. Most likely the second one. However, the traces of the heavenly fate misfortune pearl should have dissipated within the Heavenly Note sect. Maybe there were still some light traces left. If that was true, the Heavenly Note sect was in trouble. Chapter 352. Chapter 352. Surprised. Chapter 352. Surprised. Everyone says that the heavenly fate misfortune pearl is in the southern region. Currently, only Jing and Gue are in the south. Lu looked at the 2. Dan Yuan smiled. We're looking for signs of great luck, and it doesn't necessarily have to be the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. The others nodded in agreement. There's only one task for now, and the reward for this hasn't been determined yet. You can propose your own terms. Just go ahead and suggest. As for the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, you can gradually provide information. There is no hurry. Can I request a snow god pill as a reward? Gue asked. Sure. Dan Yuan nodded. Jiang Hao was doubtful whether the snow god pill was as rare as everyone made it out to be. Senior Dan Yuan had agreed so easily. Even if Jiang Hao could request it as a reward, it was too risky. He didn't really need magical techniques or cultivation methods, but he could inquire about how to retrieve treasures from a person's body without causing damage. At this point, a stone tablet appeared in front of everyone. On it was the secret method to explore traces of great luck. This time, it wasn't easy to learn, and Jiang Hao took note of everything. Can I? Gue was surprised. The content of the sixth stone tablet was acceptable in exchange. She thought there would only be simple rewards, but she didn't expect that the senior was willing to entertain her suggestion for anything at all. Sure, Dan Yuan nodded. I want a snow god pill, Gui said without hesitation. All right, another stone tablet appeared in front of Gui. Jiang Hao didn't know how they would trade, but if it was communicated between stone tablets, he wouldn't dare accept it. He didn't want to be discovered. It wasn't just because he was undercover, but also because his stone tablet was modified by Hong Yuye. If the owner behind the stone tablet intended to search for it, they might find him as well. The purpose of being undercover was to find the target before they noticed him. That was Hong Yuye's final goal. However, up until now, he had only found clues about the end of all things. Beyond that, there was nothing. Friend Liu, you can also ask for something, said Dan Yuan. I think I'll keep my reward pending till next time. He had many more things to ask for. To perfect his understanding of all things, he needed to do a lot. After Senior Dan Yuan finished his tasks, it was time for transactions among the others. Xing looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao understood what he intended to ask him. Xing wanted to ask about Gu Qing. She is in the Hidden Cloud Prefecture. In Heavenly Notes Sect, said Jiang Hao in a low voice. Thank you, Jing, Xing said in gratitude. He had only asked him to find some. Friend Jing, is it convenient for you to make a move? Don't ask me that. I'm not her match. Jiang Hao was glad that people here thought he was strong, but sometimes it didn't work in his favor. There is no need to take action. Xing looked at him doubtfully. If nothing unexpected happens, she should have become a captive in that sect. She was captured. How? Xing was surprised. After a while, he composed himself. It seems the Heavenly Note sect isn't as useless as we thought. Have you all noticed that we've become increasingly focused on matters in the southern region? And the Heavenly Note sect gets mentioned every time, one way or another, said Gay. Jiang Hao couldn't help but nod. This was becoming risky. This was not only risky for him, but also for the Heavenly Note sect. If everyone from 4 directions chose to attack, the sect didn't stand a chance. However, the Heavenly Note sect was still very active. If they weren't taking prisoners, they were busy attacking nearby sections. The demonic sects were truly something else. Do you need me to pay attention to anything else, Jing? Jiang Hao knew that he was offering him information. The end of all things. After all, not only did he provide the location, but also revealed the specific area Gu Qing was in. Finding such information was dangerous. Rushing to the Heavenly Note sect was even more difficult. However, if Gu Qing was in custody, things would be easier. Jiang Hao could demand his reward. He couldn't refuse Xing's offer. He didn't hesitate. As for whether it would be useful in the end, it didn't matter. Do you have any news about Mi Linghua? Liu asked. Yes, Gui said with a smile. I feel that the Heavenly Sound sect has been quite active recently. From what I know, many who entered the southern region were captured by the Heavenly Notes sect. It is likely that Mi Linghua has been captured as well. I'm curious, though. Do the other Heavenly Kings have romantic relationships like Hai Luo? Some still do, like Hai Luo. He spent so much of his wealth to protect that Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator that he married. Otherwise, after his disappearance, Miao Onxian would be the first in danger, said Liu. But that doesn't mean Miao Onxian isn't remarkable by herself. Hai Luo fell in love with her because of her talent. She possesses unique talents, and her hands are renowned overseas for their forging skills. Moreover, she excels in alchemy and talisman making. While her formation skills lag behind a bit, she's still far superior to others. Jiang Hao was speechless. He remembered Mi Linghua saying that she only had a basic understanding of formations. Fortunately, he hadn't embarrassed himself by asking her more questions. She also claimed to be outstanding in forging, alchemy, and talisman making. Jiang Hao suddenly thought that they must be very rich if they had such skills. Such an important person actually went out on her own? Gui was somewhat surprised. Yes, that's what everyone finds puzzling. Many suspect she has other motives. However, the overseas cultivators wouldn't push her into a deadly situation. After all, Such individuals are very rare. Someday, they might need her, Lu said. Xing looked at everyone. Does anyone else need to make a trade? If not, I want to talk about the Clear Sky School. Everyone was interested to know about what was happening at the Clear Sky School. Jianghao was no exception. He had already met Shang-En and thwarted his plans too. Any information regarding him would be helpful to evade him in the future. Go ahead. What happened to that extraordinary genius? Gui was curious. This person might be related to what Gui mentioned before. Really, Gui looked puzzled. Why would it be related to that? Jianghao was certain now that the person was definitely Shang-En. However, he didn't know how far Shang-En had progressed within the Clear Sky School. Will he go to the corpse realm again in the future? Will he try to get the charm goddess out again? He hoped Shang-En could move on in the coming years and find someone else. Even if Shang-En went for the charm goddess again, Jianghao definitely wouldn't get involved. Chapter 353. Chapter 353. Finding a way to deal with Guqing. Chapter 353. Finding a way to deal with Guqing. This time, the Clear Sky School has revealed some information. Or rather, after inquiries from people in the vicinity, they've finally obtained a lot of information about that disciple. Xing looked at Gui. Firstly, they know his name now. I have confirmed from various sources that it is indeed Shang-En. Shang-En. Gui looked surprised. You mean the same Shang-En we heard about in the Blood-Tide Forest? Has he been to the corpse realm? Xing thought for a moment. That is hard to confirm, but he's from the western region, and there are corpse realm flowers there, so he's likely been there. So you're saying the extraordinary genius in the corpse realm was him? Gui was astonished. Not necessarily. Lu shook his head. The timing does not match. According to what Xing said, the extraordinary genius in question had injuries when he came out. But the one from the corpse realm wasn't injured at all. That's true. Gui nodded. I watched him reach the summit, and there was no sign of serious injuries. But if Shang-En was in the corpse realm, then why wasn't he the extraordinary genius? Even the vast heaven platform acknowledged this person's talent. So why didn't Heavenly Steel Mountain do the same? Even Jianghao was puzzled by that. Shang-En was indeed very powerful and talented. So, why had he not been able to attract the attention of Heavenly Steel Mountain? How old is Shang-En? Xing thought for a moment. I heard that he's already at the Immortal Ascension realm. So even with exceptional talent, he must be 300 or 400 years old. Dan Yuan smiled. Friend Gui, didn't you say that the last extraordinary genius appeared 200 years ago in the corpse realm? Gui and the others were all taken back. As the words fell, Ghost Fairy and the others were all taken aback. Jianghao was also shocked. He had never thought about the extraordinary genius from 200 years ago. However, he was certain now, the extraordinary genius from that time was indeed Shang-En. He had been to the corpse realm twice. He had arrived at the Blood-Tide Forest. That meant that Shang-En might have been at the Foundation Establishment realm or the Golden Core realm during that time. So, within just 200 years, he had crossed the Primordial Spirit realm, Soul Ascension realm, returned to Void realm, and reached the Immortal realm. He was truly terrifying. Jiang didn't know how many realms he had crossed. So, the current extraordinary genius is still a mystery. Gui frowned, then looked at Jianghao. Don't look at me. I haven't even confirmed that I was inside the corpse realm. Jianghao remained calm. Well, whoever it might be, that doesn't affect us in any way. So, then what happened next? Asked Lu. Shang-En has accepted a master, but there seems to have been quite a commotion within the Clear Sky School. However, that didn't prevent him from becoming a true disciple. He is regarded highly, but only a few people have actually seen him. After accepting a master, he seems to have gone into seclusion. Many people wanted to catch a glimpse of him, but they never had the chance. Xing was quite puzzled. Jianghao knew why. However, with the strength and power of the Clear Sky School, they might be able to clear the poison and the misfortune that afflicted Shang-En. The gathering came to an end. Back in his room, Jianghao felt like he hadn't spoken up at all during the meeting. He had felt somewhat detached. But what could he have said anyway? There wasn't much to discuss, and saying too much could reveal his location. There were no wise significant matters from other sources either. He stopped thinking about it and took out a book to note down the secret method for finding traces of luck. When Hong Yuye came to visit, he could ask her to take a look at it. He tried to gather his thoughts. Firstly, there was the new task of finding traces of great luck. This might attract some people's attention, including Gui. He needed to be careful. Secondly, he had completed Xing's task of finding Gu Qing's whereabouts and asked for Xing's help in finding out more about the end of all things. He had also learned about Mi Lingyue's strength. The rest didn't matter much. Shang and situation wouldn't affect him, so everything was fine. Even if Gui had some doubts about the extraordinary genius being him, she had no evidence. If it could elevate their perception of him, that was a bonus anyway. It was a good thing. As long as they didn't guess his true identity, he didn't mind them speculating. Jiang Hao suddenly had an idea. The forging hand is a unique talent. Could she possibly extract the treasure from Gu Qing's body? Jiang Hao put away his things and went to the courtyard. He took out the half-moon blade. He then smeared dust on it. If this is really possible, how can I explain how I know about this? Gu Qing was connected to Xingmi Lingyue, was connected to Lu. If I do this, they might notice. After smearing the dirt on the blade, Jiang Hao took out some unused sub-rings and covered them with soil. At this moment, he was still thinking about Mi Lingyue. I shouldn't take the initiative on this matter. However, since the other party's reputation is high, I might be able to ask about it from Heavenly Note sect after some time. Then I can intervene. Not being able to deal with Gu Qing didn't mean he couldn't deal with Mi Lingyue. But he couldn't say too much, as he only had limited information. Even if Mi Lingyue left and Gu Qing was taken away, it wouldn't have too much impact on him. But there was a crucial point. What could he gain from this? He rolled all the other sub-rings in the soil. Jiang Hao then took out the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl and the broken fragment of the Earth Extreme Heart-Devouring Pearl. He also took out the stone tablet. He also took out the Nameless Manual and hesitated. Then the 9 Heavens battle armor and the 9 Heavens wrist guards were removed. He tried them all, just in case wiping them might really trigger the release of bubbles. This way, he wouldn't need to risk going to the mine at all. He wouldn't need to go to the Spirit Her Garden either. He could focus on making talismans. Then he continued wiping after obtaining 2 golden bubbles and 1 more treasure. Once everything was in order, he thought about Gu Qing again. This matter probably won't bring substantial benefits, but it might draw some attention from the seniors. Maybe it would save my life one day. What if I am locked in the Lawless Tower one day? The seniors would probably become my lifeline. Besides, completing the tasks given by Elder Baiji was always a good idea to be in her good books. But I can't get carried away. I need more information. For now, all I need to focus on is the Spirit Her Garden and make sure I don't go out. After tidying up the courtyard, Jiang Hao looked at the moonlight and wondered if the spirit beast and Xiao Li were having a good time outside the sect. It wasn't that he was worried about their safety, but he was concerned if they might bring trouble upon him. He didn't have to worry about Cheng Chou. He had escorted Xiao Li out of the sect a few times already. This was also the spirit beast's second time venturing out. The first time it went out, it stirred some problems with the Candlelight Pill Pavilion. This time, who knows whom it might offend? Jiang Hao sighed. The spirit beast didn't let things slide easily. Jiang Hao felt uneasy. Chapter 354. Chapter 354. Everything became meaningless. Chapter 354. Everything became meaningless. Early the next morning, Jiang Hao placed several treasures on the ground in the courtyard. Since returning from the corpse realm, he had been meaning to clean the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. He had forgotten about it due to other matters, but he remembered it now and immediately applied some dirt to it. Dirt was more noticeable and could show actual effects. However, it would take at least a day. Once he confirmed that there were no more items, Jiang Hao put away his things. Then he approached the Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower. After watering it, He touched the flower petals softly. The top was just budding, and it had no trace of dirt on it. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Hao decided not to use dirt on it. The heavenly fragrance Dao flower already gave him bubbles, and dirtying it was unnecessary. Having completed these tasks, Jiang Hao went to the spirit herb garden to tend to the spirit herbs. He intended to wipe an item every day. After wiping it clean, he would make it dirty again and put it away. After a few days, he could determine if it was effective. If it wasn't useful, he could try changing it every month or two. On the second day, Jiang Hao took out the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl. He gently wiped off the dust on it. After wiping it several times, nothing appeared. He put it away after making it dirty. On the third day, he took the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. Still nothing. He made it dirty again. On the fourth day, he took out the stone tablet. Still nothing. He made it dirty again. On the fifth day, he took out the golden rings. There were still 4 left. He wiped them all together. Still nothing. He made them dirty again. On the sixth day, the 9 heavens battle armor and wrist guards. Still nothing. He made them dirty again. On the 7th day, Jiang Hao brought out the primordial heavenly blade, Shiyu. He lightly wiped it with a cloth. He found the dirt had hardened and couldn't be wiped off. He tapped it twice, and when the dirt cracked and fell off, then he wiped it with a cloth. After wiping it twice, a white bubble dropped. Then it flew into Jiang Hao's body. Jiang Hao's Zays remained calm, but his heart was filled with Ayav. It had actually worked. Although it was just a white bubble, it had happened. This meant the treasures he had could be cleaned. Even though no more bubbles appeared after wiping it, it was still a good start. Afterward, he dirted the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl again and decided to leave it for a month. At the White Moon Lake, the woman in the black robe approached Baiji. Received unexpected news. Unexpected news? Baiji was standing by the lake. What kind of unexpected news? Our people were investigating overseas, but we learned about someone from there. They are known as the Forging Hand. It said their forging ability is unparalleled and that their hands can touch any treasure. They can even retrieve personal treasures from others' bodies, said the black-robed woman and frowned. And this person isn't elsewhere. They're actually in the Lawless Tower. After thinking for a moment, Baiji said, Mi Lingwe. Yes, she's extremely famous overseas for her forging, alchemy, talisman crafting, and array formation skills. She's a master in all aspects. Moreover, her attainments are incredibly high. Even Hai Luo had refused to mention it because they all wanted to protect the Forging Hand. Such a person was a treasure in the overseas realm. Do you want to use her to retrieve the treasure from Gu Qing's body? Baiji asked. Yes, I plan to try to persuade her in these 2 days. Baiji nodded. Green Mountain Village was a very large village. Today, many people stood at the village entrance and craned their necks in anticipation. They were all looking upwards. It seemed like something would come down from the sky. At this moment, a middle-aged couple dressed in luxurious attire stood at the forefront. Everyone gathered around them. Even the other wealthy and influential individuals stood behind them. After a short while, figures appeared in the sky. A group of people descended from the heavens on flying swords. In just a moment, they landed on the ground. Leading the group was Zhou Chan. Behind her were 3 individuals: the spirited Lin Mo, the graceful Zhao Qingxue, and the ordinary-looking Lin Ji. Greetings, elder. Everyone respectfully greeted Zhou Chan. Zhou Chan smiled. No need for formalities. We're actually quite similar. She then urged the people behind her to go and find their families. Lin Mo and Zhao Qingxue immediately ran to the front and approached their parents. Lin Mo said, Dad, Mom, I'm here. It had been a few years since they had come back. They really missed their parents. On the other hand, their parents were a loss. They couldn't believe their children were now disciples of a sect. Lin Ji was searching through the crowd for someone, but he didn't find the person he was looking for. It's fine. They might be busy in the fields. Lin Ji tried to console himself. He quietly left the crowd and headed back to his own home. Others didn't pay him any mind. It seemed like everyone knew that he was just lingering at the sect and might not really become a disciple. As Lin Ji left the crowd, he felt people pointing at him and talking behind his back. He even heard whispers. I heard he can stay in the sect only because of young Master Lin. He's utterly useless. Why would they take in someone like him? My child is much stronger than him. Stop talking. After all, he managed to enter a sect. That alone is an achievement compared to us. Just look at him. Even he himself is insecure because he knows he is good for nothing. Lin Ji hurried away. He ran back home. Before long, he stood in front of his dilapidated house. Looking at the open door and the clean and tidy surroundings, he finally smiled. He ran inside happily. Mom, I'm back. I met a very powerful beast. It promised me that it can help cure your illness. Lin Ji ran to the door, but he didn't find his mother inside. There was only an old woman cleaning the house. Lin Ji was puzzled. Granny Lin, where's my mother? Lin Ji. Granny Lin looked surprised. You've grown so big. I almost didn't recognize you. Where's my mother? Lin Ji was beginning to panic. He noticed that 2 spirit tablets were placed in the living room. He forced out a bitter smile. Maybe his mother thought her illness couldn't be cured, so she just prepared the stone tablet. Why are there 2 spirit tablets? It's creepy. He approached and took the spirit tablets down. Don't touch them, Granny Lin whispered. Lin Ji froze. He looked at Granny Lin. Granny Lin, my mother's in the fields, right? His lips trembled. Tears were already falling from his eyes. Let me take you to your parents' graves. Those simple words dealt a heavy blow. Even though he had known it somewhere in his mind, it was still difficult to hear. He didn't remember how he made his way to his parents' graves. He didn't even notice that his father's grave had changed. He stood there frozen, as though his life had lost all meaning. Chapter 355. Chapter 355. Now I'll tell you 2 words. Chapter 355. Now I'll tell you 2 words. The tombs were brought here by some prominent families with the help of experts. But recently, I heard that you might be expelled from the sect, so they wanted to leave this spot for others entering the sect. Another villager has entered the sect in these 2 years, Grandma Lin said gently. Lin Ji was frozen in place. He couldn't even hear her properly. Grandma Lin sighed. They are waiting for you to return. If it's confirmed that you aren't a disciple anymore, they will take action. Figure out a way, okay? She couldn't do much to help him. At most, she could help with cleaning the house. She was doing this because Lin Ji's mother had given her everything before she passed away, which helped her get through the hardest winter. Otherwise, being as old as she was, she might not have survived that winter. When Grandma Lin left, some strong men arrived with tools. They weren't surprised to see Lin Ji here, but they were somewhat worried. Master Lin, this place belongs to our family's old master. We want to take it back. Hope you can agree, one of the men said. Lin Ji stood still. What are you pretending for? We only call you master because you made it into the sect temporarily. I heard that you could achieve nothing. Your talent is only a little bit higher than mine. What a joke. Someone mocked him. Lin Ji still stood there, frozen. Don't blame us for getting physical. Someone moved forward to attack. They held sticks in their hands. As they came closer step by step, they were worried, but still they swung down. Bang! The stick hit Lin Ji's head. He showed no reaction. They grew bolder. They began attacking him freely. But Lin Ji kept his head down. He looked at the tombstone without moving. He couldn't even feel the pain. Just then, a stick was about to hit the tombstone. In an instant, Lin Ji moved. He grabbed the stick with one hand. Bang! The stick shattered. Then he looked at the men behind him. His eyes were red. What are you all trying to do? The sudden change frightened the men, and they started to retreat. This place belongs to our master. He will definitely want it back. They were about to leave. However, they hadn't gone far when they were flung into the sky and down to the ground. They wailed and screamed. At that moment, a beast soared through the air and approached Lin Ji. It was the spirit beast. Linji looked at the beast and finally felt like he could confide in someone. He fell on his knees. It seemed as though every ounce of strength had left his body. He cried in front of the graves of his parents. The beast stood beside him and looked at the graves. Heaven imposes heavy responsibilities on one with great talents. It first pains the mind, strains the sinews, starves the form, and endangers life. Your body may go without comfort. Your movements may be wild and confused. Your mind may be vexed and worried, and your achievements may be lost. Linji looked at the beast in confusion. Lord Beast, what do you mean? I'm telling you that those who are meant to accomplish great things will inevitably face difficulties along the way. The suffering you endure now will become your strength. But can an ordinary person like me really be meant for great responsibilities? Lin Ji couldn't believe it. I never lie. Have I ever lied to you? Lin Ji felt a bit better. He stood up and was about to find Grandma Lin to ask about his mother's passing. A little while later, Lin Ji looked at Grandma Lin in disbelief. My mother passed away on the second day I entered the sect. She was waiting for that. He finally understood many things. His mother had been terminally ill, and she had saved food for him if he couldn't make it to any sect. If he did make it into one, she wanted to give everything she saved to someone in need. When your mother gave me the food she had saved, she smiled and told me she could finally rest easy, Grandma Lin said. Lin Ji sat down. Tears streamed down his face. 7 days later, in late April, Jiang Hao received a message from the Lawless Tower. This time, they didn't specify the matter. They just asked him to come over. It feels like I've become a person of the Lawless Tower. Previously, they had used the name of Elder Baiji. Now, they were addressing him directly. This wasn't a bad thing. It would make it easier for him to become familiar with them. It could come in handy in the future. It might be beneficial to him, like his relationship with Lu Xingchen. But cooperating with fellow sect members didn't feel right. Cooperating with an insider from the Lawless Tower felt more secure. Inside the Lawless Tower, they wanted him to interrogate Mi Lingwei. So, you don't want me to interrogate Gu Qing this time? Asked Jiang Hao in confusion. Yes, Gu Qing has some treasure in her body, which is difficult to extract. Mi Lingwei is special. There's a chance she can do it, said the black-robed woman. Jiang Hao had already anticipated this and expected it sooner or later. It was just surprising that it had happened so soon. After being briefed on the general situation, Jiang Hao stepped inside. At this moment, Mi Lingwei was leaning against the cage bars in exhaustion. These people are ruthless. They almost killed me. They want my help now? If you've got the guts, just kill me. Didn't she say they would release you if you helped? And also help you recover some of your cultivation? Zhuang Yuzhen asked. You expect me to believe that? Mi Lingwei glanced at him. They'll just use me and keep me here as a captive. How do you expect me to trust their empty promises? This is a demonic sect, not a respected immortal sect. Do you really believe them? Zhuang Yuzhen nodded. He had been deceived like that before. After all, the Heavenly Note sect's promises were unreliable. Gu Qing lowered her head. She was worried. She hadn't expected that the person next to her was the one referred to as the Forging Hands. Fortunately, this was a demonic sect, and Mi Lingwei didn't trust them. If you got the guts, just kill me. Why don't you ask the Heavenly King to beg me to do it? Let's see if that works on me, said Mi Lingwei. There was a sound of footsteps. Everyone turned to look. Zhuang Yuzhen noticed that it was Jiang Hao. Hai Luo looked at him in contempt, but didn't say anything. Ah, you're here too? Mi Lingwei became more eager. Do you want to use me? Now. So, which few words do you plan to use to make me obedient? Jiang Hao stood before the cell and looked at her calmly. Can you take out the treasures from her? He pointed at Gu Qing. Of course, Mi Lingwei said. Can you help us then? Jiang Hao asked. Are you worthy of my help? Mi Lingwei looked at him arrogantly. Just a mere foundation establishment realm cultivator dares to address me this way. How are you going to persuade me? Maybe you could kneel and beg. Mi Lingwei smirked. Jiang Hao remained calm. He reached out and beckoned to her. Fine. I'll tell you 2 words. After hearing these 2 words, you will help me willingly." Zhuang Yuzhen and Hai Luo both watched. They had experienced this terror before. Would it work this time? Mi Lingwa laughed and drew close. She stood up and tilted her head to listen to him. "Speak, I'm listening." Jiang Hao was surprised that she had actually approached him. It seemed that Mi Lingyue was treated differently from others. "I hope that after listening to me, you'll still be this optimistic. I also hope that after you're done speaking, you'll still be this confident." Jiang Hao smiled faintly, then said the 2 words. As soon as Mi Lingyue heard him, her smile vanished. She immediately looked at Jiang Hao in shock. Then her face turned ferocious. "What do you mean by that?" Jiang Hao gazed at her. "It seems it's of no use after all. Since that's the case, let's meet next time." With that, he turned and left. "Wait, come back. Tell me what you mean." Jiang Hao walked farther and farther away. Mi Lingyue had lost all her previous arrogance. "Come back, please," she said. "I'll help you. I will do anything you want. Please come back." Hai Luo and Zhuang Yuzhen both looked terrified. They had warned her. Gu Qing felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't understand how a mere foundation establishment realm cultivator had taken control of what happened to her. Chapter 356. Chapter 356. The demonist discovers dirt on the stone tablet. Chapter 356. The demonist discovers dirt on the stone tablet. Seeing Jiang Hao leave, Mi Lingyue was filled with fear and helplessness. No matter how much she shouted, it was futile. It's no use. When he leaves, he doesn't turn back at all. "If you don't want this to escalate, talk to him properly when he visits next time," said Zhuang Yuzhen. A mere foundation establishment realm cultivator who wasn't even born when I was ruling overseas can make us bow to him like this. Hai Luo sighed. "Wish they would just kill me. I don't even feel like I'm worthy of being a king anyone." At this moment, someone in. Heavenly King Hai Luo shrunk back into his cage. When he saw that it was the woman in the black robe, he was infuriated. "What do you want? Was I loud? I don't care. I could be even louder." A whip struck him. "Is that all? You bitch, haven't you eaten enough today? You can't even swing a whip." The black-robed woman glared at him and then ignored him. Instead, she walked toward Mi Lingyue. "I want to see him. I will do everything you ask," Mi Lingyue said loudly. The woman in the black robe looked at the person in front of her in disbelief. Then she glanced at the other female prisoner. Gu Qing had already fallen into despair. She smiled bitterly. "I'll cooperate on my own. No, let me do it. Let me retrieve it. I promise there won't be any problems," Mi Lingyue said pleadingly. Jiang Hao knew that there shouldn't be any problems with the follow-up. It was just a matter of how they would handle it. However, they had to act quickly, or if Mi Lingyue abandoned her son, there would really be no way to deal with her. Furthermore, apart from knowing what her son's name was, Jiang Hao was clueless about anything else. He actually had no leverage over her. Relying on unpredictability was his only strategy. They wouldn't be able to gather more information from him if they couldn't continue the conversation. He left them guessing. Jiang Hao felt different from before. He was no longer complacent, but rather reflecting on the terrifying nature of weaknesses. He could threaten others using their weaknesses, but in the future, he might be threatened by others as well. The only solution wasn't cutting off every weakness, but becoming stronger. He needed to become so strong that others wouldn't be able to threaten him at all. He would also avoid unnecessary things to prevent trouble for himself, but unexpected situations were always possible. He had to learn to accept his impulsive side. As long as he could bear the consequences, it would be fine. Back in the courtyard, Jiang Hao planned to continue making talismans. After returning from the corpse realm 3 months ago, he could finally settle into his previous life. Whether it was a grand competition, the assault on the Heavenly Saint sect, or even Gu Qing's situation, they had all come to an end. Even a matter with Bai Yi could finally be put behind. The great luck involved the Heavenly Note sect, so he didn't need to worry about it for now. He just needed to focus on becoming stronger. He caught a faint floral scent as he entered his room. He was alert, but then relaxed after realizing that the familiar fragrance belonged to only one person in the world. Sure enough, he saw a woman in a red and white dress standing at his desk. Her black hair cascaded behind her. She looked very elegant. She held a talisman brush and was writing something. Jiang Hao didn't dare to interrupt and could only stand quietly to the side. After a while, Hong Ye put down the talisman brush and looked at the talismans. "Do you know how to make talismans?" "I know a little bit," Jiang Hao said. With a swish, the talisman in Hong Yuye's hand fell in front of Jiang Hao. "What kind of talisman is this?" Jiang Hao picked up the talisman and examined it closely. The intricate talisman characters were difficult to understand. However, he could grasp a bit from the strokes. It was like he had only learned a bit on a surface level. The more he looked, the more he felt the complexity of the strokes. Each stroke carried a distinct aura. It was impressive. When he looked up, it was already night. He looked around and found Hong Yuya outside on the balcony. In the moonlight, her red and white dress stood out even more. "Senior," Jiang Hao called. "Finished reading?" Hong Yuya turned to ask. "Yes." Jiang Hao nodded. "What kind of talisman is it?" "This. I haven't seen it before." He could actually appraise it, but he avoided using his ability in front of her. In fact, in her presence, he preferred not to use any of his abilities unless absolutely necessary. She would notice it. "What you know is still too little," Hong Yuya said. She walked into the room and sat on a wooden chair. "Bring out the stone tablet." Jiang Hao froze for a moment. Hong Yuya noticed it. She smiled. "Is it gone?" "Not gone. It's here," he said quickly. "Is it on you?" "Yes." "Bring it out then." Hong Yuya's terrifying aura surged like a wave. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. Then, he handed over the stone tablet to her that was covered in mud. Hong Yuya looked stunned. "What is this? What are you doing?" Jiang Hao couldn't explain himself. Bang! A horrifying aura surged and hit Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao stood his ground despite the pain. Then he wiped the dirt off the stone tablet and handed it over. Only then did Hong Yuya accept the tablet. She took the talisman as well. The talisman merged into the tablet, and Jiang Hao saw the characters transform into countless runes that spread throughout the tablet. It seemed to be isolating something. It appeared to be blocking the ability of the true owner of the tablet from peering into it. Once she finished, Hong Yuya handed the tablet back to Jiang Hao. "Tell me about the gathering." Jiang Hao had long been prepared and recounted everything. Firstly, he mentioned the heavenly feather spiritual technique. He had thought Hong Yuya might have some opinions about it, but she didn't seem interested at all. Jiang Hao was curious. "Don't you think the spiritual technique is extraordinary, Senior?" Hong Yuya looked at him. All Jiang Hao could see in her eyes was disdain. Thus, Jiang Hao stopped talking about it and continued with the contents of the gathering. He talked about the vast heaven platform. Hong Yuya listened quietly. He continued talking about the heavenly Tao Foundation building realm. The sage's heart can indeed affect the heavenly Tao Foundation establishment realm, but if used properly, it can also assist in the process, Hong Yuya finally said. "How can it help?" Jiang Hao curiously asked. However, Hong Yuya only smiled and didn't answer. Jiang Hao could only move on to the next topic, the traces of great luck that he was tasked to find. He also talked about the secret technique for finding these traces. "This is the technique." Jiang Hao handed over the written-down method. Hong Yuya looked at it. "The traces of great luck do exist, but finding it is not easy. Only those heavily blessed with great luck can easily locate these places using the technique. It's not easy for others to find them. However, the people from the Bright Moon sect are likely just coming to take a look. They wouldn't touch the traces of great luck for the sake of the heavenly Tao Foundation establishment." Chapter 357. Chapter 357. the female demoness. I'll make you take a bath with me. Chapter 357, the female demoness. I'll make you take a bath with me. Isn't it necessary? Jiang Hao is puzzled. They only need to know whether great luck can return to the world. That alone would be sufficient. That way, someone in Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment realm could obtain great luck quicker. She told Jiang how to continue with his findings. Jiang Hao mentioned Gu Qing's matter along the way, but he only said that he suspected Gu Qing was Gu Qing. Hong Ye didn't inquire further. Next, he talked about Mi Lingwei. Lastly, he brought up the matter of the extraordinary genius from 200 years ago. He told her that he thought it might be Shang'an. Hong Ye showed no interest in this. That's roughly it, Jiang Hao said. In these two gatherings, there was no further clue about the origin of the tablet. Only some surrounding matters were discussed. He also couldn't reveal Gui's identity. Xing might imo about it. He was from the Bright Moon sect. The same went for Liu. Jiang Hao didn't know much about him. As for the most mysterious figure, Dan Yuan, he could only attempt to start finding out a bit from Zhuang Yuzhen. Hong Yuye rose slowly and went down the stairs. She then walked to the bathroom. Did you have defensive treasures on you before? Hong Yuye asked. They were bestowed by the sect, Jiang Hao said. Then take them out. Let me see. Hong Yuye gazed at Jiang Hao with a half-smile. Jiang Hao was speechless. In the end, he took out the 9 Heavens battle armor covered in dirt. Hong Yuye didn't seem interested in inspecting it. What made you cover yourself in mud all the way? Jiang Hao lowered his head and didn't answer. Hong Yuye went to a new tub. She leaned against it and observed it. Her indifference dissipated. She seemed to be satisfied with the tub. Jiang Hao wondered if he had any silver moon petals left. He breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that he had some left. I heard your sect is having a competition. Are you participating? Hong Yuye asked. No, Jiang Hao said. What's your current cultivation realm? I've reached the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. Is there anyone in the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm that you're not a match for? No, but if I win, I'll have to go to the Bright Moon sect, and I won't be able to take care of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower for you, senior. Hong Yuye glanced at Jiang Hao. Since this explanation was acceptable, she didn't say anything. Her presence gradually faded away. If I see you covered in mud again next time, I'll make you take a bath with me. Hopefully, when you're done bathing, you'll still be alive. A distant voice echoed in Jiang Hao's mind. Once the voice completely dissipated, Jiang Hao sighed in relief. Hong Yuye always visited unexpectedly. He couldn't even prepare for it. She had to ask about the stone tablet today, of all days. Suddenly, Jiang Hao remembered something. He hurried to the courtyard and found that the half-moon blade had long disappeared from the corner where he had placed it. It was gone. Again. The next day, in front of the main gate of the Bright Moon sect, 3 people were gathered. Can't I go? Longjin seemed a bit displeased. Junior sister, you should stay within the sect and cultivate well. A young man laughed. He stood there with a grand aura. Su Bai, a disciple of the Bright Moon sect, looked elegant and radiant. We're not going out this time for fun. We're visiting every sect. Junior sister, you should relax and stay back, said Fang Jin. He had already reached the primordial spirit realm and had defensive abilities. It was only because of that he was able to accompany Su Bai on this journey to the south. He had another intention too. He wanted to see Jiang Hao Tian again. Longjin could do nothing but watch as her 2 seniors left. Fang Jin used the teleportation technique in midair and traversed from the east to the south. Even with teleportation formations, the journey took quite some time. On the way, Su Bai asked curiously, Did junior sister come to find you because she heard you were going out? Yes. Fang Jin nodded. She wanted to help inquire about her young master. Su Bai flew in the sky. He didn't slow down. Really? I heard a little about the person, but I don't know which sect he might have joined. It's not only you, senior brother. Nobody knows about it. We only know he was taken away by someone, but we don't know where he was taken to, Fang Jin said. Oh, Su Bai was quite interested. It seems you really trust that person. There are many reasons for that. But if we had known earlier about Junior's sister's exceptional talent, perhaps we would have brought him back with us. If anything happens, it will undoubtedly have a huge impact on her. So, when I find him this time, I will ask for his opinion. If they are willing, I'll bring him back to the Bright Moon sect, Fong Jin said. As long as he's in a decent sect, we will visit and extend personal invitations to invite him to the Tao conference. When you eventually find him, make sure you don't miss anything, said Subai. Fong Jin nodded. This time, he didn't intend to just look for him. He wanted to search for him at all costs. Jiang Hao Tian was the kind of person who didn't want to be discovered by anyone. Naturally, no one might be able to find him easily. We'll get a chance to visit some of the major sects in the south. Subai smiled. They continued ahead. In the south, in the heavenly South Prefecture, people emerged from the sea and met up with the people on the shore. At this moment, two middle-aged men in the lead met with each other. On the shore was a middle-aged man with a beard. He was from the Great Thousand God sect. His name was Mu Qiu. Facing him was a general under the command of one of the 12 heavenly kings, Mu Longwei. He had white hair and was called Master Hong Cheng. It's confirmed. It's the work of Heavenly Notes sect, Mu Qiu said. What do you want to do? Hong Cheng asked. I have a person who's extremely sensitive to misfortune among my people. His cultivation isn't impressive, but he's quite unique. Right now, we need to find a trace related to great luck. This way, he'll have a chance to find the heavenly fate misfortune pearl, Mu Qiu said. And after you find it, the current heavenly fate misfortune pearl must be under a seal. Once it's found, of course, we'll unseal it. Mu Qiu smiled sinisterly. What do the people tailing you feel? Asked Hong Cheng. They naively think that great luck can be captured and contained, Mu Qiu said mockingly. And what about the one looking for the heavenly fate misfortune pearl? If his strength is sufficient, he will kill the person who obtains the pearl and then unseal it. If his strength is insufficient, he will return to us. Hong Cheng looked deep in thought. Finally, he nodded. Then let's first find a way to locate the trace of great luck. They were the first to discover the appearance of the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. Hence, their progress was the quickest. No one would find the pearl before them. Chapter 358. Chapter 358. Cultivation has dropped again? Chapter 358. Cultivation has dropped again. Green Mountain Village. The immortal elder has spoken. So, how could we not listen to you? Said a middle-aged man. At this moment, the courtyard was in a chaotic state. Everyone had injuries. Even the middle-aged man speaking had his teeth knocked out. He was fearful. He had come close to death. It's not about listening to me, Zhou Chan said helplessly. I didn't expect my junior brother to attach such importance to junior brother Lin Ji. He actually dispatched his pet spirit beast, who is even more formidable than me. The middle-aged man thought of something. Wasn't Lin Ji allowed to stay in the sect because of those two young disciples? He asked fearfully. Zhou Chan glanced at him. No, it was the master of the branch who personally permitted him to stay. He isn't someone we can meet. The middle-aged man was scared out of his wits. He had tried to dig up the graves belonging to such a person. The middle-aged man knelt before Zhou Chan. Thank you, immortal elder, for saving my life once again. Zhou Chan was also surprised that Jiang Hao's spirit beast was here. She had heard that this family was planning to dig up Lin Ji's parents' grave, so she had arrived to persuade them to leave it alone. She hadn't expected the spirit beast to arrive ahead of her and severely injure everyone. Zhou Chan left. She wanted to see how Lin Ji was doing. After some time, Zhou Chan arrived at Lin Ji's house. She saw an old woman cleaning the courtyard. Hello, Zhou Chan said in greeting as she walked in. Is this Lin Ji's house? Yes, and you are. Granny Lin squinted her eyes as she looked at the visitor. She was hunched, and her complexion was tan. Her movements were stiff. Zhou Chan was surprised to see her. She had never seen a person that old. I'm his senior sister. I wanted to see how he's doing, Zhou Chan said as she took out some pastries and handed them over. This is for you. They're delicious. Are you Granny Lin? Immortal Elder? Granny Lin was astonished. She almost knelt in respect. Zhou Chan immediately helped her up. Please don't do that. After helping her up, Zhou Chan talked with her about Lin Ji's household. The more Zhou Chan listened, the more astonished she was. It was her first time hearing about Lin Ji's mother. It was also the first time she learned about his mother's illness. She was waiting for her son to join a sect before she breathed her last. She must have felt relieved, right? I think she was still regretful. She didn't get to witness her son becoming immortal, Zhou Chan said. Yes, I remember that when she gave me food, she looked at peace. It was like she had finally let go of everything, said Granny Lin. In fact, I come here to keep the place clean occasionally. It's not just because the food she gave me helped me through the tough winter, but also because she gave me an egg. An egg? Zhou Chan was puzzled. Yes. Granny Lin smiled. It was the first time I tasted an egg. Zhou Chan was moved. Are eggs that rare here? They're not, but eggs are expensive. Granny Lin laughed. We raised chickens only to save them. No one could afford to eat eggs here. Zhou Chan stood up. A faint glow seemed to emanate from her. Finally, she took a deep breath and sat down again. Looking at Granny Lin before her, she no longer felt pity toward her. Instead, she felt admiration and respect toward the old woman and the people in this village. Granny, why don't you tell me about your experiences? I need to wait for Junior Brother Lin Ji anyway, said Zhou Chan. The Heavenly Notes sect. Cliff of Broken Hearts. After several days, Jiang Hao received a message. The treasure had been extracted. Gu Qing handed over the treasure without saying anything. Jiang Hao could foresee her fate. Her cultivation would decline, and she would be sent to the mine to work. Xing already knows she's here. They should be sending someone. We just don't know when. It wasn't just Xing, Heavenly King Mu Longyue would soon be sending someone to get back Mi Lingyue too. The message sent by the Lawless Tower didn't mention Mi Lingyue, so he had to go and check it out himself. For now, he wouldn't bother with the matter too much. He had cleaned his 9 Heavens battle armor and the wrist guards and put them on. He decided not to deal with the stone tablet anymore. He still had the primordial heavenly blade and the rings. It seems it's time to make some arrangements with the spirit beast. The spirit beast sometimes triggered golden bubbles. As long as he could get 2 of those, he could receive a treasure. It all depended on when the peach tree would bear another golden bubble. The spiritual energy has returned to the level it was when I returned. Jiang Hao was surprised. He couldn't understand what Bai Yi was trying to do. Maybe I should go and take a look tonight or tomorrow night. Nerves, and he would keep reeling uneasy. When he left the courtyard, he met Han Ming. By now, he was no longer the naive youth of the past. He was 26. Senior Brother Jiang, I'm here to challenge you again, Han Ming said seriously as he looked at Jiang Hao. His aura was as sharp as a sword. After several rounds of training, he had already surpassed his peers. Now, as long as he could surpass Jiang Hao, he could continue to strive for the next stage. Jiang Hao smiled. Junior Brother Han, you are truly talented. Your aura alone tells me that you're extraordinary. The sparring began. Jiang Hao launched 5 sword strikes. Han Ming's sword swung down. The saber was already at Han Ming's neck. Junior Brother Han, do you admit defeat? Jiang Hao retrieved his saber. Han Ming gritted his teeth, picked up his sword, and asked, Senior Brother, Jiang, are you really in the Foundation Establishment realm? I went to the Corpse realm and got lucky, Jiang Hao said. His cultivation was only slightly above Han Ming's. After that, Han Ming snorted coldly and left. Senior Brother, you've been stuck in the Spirit Herb Garden for too long. Sooner or later, I'll surpass you. Jiang Hao didn't say anything. He appraised Han Ming. He is indeed exceptional. It is no wonder people say he has the making of a top disciple. Among his peers, no one could surpass Han Ming. He was diligent, hardworking, and never admitted defeat. He was always willing to fight whenever the Heavenly Notes sect needed him. Every time, he achieved considerable merits. He just liked to show off. That night, Jiang Hao stood before the Hundred Bones forest. He tried to sense Bai Ye's location. Sure enough, Bai Ye was still inside. However, when he sensed Bai Ye's cultivation, Jiang Hao was somewhat stunned. Chapter 359. Chapter 359. Finally, a golden legend. Chapter 359. Finally, a golden legend. There was no mistake. Jiang Hao found that Bai Ye's cultivation had indeed dropped from the mid-stage of the primordial spirit realm to the early stage. This was abnormal. His cultivation might have dropped from the late stage to the middle stage due to the curse. But this is strange. Unless he deliberately caused the drop in his cultivation. Jiang Hao could clearly sense his own strength. His sealing technique would not cause his cultivation to drop so severely. An attack that caused someone's strength and realm to drop so rapidly would definitely catch the attention of a law enforcement hall. Is he intentionally lowering his cultivation to get the law enforcement hall involved? No, the law enforcement hall has been quiet lately. Jiang Hao suddenly thought of something. The abundant spiritual energy in his courtyard. Could it be possible that he is deliberately using his cultivation to fuel mine as a way to ask me to spare him? Jiang Hao frowned. There was no way Bai Ye knew he was hiding his cultivation realm. So, how had Bai Ye known that it was him? Were there any peculiar things around him that gave it away? He only had the heavenly fragrance Dao flower in his courtyard that was of any significance. Bai Ye is extraordinarily knowledgeable about spirit herbs. Did he recognize the heavenly fragrance Dao flower? If he did, what does he think it means? Jiang Hao thought for a moment, but had no answer. He couldn't figure out what Bai Ye intended. If he saw the flower and assumed it was Elder Baiji's, then he must think she's backing me up. Maybe that's why. Although it seemed that way, he knew that he was just bait for Elder Baiji. The big fishes had already taken the bait, and the smaller fishes had become more cautious. It all depended on when Elder Baiji intended to close the net. If he thinks he offended Elder Baiji by attacking me, then it makes sense that he wants to lie low and repair the damage he did. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Hao turned and left. He would observe the situation further and then decide what to do. If Bai Ye's cultivation fell from the primordial spirit realm to the golden core realm, it would bring trouble. The law enforcement hall would take action. Bai Ye was a ruthless individual. While sacrificing one's cultivation could be swift, recovering it would take decades. Back at his residence, Jiang Hao began to craft talismans while also studying the comprehensive language guide. Occasionally, he visited the library and offered spirit stones to the person in charge of the library for more information. He asked about learning various languages. The in-charge recommended some books to him, which turned out to be useful. They also recommended some individuals who were well-versed in different languages. Throughout the Heavenly Notes sect, a single piece of spirit stone could make people very helpful. Unfortunately, even though he tried to learn languages from others, Jiang Hao still couldn't find the language he had heard in the corpse realm. In early May, the immortal peach tree began to bloom, and Cheng Chou returned with Shaoli. "Senior brother Jiang, this is for you." Shaoli handed over a box of sweets. When Jiang Hao took it, he felt like he had traveled back to the past. Shaoli's mother would always send something for him. He opened the box and found misshapen sweets inside. He appraised them. Jiang Hao was speechless. This time they weren't poisonous, but they were indeed tasteless. Still, he ate one. They tasted very bad. Shaoli was looking at him expectantly, so Jiang Hao praised her. He then closed the box and handed it back. "You can have the rest." Shaoli accepted the sweets. "Where's the spirit beast? I brought something for it too." "It should be coming back in a couple of days," Jiang Hao said. The spirit beast returned a bit late, which made Jiang Hao worry if it had caused any trouble. But there was something he was more concerned about. Shaoli's name had been different in the appraisal result. Instead of Shaoli, it was Jiang Shaoli. She had really taken his surname. It wouldn't be a big deal, but it might be difficult when she was set free from here. He shouldn't have interfered in the past. 2 more days passed, and the spirit beast and Lin Ji finally returned. The spirit beast came running over to the spirit herb garden. "Master, I brought you a gift," it said, and took out beef jerky. Jiang Hao took it and appraised it. Jiang Hao was speechless. Whether it was the spirit beast or Xiao Li, the things they brought back for him were equally strange. However, they both had different experiences. With Xiao Li, there were no problems. Ching Chou and Xiao Li had returned to her old house and spent some time at her parents' graves. As for the spirit beast, it had an eventful return. Under the pretense of assisting Lin Ji, it wreaked havoc everywhere. It bullied everyone within a 10-mile radius. Lord Beast's name was taken in fear. Not only did the spirit beast bully ordinary people, but even those with immortal connections. Even the disciples there received lessons from it. Infamous indeed, Jiang Hao sighed. However, he also understood Lin Ji's plight. Fortunately, Lin Ji hadn't given up. "Which sect were the disciples from?" Jiang Hao asked the spirit beast. "They're from Azure Mountain. They had 2 foundation establishment realm cultivators, but they were aware of me and showed me proper respect." The spirit beast munched on the pastries Xiao Li had brought. Jiang Hao nodded. However, he felt strange looking at the beef jerky. Last time, the spirit beast had brought him the bitter fruit. He couldn't decide whether this was progress or failure. "Master, I've been away for so long. Did you prepare a gift for me because you missed me?" the spirit beast asked. Jiang Hao smiled and nodded. "Yes, you'll find out tomorrow." "What about me?" Xiao Li asked. "When the peaches ripen, they are all yours," said Jiang Hao. Both Xiao Li and the spirit beast jumped up in joy. The next day, Jiang Hao tied the spirit beast. For safety, he first appraised it and confirmed that it would cost him 490 spirit stones a day for 49 days. A total of 24,010 spirit stones were needed. Currently, Jiang Hao had 46,018 spirit stones. "We're starting this again?" asked the spirit beast. It soon made itself comfortable. "Master, isn't this too much? Can I eat them some other day?" It took the spirit beast until the evening to finish eating the 490 spirit stones. The sex competition began, but Jiang Hao didn't participate. He was busy shuttling back and forth between his house and the spirit herb garden. However, he heard that the present competition was much fiercer than before, and it was expected to last for over a month. When 49 days had passed, it was already the end of June. Jiang Hao approached the spirit beast. At this moment, the spirit beast was sleeping soundly. It smacked its lips as if it wanted to eat something. The golden bubble around it merged into Jiang Hao's body. He appraised the spirit beast. Jiang Hao was puzzled. How could immense potential exist in a mere spirit beast? 490 spirit stones a day for 81 days. A total of 36,960 spirit stones. Currently, he had around 22,000 spirit stones left. Shaking his head, Jiang Hao untied the spirit beast. He could only wait and figure something out. Now, he only lacked one more gold bubble to get another divine ability. After the immortal peach tree's incarnation, he could have more benefits. Chapter 360. Chapter 360. The Bright Moon Sect is coming. Chapter 360. The Bright Moon Sect is coming. "You're releasing me so early, Master. Shouldn't you tie me up a bit longer?" The spirit beast stood beside Jiang Hao. "No." Jiang Hao shook his head. "How about 3 more days?" Jiang Hao ignored it. 2 days. Jiang Hao walked out of the courtyard. The spirit beast caught up with him. 1 day. Surely just 1 day more? Jiang Hao glanced at the spirit beast. He then proceeded to water the heavenly fragrance Dao flower and the immortal peach tree. The tree had started to bear fruit. In a month or 2, the fruits on it would be ready to eat. At that, he could determine how many spirit stones would be needed for its incarnation. Based on experience, it would probably require around 20,000. Looking at his current stash of 22,000 spirit stones, Jiang Hao felt reassured. He planned to earn more in the next month or two, just in case. At the Spirit Herb Garden, Jiang Hao learned from Miao Tinglian that she had almost become the winner in the grand competition. Almost. Did you lose to White Moon Lake in the end? He curiously asked. No, I lost to someone from the law enforcement hall, Miao Tinglian said regretfully. The second place should have rewards too, right? Yes, but I encountered someone from a law enforcement hall right after leaving the Cliff of Broken Hearts, not at the competition. Then how is it that you almost won? Because the winner was the person I met. I almost won against him, though not in the competition. Isn't that close enough? Jiang Hao is speechless. What about senior brother Mu Qi? Jiang Hao asked. Mu Qi is attempting to advance to the primordial spirit realm, so he didn't participate in the competition, Miao Tinglian said with some regret. Then, she remembered something. Junior brother, how old are you now? 27, Jiang Hao said. He felt like he had gone from 19 to 27 in a flash. After a few years, he would be in his 30s. Not too young anymore. Have you considered finding a partner? I recently brought back a cultivator from the outer sect. She's at the 9th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. She is very beautiful and gentle. You can have her stay in the Spirit Herb Garden. She's very suitable for you, Miao Tinglian said with a smile. Jiang Hao was at a loss for words. Why did Miao Tinglian always have to play the matchmaker? Didn't she have anything else to do? Do you want to meet her? Miao Tinglian asked. Jiang Hao looked around and saw Mu Qi walking over to them. Senior brother Mu Qi, I have something I'd like to ask you, said Jiang Hao. Miao Tinglian was speechless. Jiang Hao did have a question to ask. He wanted to know who the winners of this competition were. Ming from here, someone from Flowing Waterfall, one from the Law Enforcement Hall, and one from Ice Moon Valley. As for the Golden Core Realm category, there is someone from the Law Enforcement Hall, White Moon Lake, the Hunter Bones Forest, and Candlelight Pill Pavilion. The Primordial Spirit Realm category isn't done yet. They're still competing, Mu Qi said. Jiang Hao nodded. All these people had the chance to obtain good quality resources. He couldn't help but sigh. Junior brother Han Ming indeed has the bearing of a top contender. Mu Qi smiled but didn't say anything. Jiang Hao was looking forward to Han Ming's pursuit of the first rank. He was sure Han Ming would do well. First place. If he wanted to pursue it, he had to stay within the normal speed of progress. Han Ming was a perfect example. He was fast in his advancement, but not so fast to draw unnecessary attention. If one person advanced too quickly, they would stand out. But if there were two or more the same speed, it would seem normal. By the way, there's another benefit to being a winner this time. You have a chance to spar with people from the Bright Moon sect, Mu Qi said. I've also heard about that, Miao Tinglian said. It said that people from the Bright Moon sect have already arrived in the southern region and have started visiting various sections. If a sect received an invitation before, they'll come in person for a visit. Our sect has also received an invitation. So, people from the Bright Moon sect will be coming here too. Jiang Hao thought of Xing. Will he come too, or send someone else in his place? Jiang Hao felt that the Bright Moon sect's visit to this sect would be related to Gu Qing. It seemed that Gu Qing was already sent to the mines. After all, the Heavenly Notes sect doesn't know about her other value. However, it's unclear whether she can endure becoming a lifeblood refinement realm cultivator as the Lawless Tower gradually chipped away at her current cultivation. Gu Qing knew him. Jiang Hao wondered how it might affect him if she was taken away from here by Xing. He thought it might not be possible, after all. He needed to inform Chu Chuan about this. With the arrival of the Bright Moon sect's people, Chu Jie must have asked them to fetch Chu Chuan. There were some things that he didn't want Chu Chuan to disclose about him. And Lin Ji also needed to avoid these people. Jiang Hao felt regretful. Even unintentionally, he had gotten involved in too much trouble. How long will it take for the Bright Moon sect to arrive? Jiang Hao asked. It should take quite some time, Mu Qi said. They will spend some time in each sect, and our sect is relatively remote. They'll most likely come to us last. They might not even make it to our sect this year, Miao Tinglian said. Jiang Hao nodded. Each sect had to be visited. It might take a long time. The southern region was vast, and there were numerous sects within it. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh. The people from the Bright Moon sect were really patient. He didn't know how long Gu Qing could survive in a mine. At the outskirts of Hidden Cloud Prefecture, a woman in a jade-green dress descended slowly. Is it the Heavenly Notes sect again? I wonder if they've gained anything. Baizhu looked to the left and then to the right. In order to obtain another snow god pill, she had come specifically to find traces of great luck. Jing should be near the Heavenly Notes sect too. If he found it, he would have said so already. Could it be that there's none here? Baizhu was puzzled. Out of curiosity, she decided to investigate. She didn't know Jing's real identity, but she remembered the purple light vividly. She had seen it again at Heavenly Steel Mountain in the Blood-Tide Forest. Baizhu suspected that Jing had other matters of his own. It was even possible that the extraordinary genius was indeed him. She had no evidence, but her intuition told her that it was most likely. With that in mind, she started using a secret technique. There was no response. Then she moved to another location. She used the technique again. Nothing. By evening, she lost track of how many locations she had checked, but she still found nothing. She suddenly heard someone talking. I heard that person has already set out to find the location of great luck. This area has traces of auspicious energy. We might find something. I always feel like we've been used. We should leave. Used? Why do you say that? That person used traces of auspicious energy here. Could it be possible that we'll suffer a backlash? Elder Mu said that this might be dangerous. If you want to take a chance, you can stay. If you're afraid, you can leave. Baizhu looked at the group of people. It was clear that they had very little understanding of auspicious energy. They probably had very little knowledge of other things too, especially when it came to curses. She saw a hint of red light on these people. It was the presence of a curse. Although very faint, it made her wary. Then she used her secret technique again and found something this time. There was a trace of auspicious energy here, but it was tainted by a curse. Why is this happening? She felt uneasy. She retreated and went to look for someone at the stone tablet. Chapter 361. Chapter 361. An Impromptu Gathering. Chapter 361. An Impromptu Gathering. The next day, Jiang Hao noticed that the stone tablet was vibrating. He discovered that there would be a gathering tonight at midnight. An impromptu gathering? They're already having a gathering so soon? Jiang Hao was surprised. This was the first time he encountered an impromptu gathering. I wonder what it could be about. Jiang Hao took out the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt that the pearl was becoming more active. After wiping off the mud, he carefully examined it, but there was no reaction. After hesitating for a moment, he appraised it. 45 years? Something seems off. Jiang Hao felt that it should be around 51 years. Why had it suddenly decreased by 6 years? Jiang Hao used the universe in a palm technique to seal it again. He hoped the information given by the ability was a mistake. He made sure nothing was wrong with it and put it away. However, no bubbles appeared even after being covered in mud for so long. It seemed that treasures sealed by the universe in a palm technique could not produce bubbles. Fortunately, he still had the rings and the heavenly blade. He could continue his experiments later. At midnight, Jiang Hao entered the stone tablet. This time, when he entered, everyone was already in their seats. After exchanging greetings with Senior Dan Yuan, everyone sat down cross-legged on the floor. Jiang Hao noticed that Lu and Xing looked puzzled. Gue looked worried. Although he couldn't see their faces clearly, their emotions were discernible. Could this gathering be related to Gue? Senior Dan Yuan got straight to the point. This urgent gathering was called because Gue has made a discovery. Everyone looked at Gue. I found traces of great luck near the Heavenly Notes sect, but I realized that someone got there ahead of me, Gue said. For a moment, both Xing and Lu looked at Jiang Hao. They knew he was near that sect. "It wasn't me," said Jiang Hao. "He hadn't even gone to search for it. Even if he did, it would have caused him trouble. And besides, going out was dangerous for him. It was easy to be discovered by others, and he'd have to accept missions from the law enforcement hall." "Did you find anything else?" Liu asked. "Yes, while sensing the traces of great luck, I also detected an ominous curse. It's a very special one. Even I wouldn't dare to touch it recklessly," Gui said. "The curse seems to be attached to great luck there. I heard those people saying that someone had used the traces of great luck. So, I have a frightening guess. Someone used the traces of great luck to find the heavenly fate misfortune pearl." Senior Dan Yuan's voice was grave. Jiang Hao was stunned. He then recalled the changes in the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. What Gui said must be true. Yes, Gui nodded. That kind of misfortune might come from the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. The reason that person is still alive is that the great luck traces protected him from the backlash. While traces of great luck do indeed have a certain chance of avoiding the backlash, it's extremely difficult to completely evade it. Only with the resolve to die can one possibly attempt such a thing. "Do you know who it is?" "Mu Qiu. That's what I heard," Gui said. Mu Qiu was one of the people from overseas who was targeting the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. Jiang Hao was worried. He was worried about someone coming for him, and about the seal being broken from the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. Once the seal was broken, the first one to die would be him, followed by the entire Heavenly Notes sect. They would spread to the Hidden Cloud Prefecture and, in time, the entire southern region. No wonder they called for an impromptu gathering. This was a major issue that affected all of them. It was also the first time they were this close to the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. "Is a location near the Heavenly Notes sect in the southern region?" Xing suddenly asked. Gui nodded. Xing nodded. "Coincidentally, someone from the Bright Moon sect is heading to the southern region. If they receive this news, they will head to the Heavenly Notes sect soon. However, we can't be sure when the Heavenly Fate misfortune pearl will erupt. But just that is not enough. We need to be prepared to send messages to the immortal sections. Anyone can request information from me if they need it." Senior Dan Yuan looked at everyone. "There's a problem. They may not believe it, especially if we're not certain whether the heavenly fate misfortune pearl will erupt. Sending messages like this won't gain their trust," Liu said. Jiang Hao lowered his head and hesitated. "If misfortune is about to erupt, I might be able to sense it." The others looked surprised, but no one asked further. After the discussion, the gathering came to an end. The topic revolved around the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. On the balcony, Jiang Hao took out the pearl and examined it. It was stable at the moment. However, any external stimulus would cause fluctuations, which could eventually break the seal. If someone had used the traces of great luck to search for it from the beginning, he would have been in real danger. By sealing it every day, he had created a buffer zone. "I should give it to Hong Yuya. I'll give it to her again the next time she comes." For someone at his level of cultivation, carrying such a thing was indeed risky. Putting away the pearl, Jiang Hao started to think of a way for the issue. The Bright Moon sect's people will probably arrive at the Heavenly Notes sect sooner than expected. Although their presence alone might not be effective, they have a powerful backing. Lu Xingqian might be able to notify the Clear Sky School too. But no one could save him. Indeed, he could foresee an eruption, but it will mean his own destruction first. "I need to get stronger. If someone comes looking for me, I can make them give up on finding the heavenly fate misfortune pearl." However, for safety, he took out a breath concealment talisman. It could conceal him for a few days. Although he wasn't sure if it would work, every extra day counted. If he could escape, he wanted to leave as soon as possible. Unfortunately, it was pointless to take the heavenly fate misfortune pearl with him. Even if he was able to get rid of it, he was connected to it by now. Once it was unsealed, death was inevitable. Somewhere in a forest, a thin man frowned. I could clearly sense it just now. Why has it disappeared now? No worries, I can still wait. His eyes glowed faintly red. He sat in the woods and gazed at the moonlight. Did you find it? Muccio approached him. The traces are gone, obscured but not for long. I feel that it's about to appear. It would be better if I could get closer. The man extended and pointed toward the direction of the Heavenly Note sect. Heavenly Note sect? All right. In a few days, we'll find a way to enter. How confident are you about this? Muccio asked. 30%. There's a chance it might bring forth bad luck, said the thin man. Chapter 362. Chapter 362. Making arrangements for the arrival of the Bright Moon sect. Chapter 362. Making arrangements for the arrival of the Bright Moon sect. Early the next morning, Jiang Hao collected 2 bubbles. The heavenly fragrance Dao flower spawned 2 bubbles. So far, besides the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, there are no other things that could consistently produce blue bubbles. Even top-grade spirit herbs couldn't do it. Maybe something of a higher quality could. For advancement, 1 or 2 top-grade spirit herb seeds weren't enough. He glanced at his interface. Still a long way to go. He sighed and took out his primordial heavenly blade. After being left alone for so long, he wasn't sure if it had produced any bubbles. Out of curiosity, he gently wiped off the dirt on it. The dirt didn't come off. He knocked twice. The dried mud cracked and fell. He then wiped it clean. At this point, bubbles began to fall. 1 green and 1 white. He continued wiping. In the end, he got a total of 3 bubbles out of it. 1 green and 2 white. It took 2 months for this many bubbles. It seemed that obtaining blue bubbles was impossible, or at least not in a limited time. If he had time to spare, he would leave it alone for a longer time. But not right now. Someone might use the traces of great luck to find the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. It might not be long before they arrived. The blade had to remain in its sharpest state. The sun shone brightly today. Master, when are we going to the spirit herb garden? Asked the spirit beast. Jiang Hao stroked the heavenly blade. A thicker aura emerged. With a lift of the blade, he could suppress everything. It was the primordial form of the mountain suppression. Jiang Hao put the saber away. The next time he took action, he could draw the blade and unleash the mountain suppression at any time. Are you very busy? Jiang Hao stood up. My friends are all waiting for me, Lord Beast, to visit them, it said. The spirit beast was fiddling with its collar. Sometimes it even used that as a weapon. 1 golden ring, 1 collar. It could be called the double-ringed Lord Beast. When is Chu Chuan's next test? Jiang Hao asked. Today, the beast replied. You don't need to go today. I'll go, Jiang Hao said. Some matters needed to be addressed. When he arrived at the spirit herb garden, Jiang Hao saw Cheng Cho waiting for him. Senior brother Jiang, he said, I heard that you have a sect mission to attend to. A sect mission? Jiang Hao was a bit surprised, but realized that it had been a long time since he had received one. It had been 2 years since the last one. Do you know what it is? He asked. It seems like it's to clear out some demons in the devil's den, Cheng Cho said. Jiang Hao nodded. That wasn't difficult. Before, he was weaker and was being watched by the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, so he had to be discreet. But now things were different. As time passed, many from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion had let go of their grudges. Now, the biggest problem was that the pavilion master couldn't find a charm. If Senior Dan Yuan helped me find a charm vessel, would it speed things up? Jiang Hao wondered. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion was growing impatient. If there was news about the charm vessel, he would be left alone. Otherwise, it would bring trouble. Escape was impossible, and the rings couldn't take him too far away. Perhaps he could send someone to the Bright Moon sect and find a hidden place to bury one of the 9 rings. This way, he could quickly escape when he needed to. After confirming the sect's mission, Jiang Hao went to find Chu Chuan. You're close to reaching the 7th stage of Lifeblood Refinement Realm. Your progress is fast, but your cultivation isn't stable, said Jiang Hao. I'm supposed to meet Chu Jie next time, so I have to advance to the Foundation Establishment realm, Chu Chuan said. Jiang Hao nodded. Chu Chuan had the heart of an immortal. After reaching the Foundation Establishment realm, his cultivation would become even more solid. Soon, people from the Bright Moon sect will arrive. Some of them might have been sent by Chu Jie to find you. Jiang Hao briefed him on matters relating to him. Chu Chuan nodded. He had noticed that Jiang Hao liked to remain undiscovered. There's one more thing you need to consider. Jiang Hao looked at the young man in front of him. When the people from the Bright Moon sect come here, there's a possibility that they might invite you to join their sect. If you're willing, there's a high chance you can leave the Heavenly Note sect and go to the east to join the Bright Moon sect. Is the Bright Moon sect very powerful? Chu Chuan asked curiously. Very powerful. Jiang Hao nodded. How much more powerful are they than our sect? Chu Chuan asked. It's hard to say, but the Bright Moon sect ranks at the top. As for the Heavenly Note sect, it doesn't have a ranking. Chu Chuan was surprised. You can think about it. That place is beyond comparison. Don't rush to make your decision. You can think about it before the people from the Bright Moon sect approach you. Of course, this is just my guess, Jiang Hao said. Chu Chuan nodded. After that, Jiang Hao went to find Lin Ji. He instructed him that when the people from the Bright Moon sect arrive, he should stay in his room. He shouldn't rush to practice the cultivation techniques. Lin Ji didn't quite understand, but didn't question him further. He was just worried about what to do when the time for a mission came. They still had missions to accomplish. Jiang Hao told him not to worry. Later, he called the spirit beast and told it to greet the outer sect members when the time came. With a sect mission on the horizon and his plans to enter the Devil's Den soon, he wasn't sure whether the people from the Bright Moon sect would arrive when he wasn't here. So, he needed to be prepared. 7 days later, Jiang Hao saw an elder heading toward the sect's entrance to welcome some people. There was quite a commotion. According to Lu Xingchen, they were overseas visitors, and one of them was called Muqiu. Jiang Hao's heart sank. They had arrived. The Heaven Secret's hidden talisman was effective for 4 days only. After that, it needed a 4-day cool-down period. It could only be used again tomorrow. Fortunately, he was about to go to the Devil's Den in these 2 days. It was a chance for him to evade these people. However, these 2 days felt strange. He constantly felt that the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl was moving. When he examined it, he saw nothing wrong. After using his daily appraisal ability, he realized that the duration of the seal had reduced from 45 to 44 years. This meant that the person who was using great luck to find the pearl was nearby. But they hadn't found him yet. At White Moon Lake, the black-robed woman approached Baiji. Elder, I have news from Yilingwe. She wants to see Jiang Hao, and she's willing to provide something in exchange. We obtained something quite interesting. Something interesting? Baiji was curious. It's a list. The black-robed woman handed over the list. After reading it, Baiji frowned slightly. Then she chuckled. Summon the leaders of the other 11 branches. Chapter 363. Chapter 363. Inviting a fellow Taoist to the Lawless Tower. Chapter 363. Inviting a fellow Taoist to the Lawless Tower. On the day of the journey to the Devil's Den, Zhou Chan approached Jiang Hao. Junior brother Jiang, we meet again. She smiled. Senior sister Zhou, do you have something to do with the Spirit Herb Garden? Jiang Hao asked. That's right. She handed over a transparent box. Elder Baiji asked me to give you this. Jiang Hao understood that it was another reward for cultivating the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. After delivering the item, Zhou Chan left. Jiang Hao felt strange. Something seemed different. He still remembered the information he had received about Zhou Chan the last time he appraised her. Something about rising to power like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. He didn't know how she was going to rise, but now it seemed there were already signs of it. Senior sister Zhou has a heart of gold and can perceive malice in people. Perhaps her rise is related to that. He wasn't worried about Zhou Chan. She was quite all right. The reason she was friendly to him might be because she couldn't sense any malice from him. Such people belonged to immortal sects, but they were better off at demonic sections. No one was a hypocrite in a demonic sect. They were always honest, even in their brutalities. The ones who pretended to be good and moral usually turn out to be bad, 9 times out of 10. The 9 Heaven War boots. Jiang Hao looked at the contents of the box. This thing needed to be worn first, and it would resonate with the other battle artifacts for a few days before fully activating its potential. After finding a place to put on the boots, Jiang Hao jumped 2 times to see how comfortable they were. He tapped the boots and felt that the material was good. It had extremely strong defensive capabilities. It seemed like it might also increase his speed. He activated the demon sound 1,000 miles technique for a moment and found that it had increased by 20%. This was remarkable. After putting away his old shoes, Jiang Hao headed to the law enforcement hall to head to the Devil's Denver. He just wanted to go there to avoid any issues. If the new guests found him at the Cliff of Broken Hearts, there would be new troubles. The Devil's Den was all right. It wasn't easy for others to enter, and the place was spacious enough to attempt to hide. He wasn't a match for them, but as long as he had some time, he could escape the Devil's Den and return to his house. And then, he would continue to figure out a plan. A total of 5 people were going to the Devil's Den this time. Jiang Hao was a bit disappointed to not find Jing Shurjiu and the others in his group this time. Otherwise, the journey would have been much better. All 5 of them had reached the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. There wasn't a leader this time, and everyone had the same level of cultivation. No one would have to bow to another. "You're here quite late, aren't you?" A burly man looked at Jiang Hao coldly. He was Hukai of the Flowing Waterfall. 8 art from him. There were 3 others. And Jing of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, Qi Xian of the Misty Cloud Peak, and E1 from the Candlelight Pill Pavilion. And Jing was dressed in a white gown, while Qi Xian wore a blue dress. "Let's set off," said Jing. Jiang Hao didn't say anything. Actually, he had arrived earlier than the designated time, but he hadn't expected these 4 people to arrive earlier than that. It didn't matter. They all headed to the Devil's Denver. As long as they completed the mission well and didn't interfere with each other, everything would be fine. However, he looked carefully at the disciple from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. She didn't look dangerous, but he could never be sure when she would decide to make a sudden move. He needed to stay vigilant. After a short while, they rode their swords to the entrance of the Devil's Denver. They entered the cave and quickly arrived at the forest. They found that many demons were wandering around. So many. Qi Xian frowned. She looked nervous. And they don't look that weak. Did the Devil's Den have this many demons before? Ewan asked. Why so many questions? Just clear them out. Hukai took a step forward and charged at the demons. Jiang Hao frowned. Wasn't that too reckless? They could have at least lured them with some techniques. Demons could throw giant rocks as weapons. It wouldn't be easy to avoid them once they approached. Boom! Hukai had already started fighting, but there were no giant rocks in sight. Jiang Hao and the others charged forward. Hukai wasn't dealing with the demons individually. He was pulling all the surrounding demons to him. The others were displeased. Senior brother, who? Isn't it dangerous to lure the demons over like this? And Jing asked. Not a match for them? You should have informed me earlier if you couldn't fight them. Why wait until I start a fight? Said Hukai. Jiang Hao didn't say anything. He just cooperated with attacking the demons. Killing demons of this level didn't benefit him in any way. So, he wanted to take it slow. Leaving too early would be too dangerous. He didn't know why the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl was not inert like before. Something had caused it to react strangely, and Jiang Hao was curious about it. At the guest residence of the Heavenly Notes sect, Mu Qiu addressed the people around him. Inform the people of the Heavenly Notes sect that the person we're looking for might be hidden among their disciples. I hope they can help us search. We can afford the required spirit stones. Yes, the person by his side left. When only Mu Qiu was left in the room, his face darkened. Master Hong Chung didn't come along. It seems he has different intentions. Since that's the case, we'll need to use the Heavenly Note Sect's help to eliminate him. He looked toward the door. His people must be spying in secret. When needed, they would appear. He was guarding not only against the Heavenly Note Sect's people, but also against other cultivators from different sections. This demonic sect doesn't look like a demonic sect at all. It seems worse than the rumors. Muccio sighed. He thought he would have to pay a considerable price to come in here. Unexpectedly, the sect was quite accommodating. It only took a few spirit stones to enter this place, and they provided conveniences in various aspects. It was really baffling. A demonic sect wasn't supposed to be like this. How had they managed to survive for so long? He decided to take a stroll outside. However, just as he reached the doorway, an underling suddenly rushed in. He crawled to Muccio's side in fear. "Elder, something bad has happened." "What happened? Speak." Muccio frowned. He had a bad feeling about this. "The Heavenly Note sect has killed most of our people and is now besieging us. I don't know why." The person was terrified. Muccio found it hard to believe. "What? How many people are left?" he asked. The person knelt before Muccio. He wanted to answer, but only managed to spit out a mouthful of blood. Then blood spurted from his body. He was about to collapse. Muccio was astonished. When he leaned in closer to take a look, the person smiled coldly. Right after, his hand turned into a sword. Splat! The hand broke through the magic treasure, shattered the defense, and pierced through Muccio's body in a single strike. Despicable! Muccio was furious. Boom! He started to defend himself. The person dealt another blow and retreated. At this point, magical treasures appeared in the air, with 4 people suppressing him. Each of them had formidable strength. It's nice to be given this much attention to an old man. 5 branch masters have arrived to deal with an old man like me. I just want to know why. Even if you're from a demonic sect, there is no need to be so direct, said Muccio. A dignified middle-aged man looked at Muccio. We'll be taking you to the Lawless Tower, fellow Taoist Mu. Chapter 364. Chapter 364. Do you want us to comply with you every time? Chapter 364. Do you want us to comply with you every time? At White Moon Lake, the black-robed woman arrived to report on the developments. How is it going? Baiji asked. Muccio has already been sent to the Lawless Tower. He came here for the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. Could this pearl be in the vicinity of our sect? The black-robed woman asked. Baiji lowered her head. In fact, the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl had always been in the Heavenly Note sect. It was only recently taken away, but they still didn't know who had taken it. Find a way to extract more information from Muccio. His value lies there, Baiji said. Yes. The black-robed woman nodded. Baiji was somewhat worried. If the other person had reached this point, it meant they had made some progress. By the way, also find out how many people he encountered and who he cooperated with, Baiji said. They couldn't take the matter lightly. If the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl erupted, the Heavenly Note sect would be doomed. Understood. The black-robed woman nodded. Should we postpone dealing with Zhuang Yuzhen? Baiji fell silent for a moment. They wanted to find out who the mysterious person was from Zhuang Yuzhen. However, there had been no progress so far, so it might be reasonable to hold off for now. Go ask them about their level of knowledge regarding the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, Baiji said. These people had some use after all. After Zhang Hao and his group killed a group of demons, they took a break. Due to the large number of demons, it was the first time they had cooperated. Problems kept arising. Yiwen and Qi Xian were injured. You're all at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, and yet you all are quite useless, said Hukai and scoffed. Yiwen and Qi Xian were furious. If Hukai hadn't charged recklessly, they would have been able to deal with the monster properly without getting injured. If the 4 of them hadn't jumped in to help, Hukai would have been severely injured. He had the nerve to say they were useless. However, they didn't say anything in return. Instead, they quietly restored their cultivation. Jiang Hao sat at the edge and remained vigilant about his surroundings. The current demons were powerful and were mostly at the late and peak stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Luckily, they lacked intelligence, so it was easy to deal with. Jiang Hao had thought that they would split up and act individually. But for now, they could only stick together. In the early morning hours, Jiang Hao, who was patrolling the surroundings, took out the heavenly fate misfortune pearl and felt some commotion within it. He appraised it and found that the seal would last for only 43 years. How did they manage that? Jiang Hao was puzzled. Normally, to affect the heavenly fate misfortune pearl, one needed to be contaminated by it, and usually those people didn't survive for long. Are the traces of great luck this impressive? He sealed it again with the universe in a palm technique. Previously, he used it once a day. Now he needed to use it more times to prevent the heavenly fate misfortune pearl from breaking the seal. Only when the pearl was sealed for the duration of 44 years did he put it away. However, using a technique like this had a significant impact on his condition. It was already daylight. E1 and the others had also mostly recovered. The 5 of them ventured further inside. If you can't handle it, just stand there and watch. It's better than getting in the way. Hukai stared at E1 and the others. They didn't say anything. This time, they didn't encounter many enemies, and cleaning up the demons went rather smoothly. 3 days later, Jing and Qi Xian started to get to know each other better. Yuan also grew closer to them. Jiang Hao sat alone at the side. They occasionally greeted him. He always responded politely. He didn't want to offend these people. Jing treated him as if it was their first meeting and paid him no attention. He appraised her and found that she didn't hold any special malice toward him. She didn't care about Yinruo, nor about the pavilion master finding a vessel. These demons are quite strong this time. When I came here before, wasn't like this, Ewan said. They discussed some matters related to the Devil's Denver. They were also amazed at the large-scale activities of the Devil's Den recently. Jiang Hao sat on the side and listened to them quietly. He hoped he could get some useful information from them. His attention had been on the heavenly fate misfortune pearl these past few days. He felt the danger gradually closing in. Listening to these people talk about normal things eased his mind a bit. This is the place where we rest. I'm going to cultivate. Can you all keep quiet? Shouted Hukai. The 3 people who had been talking looked at him. Everyone fell silent. Even if they did speak, it was in hushed tones. Jiang Hao could only close his eyes and rest. Tonight, he wasn't on patrol, so he could just sleep. However, he didn't dare to let his guard down. He remained vigilant about those around him. He knew that someone nearby was affecting the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. He didn't know who it was and didn't want to take any chances. 2 more days passed, and Jiang Hao once again used another Heaven Secrets hidden talisman. That would decrease the probability of him being detected. Even more. Boom! Jiang Hao killed a demon. The mission proceeded smoothly, and the only thing to worry about was when that person would secretly arrive. Killing the demons went well, but the relationship between the people in the group became somewhat tense. During the night, Hukai ate the prey he hunted and drank his wine. Good wine. Jiang Hao felt a thick aura from him. It seemed that drinking and eating was a form of cultivation for him. Senior brother Hu, can't you keep your voice down? We need to cultivate in peace too, Jing said. If you want to cultivate, go further away. This is where we all stay. How can we stay quiet just for your sake? You can't expect everyone to do what you want all the time, said Hukai. You, Silent Fairy said. A few days ago, you were shouting at us to be quiet. Is that all you guys do? Bicker over trivial matters? I'm always at the forefront. Why don't you care about that? Hukai said. Who asked you to rush ahead? You cause trouble for us every time. Yuan also stood up. This is ridiculous. Hukai looked at Yuan and the others disdainfully. You didn't say anything when we were fighting. Now that the fight's over, suddenly you're so bold. The 3 of them looked furious. Jiang Hao just watched. He didn't join in. He closed his eyes to rest and thought about the matter of the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. As the heaven secret's hidden talisman expired, the person drew closer and closer. Once that person got near him, he would be finished. They pressed forward. In early August, Jiang Hao opened his eyes after taking a break. He took out the heavenly fate misfortune pearl and appraised it. Body of misfortune. Jiang Hao looked around. He didn't believe that anyone who resonated with the heavenly fate misfortune pearl could survive. The longer they delayed, the weaker the other person would become. They might even die. However, he couldn't continue waiting. Chapter 365. Chapter 365. Preparing the Heavenly Essence Soul Modeling Mirror. Chapter 365. Preparing the Heavenly Essence Soul Modeling Mirror. Early the next morning, Jiang Hao followed the four people as they headed deeper inside. They had been cleaning up for about a month, but the number of demons was inconsistent. It seemed like there was no progress at all. Fortunately, nothing unexpected occurred. They hadn't encountered a golden core demon yet. Otherwise, the five of them would be in trouble. If they didn't provoke them, there shouldn't be any danger. Jiang Hao was surprised that there were still so many demons after they had spent their time clearing out the area in droves. When he was here last time, the short demon was worried about the extinction of its kind. Now they were numerous again. Was it due to their fast reproductive rate? But with so many at the Foundation establishment realm, they couldn't let the demons go unchecked. Jiang Hao was curious about what was at the core of the Devil's Denver. Unfortunately, he couldn't go there. Even if he could, it would be dangerous. Whether there were peerless legacies or great battles, he had no right to get. If there were benefits to be gained, the Heavenly Notes sect would have already taken them there. There were countless geniuses and remarkable individuals in the cultivation world. Although he was somewhat special, he knew his limitations. "Now, should we go in?" asked Jing. "Of course, we should go in," Hu Kai said loudly. "How else will we encounter more demons if we don't go in?" "But senior brother Hu, please don't lure too many demons at once like before," said Qi Xian. "I know what to do. I don't need you to teach me," Hu Kai said. Qi Xian was annoyed. Jiang Hao sensed the heavenly fate misfortune pearl in his storage treasure. He felt that he couldn't delay any longer. At first, he wanted to follow these people, wait for them to split up, and then evade the hidden person with the body of misfortune by himself. But now he couldn't. That person was getting closer, and their influence was getting stronger. It would be troublesome to continue following the group. "How about we split up?" Jiang Hao said. It was what everyone had been thinking about, but they were hesitant to bring it up. This place was dangerous, so it was safer to be in a group. Hu Kai and the others didn't get along well. Often, the danger came from him. That's why Jiang Hao suggested splitting up. However, everyone thought it was fine for now and continued to stick together. After all, they were all trying to complete the mission. Now that Jiang Hao brought it up, everyone began to consider whether it was a good idea. "Junior brother Jiang, just because you suggest we split up, we have to do it? Do you think this team is yours?" Hu Kai asked. "What do you think, senior brother Hu?" Jiang Hao asked politely. "I disagree," Hu Kai said. "What about the other seniors?" Jiang Hao looked at the other three people. Ewan hesitated for a moment. "I agree. We should split up." "We also agree to it," said Jing and Qi Xian. Hu Kai frowned. His face darkened. "Since everyone's opinions differ, let's make a decision based on strength. Senior brother Hu, aren't you being a little unfair? You've been at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm for so many years, and your main focus is combat. How can our strength possibly compare to yours?" Ewan was angry. As an alchemist, he had weaker combat abilities. How could he fight? And Jing and Qi Xian were also similar in strength. Weakness is weakness. There is no excuse. Besides, the Cliff of Broken Hearts also specializes in combat, does it not? Said Hu Kai. Jiang Hao stepped away. "I'm very sorry for offending you, senior." As Hu Kai watched Jiang Hao preparing to leave, his whole body swelled up in anger. You have a death wish. His arms seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 gold coins. He punched. Clang! The half-moon blade was already out of its scabbard. It glimmered like moonlight. Boom! The blade landed near Hukai's neck. The strike of the blade swept behind and cut the trees in the forest. A trench was left in its wake. Hukai's arm was bleeding. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He trembled uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, he felt like he was going to die. Jiang Hao sheathed his blade and politely said, "Thank you, senior brother Hu, for showing mercy on me and yielding." He put away his blade and left. In just a few moments, he disappeared into the forest. Hukai was panting heavily. He looked back at the trench behind him. Their cultivation realm was the same, but Jiang Hao's blade seemed sharper and more powerful. The others all exchanged glances in astonishment. "How did it go?" Baiji asked. Mu Qiu refuses to talk, and the others only know that someone had contact with the traces of great luck, but that person disappeared. According to what they said, Mu Qiu had placed all his hopes on him. From Mu Qiu's few words, it can be deduced that this person is searching for the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. "He might even find it soon," said the black-robed woman. "Find him. Dig up the earth if you have to. There's not much time left," Baiji said. Finally, she went to the lawless tower herself. She went up to the 5th floor and stood before an old man who had been tortured. "How can we find that person?" Baiji asked. "Ha ha." Mu Qiu looked up at Baiji and laughed. "Scared? Unfortunately, it's too late. I can sense it. He's getting close to the target. In just a few days, the heavenly fate misfortune pearl will erupt. By then, you'll all be dead. Everyone will die." Ha ha ha. An invisible blade light swept past and severed Mu Qiu's arm. "Tell me where that person is, and I'll let you live. I'll even help you in your cultivation and let you leave. You have my word." Just a mere disciple of the Heavenly Notes sect has such an ability? Don't use sweet words to deceive me. Soon, everyone will be equal. Everyone will die here, Mu Qiu said. No one can stop it. It's useless to even try. Baiji scowled. "Do you really think we can't find him? Find him then, if you can." Ha ha. Mu Qiu laughed maniacally. Baiji turned and left, and the black-robed woman followed behind her. After leaving the lawless tower, Baiji looked toward the sky. Gather the other 11 branches, notify the law enforcement hall, and prepare the heavenly essence soul modeling mirror. The woman in the black robe was frightened. This was the second time in the sect's history that the heavenly essence soul modeling mirror was being used. Understood. She dared not hesitate. Baiji didn't know if the situation was really that severe, but she had seen the traces. People from there had already died because of evil luck. She needed to take this very seriously. In the southern skies, 2 figures flew past. "Junior brother Fong, why do you have to take this risk with me?" Subai asked. "I have treasures given to me by my master. Perhaps they can lend you a hand," Fong Jin said solemnly. After receiving the news, they pushed aside the other matters and headed to their destination, the Heavenly Notes sect. At first, Subai had intended to go alone, but Fong Jin would hear none of it. He couldn't refuse. Su Bail's jade pendant showed a mysterious formation, with sun, moon, and stars inside, and powerful spiritual energy circulating outside. It seemed to resonate with the stars in the SKV. "How is the master?" Subai asked the jade pendant. "In the southern skies, a red star is rising. It indeed resembles the precursor to the eruption of the heavenly fate misfortune pearl," said a man from the jade pendant. "Do we have a way to deal with it?" Su Bail's face turned serious. "I've already notified the Clear Sky School. The Clear Sky mirror will be aimed directly at the south. If there's an eruption, you need to stall for time," the voice said. "Okay, I'll wait for your message." Before the communication ended, the voice said hesitantly, "There's only one outcome if you come in contact with the heavenly fate misfortune pearl." "I know." Chapter 366. Chapter 366. You read too weak. Chapter 366. You read too weak. Senior Brother Sue. How terrifying is the heavenly fate misfortune pearl? Fong Jin asked. Subai thought for a long time. Among the disasters in the cultivation world, it's almost second to none. Can it be suppressed? Fong Jin was puzzled. He shook his head. Based on what I know, it's not possible. Even if we have the sect's treasures with us, we won't be able to withstand a major eruption for long. All our actions are to stall for time so that the sect can figure out a way. Fong Jin was terrified. Don't worry. The worst is not here yet, said Subai. How did something like this come about? Fong Jin was confused. There's no information on this. Even if there is, I haven't come across it in the sect. The two continued moving through the sky and headed toward the Heavenly Note sect. Heavenly Note sect. Devil's Denver. Jiang Hao stood by the riverbank and glanced around before heading upstream. He walked quickly. When he arrived at a pool of water, he took out a ring and wiped it. Then he threw it into the water. Boom! The golden ring turned into a 3-foot-long piece of metal. There are bubbles here. Jiang Hao smiled. He could feel that the person was getting closer to him. The reaction of the heavenly fate misfortune pearl was becoming more intense. Someone's coming. Jiang Hao quickened his pace and continued ahead. 3 days later, he took out the heavenly fate misfortune pearl to appraise it. The time limit had dropped to 18 years. I wonder how much longer this person can hold out before being crushed by misfortune. Jiang Hao wanted to deal with the person head-on, but letting them get close would likely trigger the eruption of the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. As long as it doesn't erupt, he could still seal it. But once it erupted, everything would be doomed. Don't run away. You've sensed me, and I've sensed you. You can't escape. A sudden voice reached Jiang Hao's ears. He quickly moved away again. This time, he headed deeper into the area. Along the way, he buried another ring. Another 3 days passed, and Jiang Hao realized that the distance between him and the other person was gradually decreasing. At this point, the seal on the heavenly fate misfortune pearl had 16 years left, and this was with him sealing it continuously. It's useless. The distance between us is the distance between you and misfortune. No matter how you escape, it won't work. The voice carried disdain. He attempted to flee again and found that it was indeed futile. No matter how fast he tried to flee, he couldn't escape. He couldn't stop either. He had to stall for time. The closer the person got to the heavenly fate misfortune pearl, the more difficult it became for him to endure the curse that was affecting him. At this moment, in the lawless tower, Muchio laughed heartily. You can't find him. He's someone walking the path of misfortune. He proceeds step by step toward the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. No one can stop him. We'll all die together. Baiji looked at him. She turned and left. She left the tower and entered the shrine. On the shrine was a mirror about the height of a person. It was surrounded by flame-like patterns and with the sun, moon, and stars on the back. It was the heavenly essence soul modeling mirror. Is everything ready? She asked. Everything is ready, said a middle-aged man respectfully. Then let's begin. Start with Muchio as the source and use the mirror to find the location of that person, Baiji said. At this point, 9 figures appeared around the mirror. Each one was exceptionally powerful. They held a mirror similar to the one in the middle in their hands. The 9 heavenly essence soul modeling mirrors were activated by the 9 individuals. 9 beams of light shone onto the heavenly essence soul modeling mirror. Baiji rose into the air. She activated the power within the lawless tower and caused immense spiritual energy to surge into the sky. This energy landed on the heavenly essence soul modeling mirror. However, the mirror's response was still slow. Activate the formation, Baiji shouted. At this moment, the leaders of the other 11 branches arrived. The sect's grand formation was activated, and numerous spirit stones gathered within it. All the power converged within the array's radiance. Light shone upon the heavenly essence soul modeling mirror. This time, the heavenly essence soul modeling mirror responded. However, it still required quite some time to fully illuminate everything. Within the lawless tower, Mu Qiu suddenly froze. He felt uneasy. It was as if something had locked onto him and was probing his past and future. The sensation was terrifying. Zhuang Yuzhen seemed to have sensed something. He frowned. It's a divine treasure. Who knew the Heavenly Notes sect possessed so many great treasures? Ming Lingyue was also astonished. In the Devil's Den, Jiang had been fleeing for a day, but the person kept getting closer. He suddenly stopped. He heard footsteps behind him. He turned to see a figure emerging from the depths of the forest. The person exuded an ominous aura. Jiang Hao saw the person's appearance clearly. He was a skinny young man, radiating a red light. He appeared quite weak. He was affected by a curse. Jiang Hao used daily appraisal on him as he got closer. Mu Qiu, he truly used any means necessary. Although Jiang Hao had sensed the person's misfortune, there was no use for that anymore. Everything had become clear. Moreover, the most important thing was that the person was at the early stage of the soul ascension realm. Jiang Hao thought of something. Despite the person being in the soul ascension realm, he was weak and his mind wasn't stable. Jiang Hao's primordial spirit realm was at its peak, and his reappearance of hidden spirit was at its fullest strength. Perhaps the situation wasn't hopeless yet. Don't run. It's pointless. Li Bai looked at Jiang Hao. His eyes glowed red. This red light carried misfortune within it. Jiang Hao took out Half Moon Blade, and his aura spread. Following that, he swung his blade. Boom! Li Bai instinctively raised his hand to defend himself. In his hazy state of mind, he wanted to find Jiang Hao. However, by that time, Jiang Hao had disappeared without a trace. He had escaped again, but it was futile. Jiang Hao arrived in the woods where he had buried a ring. However, when he tried to flee, Li Bai appeared in front of him. Your misfortune is my path. With the heavenly fate misfortune pearl on your body, no matter where you go, I can follow. You can't escape. Li Bai slowly approached him. Jiang Hao lowered his head. As the other person approached, he felt the activity of the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. He didn't dare to get too close to Li Bai, but escape was also impossible. Jiang Hao sighed and took out the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. He gripped it tightly with one hand as purple energy covered the bead. He also retrieved his primordial heavenly blade. Aren't you going to run? Li Bai looked at Jiang Hao and sneered. When I found you, everything was already determined. Your cultivation is too weak. Even if you had stronger cultivation, it would be useless. Sunlight illuminated them. Jiang Hao moved, becoming one with the light. In an instant, he vanished from his original position. Li Bai turned to look behind him. Boom! The blade struck him from behind. Jiang Hao frowned. He had done that just to test Li Bai, but Li Bai hadn't even tried to dodge his attack. What's going on? He suddenly felt something was happening to Li Bai. Chapter 367. Chapter 367. Appearance of the Demoness. Chapter 367. Appearance of the Demoness. Jiang Hao understood that the person was about to get captured. Killing me would be futile. I'm right by your side. Li Bai sneered. Jiang Hao also realized that the heavenly fate misfortune pearl was struggling and about to break free of the seal. His mind raced. He had to figure out a way. The pearl was dangerous, but he couldn't be discovered by others. He had to escape from this person before anyone arrived. In an instant, a ring appeared and wrapped around Li Bai's neck. Then purple energy covered the two, and everything disappeared. The two reappeared in the main hall of Jiang Hao's courtyard. He had used the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman. During this time, another ring flew out and activated in the hall. Then they disappeared again. They appeared outside the Heavenly Notes sect. At the peak of a mountain, a vortex appeared in space, and Jiang Hao and Li Bai appeared there again. Jiang Hao looked at Li Bai and raised the heavenly blade high. However, he was delayed for a few breaths. He didn't know where the misfortune came from, but it had already appeared on him. It was beginning to erode his body. Nevertheless, he couldn't be stopped. The reappearance of hidden spirit was activated. Jianghao then used the third form of the heavenly blade, meteor. Kill me and bear my misfortune. Then detonate the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. Li Bai's face contorted, and a red light emanated. Swoosh! The heavenly blade slashed, and Li Bai's head flew off. Your death won't affect me. Jianghao retracted the ring and communicated with the ring in his courtyard. This time, he didn't have time to add 2 more strikes to his attack. As the enemy's life force dissipated, misfortune enveloped him. His enemy was dead, but the pearl was about to erupt. Just before disappearing, he saw Li Bai staring up at him. Back in the courtyard, Jianghao used purple energy to erase all traces and put away the ring he had just used. He then vanished from there and returned to Devil's Denver. When he landed on the ground, he felt a deathly aura emanating from his body. Everything related to the body of misfortune rushed toward him. It caused havoc. The misfortune resonated with the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. Jianghao sat cross-legged. He felt that the heavenly fate misfortune pearl was on the brink of an eruption. He didn't mind the curses and misfortune on his body. He calmly began sealing the heavenly fate misfortune pearl once again. During this process, he swallowed the scarlet feather divine pill. This pill could heal injuries and eliminate all curses. However, there was no reaction. He was puzzled, but there was no time to think about it. He activated the universe in a palm technique and began to seal the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. But his body grew increasingly weak. His vitality was crumbling. At this point, the revival of withered tree ability began to counteract the effects of the curse. For a while, purple energy and red light flowed continuously around Jianghao's body. He felt physically and mentally exhausted. He felt as though he would drop the pearl from his hands at any moment. He couldn't let go because releasing it meant death. For so many years, he had lived cautiously. He just couldn't end up dead like this. The will to survive drove Jianghao to frantically operate the Hongmeng Heart Sutra. He intended to extract his cultivation and life force to resist the curse of misfortune and heal himself. But suddenly, a red figure appeared before him, and an immense aura rushed toward him. Inside the lawless tower, Muchio was laughing heartily. He sensed that Li Bai had found the misfortune pearl. He was arrogant and satisfied because he knew the eruption of the pearl would happen at any time. Everyone would die. However, soon, he felt as if a mirror had been directed at him. The feeling of everything being exposed scared him. He realized that Li Bai was about to be discovered. He was even more shocked when he realized that Li Bai was dead. However, the heavenly fate misfortune pearl hadn't exploded yet. What's going on? Why is this happening? In front of the lawless tower, everyone was trying hard to resonate with the heavenly essence soul modeling mirror. The other 9 mirrors were full of cracks and on the verge of collapse. At this moment, the mirror directed toward Muchio revealed a haze of red. As it became clearer, they noticed that there was a figure there. Beneath the red figure, a person was lying on a peak. "Found him!" a middle-aged man exclaimed loudly. Outside the sect, in the southeast direction, it's Mingqing Mountain. Baiji disappeared in an instant and headed toward Mingqing Mountain. After a while, she arrived at the mountaintop. She sensed a strong aura of misfortune. In the midst of it, there was a body without a head. But what about the heavenly fate misfortune pearl? The middle-aged man also followed her. Are there any usable heavenly essence soul modeling mirror left? Baiji asked. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. Activate it, Baiji ordered. The middle-aged man activated the heavenly essence soul modeling mirror. Soon, an image appeared on it. The image showed someone suddenly decapitating Li Bai in a single strike. I can only see this much. The person seems to have great luck with him. It's hard to reflect in the mirror, said the middle-aged man. Baiji was deep in thought. Seal this body properly and bring it back for investigation, she said. Subai and Fong Jin were still on the road. However, at this moment, the jade pendant lightened up once again. Senior uncle, have you made any progress? Subai took out the jade pendant and asked. It disappeared, said a voice from the jade pendant. Disappeared? This puzzled Subai. Yes, the red light disappeared. The voice sounded surprised. What happened? Subai asked. At first, the red light was blazing. That indicated that the heavenly fate misfortune pearl was about to erupt. However, a purple light severed everything. The voice sounded astonished. Purple light? Subai was confused. It seemed like the danger of the heavenly fate misfortune pearl had disappeared, and the purple light had something to do about it. Let's go over and take a look, Subai said. Since they were already close, they might as well proceed. They needed to observe the situation at the Heavenly Note sect, a sect that had only risen to fame in the past few decades and had become the center of attention in recent events. It must be extraordinary. Fong Jin sighed in relief. When he came along, he thought he had the power to protect himself, but the appearance of the heavenly fate misfortune pearl had shaken him. He needed to cultivate properly and become stronger. Fortunately, he could still go back. All right, now that we're here, let's pay a visit to the Heavenly Note sect first, Subai said with a smile. Then, they set off again towards the Heavenly Note sect. However, this time, they didn't rush as they did before. When Jiang Hao saw the red figure and sensed the terrifying aura, he felt the curse on his body rapidly dissipating and his injuries visibly recovering. He could finally seal the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. Without the influence of the body of misfortune, the heavenly fate misfortune pearl couldn't resonate with the outside world. There was simply no possibility of it erupting. After a long while, Jiang Hao felt that the heavenly fate misfortune pearl had quietened. His injuries had also mostly recovered. When he opened his eyes, he saw Hong Yuye sitting at the wooden table and drinking tea. He immediately stood up. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. Don't thank me. Do you remember what I said? I will take something from you every time I help you. This is the second time. You owe me 2 things. Have you decided what you'll give me in return? Hong Yuye sipped her tea and smiled. Chapter 368. Chapter 368. Demonis asks about Shaoli. Chapter 368. Demonis asks about Shaoli. Jiang Hao fell silent. Even if Hong Yuye hadn't appeared, he thought that he might have been able to rely on his cultivation and life force to save himself. However, he didn't know if he would have come out of that unscathed. He couldn't come up with an answer. The only thing that puzzled him was that the Scarlet Feather Divine pill had unexpectedly failed him. It might be because the heavenly fate misfortune pearl was too strong. Hong Yuye didn't say anything either. She just motioned for him to pour her tea. Did you attend the gathering? Hong Yuye lifted the teacup. Jiang Hao noticed another teacup and poured himself a cup as well. Yes. He took a sip of the tea. Although he didn't know what type of tea it was, he suddenly felt like his entire body was being cleansed. His wounds were recovering rapidly. This tea was extraordinary. Hong Yuye put down the teacup. Tell me what happened. This gathering was an impromptu one, with nothing particularly noteworthy. The only thing discussed was the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. Jiang Hao took out the pearl and handed it over to her. Senior, can you seal it? Even if you were to send the pearl back to the ruins, there wouldn't be enough time to make sure it remained inert. The great luck had already returned to the heavens and earth. Relying solely on the ruins wouldn't be able to suppress it at all. Leaving it on his person was too dangerous. He could use it to threaten others. However, more often than not, the others came seeking it willingly and put him in danger. The members of the end of all things were not afraid of death at all. Most of them were reckless. They resented the world and were burdened by a past full of despair and misery. Whether it was Shui Yu or Li Bai, they were all the same. They were all filled with despair. The past of Dongfang Ji was similar too. He had a tragic life. However, he seemed a little different. It seemed like his heart was still in the Heavenly Notes sect. Jiang Hao could sense that keeping the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl on himself had more disadvantages than advantages. Hong Yue looked at him. That thing is bad luck. Jiang Hao was helpless. After a moment, Hong Yue said, that person used the traces of luck to find the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. Are they able to appear by your side at any time? This isn't an ordinary method. Neither Mu Qiu nor this person could possibly know this method. Someone from the end of all things must have taught them. Jiang Hao nodded. When he had appraised Li Bai, the information he got was that the person was a rare body of misfortune. Since he entered the end of all things, he must have been discovered by some formidable individuals. If the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl really erupts, how will sects like the Clear Sky School and the Bright Moon sect respond? Jiang Hao asked. They will use the Clear Sky Mirror to control the eruption area temporarily. Then, the major immortal sects will gather and use their treasures to suppress it, said Hong Yue while sipping tea. Will it work? Jiang Hao asked. Hong Yue didn't answer. How old are you this year? Hong Yue suddenly asked. 27. He was almost 30. It made him feel as though he was entering middle age. What's your cultivation realm? Hong Yue asked. Peak of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Hong Yue glanced at Jiang Hao. Her smile looked sinister. When I was your age, I wasn't full of lies like you. Jiang Hao put down his teacup. How's my flower doing? Hong Yue asked. It's growing well. Are you taking care of it well? Senior, it's your flower. I wouldn't dare to neglect it. Do you remember why I had you infiltrate the stone tablet gathering? Yes. I don't forget about it, even for a moment. He had indeed forgotten for a moment. He remembered that his purpose was to find a mastermind behind the stone tablets. Then, he needed to find the location of the other stone tablets. The progress he had made so far was that he had found out more about the end of all things, but it was unclear who exactly provided the stone tablet to them. He felt relieved after recalling all of this. He wouldn't be caught off guard when asked about it again. Hong Yue chucked, but she didn't ask him anything further. She quietly sipped tea for a while before looking at Jiang Hao. I remember you have a junior sister who is a dragon. Yes, it's junior sister Shaoli, Jiang Hao said. He didn't understand why Hong Yue suddenly brought up Shaoli. You think I want to harm her? Hong Yue asked. I wouldn't dare to think so. Jiang Hao stood up. Senior, you are unparalleled in the world. You are both wise and resourceful and possess great virtue. Naturally, you wouldn't stoop to the level of a child. Hong Yue smirked. Go on. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment. He felt embarrassed. He composed himself. Senior, you are as vast as the blue sea. You are unparalleled in the world and stand alone at the top. You are gifted in strategizing. You are far-sighted, perceptive, humble, and breathtakingly beautiful. You have extensive knowledge of everything in the world. That's all. Hong Yue asked with a smile that seemed to hold a deeper meaning. Jiang Hao was speechless. He couldn't think of more things to say. Hong Yue sneered. Is that how you see me? Jiang Hao lowered his head. Hong Yue didn't press him further and changed the topic. What's your relationship with junior sister Shaoli? Relationship? Jiang Hao thought for a moment. Junior sister Xiao Li's family entrusted her to me. She looks upon me as her elder brother and has taken my surname. She goes by the name Jiang Shaoli now. Hong Yue didn't ask him anything more. Jiang Hao couldn't understand why Hong Yue was suddenly interested in Shaoli. Hong Yue had known about Shaoli for a long time. She knew that Shaoli's old, adopted parents had passed away. But why would she suddenly be interested in her now? What about the stone tablet? Hong Yue asked. Jiang Hao took out the stone tablet. After a quick look, Hong Yue allowed him to put the stone tablet away. It seemed that she was just checking if everything was normal with it. After that, she continued to drink her tea. Jiang Hao also sipped his tea. When the tea was finished, Hong Ye instructed him to pour the remaining leaves away. Jiang Hao knew that these tea leaves were special. He thought it was a waste to throw them away. He could give them to the spirit beast. After that, Hong Ye reached out and touched Jiang Hao's chest. Then, she drew something there. It made Jiang Hao feel slightly uncomfortable. Immediately after, Hong Ye struck out with her palm. Jiang Hao was sent flying. Remember, you owe me 2 things. Sooner or later, you'll have to pay the price. If you don't want to pay a heavy price, better take good care of my flower. Hong Ye's voice echoed in Jiang Hao's ears as she disappeared. Jiang Hao fell to the ground. He didn't feel any pain. It was somewhat different from the collision with the vast aura from before. He touched his chest and found nothing there. He didn't understand what Hong Ye had drawn there. As for that palm strike, he felt like something had left his body. He was unclear about the details, but it seemed that nothing was wrong with his body anymore. Chapter 369. Chapter 369. Purple Light Like Jings. Chapter 369. Purple Light Like Jings. Jiang Hao sat under a tree and thought about what had happened earlier. The appearance of Li Bai caught him by surprise. Fortunately, he had only come to meet his doom and had no intention of actually attacking him. He had a good chance of winning. If Li Bai had resisted, Jiang Hao wouldn't have survived. Something had been brewing. Thankfully, everything went smoothly. However, the misfortune had fallen on him and created some life-threatening situations. What was the light that had shone on me, though? It made me feel like I had nowhere to run. The feeling made him uneasy. I used up all my 1,000 miles teleportation talisman. I'll need to make more of those. Making more of the teleportation talismans would hamper his divine ability again, but with the revival of Withered Tree ability, he might be able to recover soon. As long as he didn't exert himself too much, it would turn out okay. If it affected him too severely, he might not be able to recuperate without the Snow God pill. Jiang Hao took out the 9 rings. This particular treasure had proved extremely useful. It had also made him realize something. He needed to bury one of the rings outside the sect. That way, he could avoid using the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman and also avoid his courtyard when someone was following him. After all, there were too many important things within his courtyard that he didn't want anyone to know about. If someone happened to enter the place, it would be dangerous. He only had 4 rings left that he could use. If he used one more, he would only have 3 left. 3 should be enough for critical moments. He had used 3 rings to deal with Li Bai. He had wasted 1 to return to the courtyard and erase his tracks. Otherwise, 2 would have been enough. If necessary, I'll have to ask for the rings back from Xiao Li and the beast. At first, he had thought that the rings weren't that important, so he had given them away. Only now he understood that it could be used in critical situations. Now it seemed like such a waste to have given them away. The 9 rings of heaven and earth had a main ring and 8 sub-rings. Xiao Li and the beast each had 1. He had buried 1 in the corpse realm. There was another in his courtyard. If he buried 1 outside the sect, he would be left with 3 rings. He would have only 2 if he used another and buried it somewhere else. It didn't feel like they were enough. Fortunately, there was no issue right now which needed the rings. If he ran out of rings in the future, he could replace them with the 1,000 miles teleportation talismans. After taking a break, he began to continue with his task of eliminating demons. During this period, he thought about the traces of great luck. He tried to use the secret technique that Dan Yuan had taught them the gathering, but couldn't find any trace of great luck at all. Even at the site of the ruins where he had found the pearl, there were no traces left. It seemed that the return of great luck to the world left traces in random places. The proximity to the source didn't necessarily make it easier to find. If he couldn't find it, he wouldn't push it. He continued getting rid of the demons. In the following days, he appraised the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl and the 9 Heavens Boots. There were no issues with the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. He just needed to keep sealing it. The boots added another attribute to the set of 9 Heavens battle armor. Jiang Hao was quite surprised. The 9-heaven battle armor was indeed remarkable. Unfortunately, he hadn't yet reached the soul ascension realm, so he couldn't fully use its power. Right now, the abilities only stopped at the primordial spirit realm. He was curious about the remaining pieces, which were the helmet, belt, pants, and the battle robe. There were a total of 8 pieces in the set. There might even be more of them. For now, he didn't pay much attention to it. He focused on finishing off the demons and completing the sex mission. However, there was no need to rush. He could just hide here for a while. Mu Qiu was still outside, and he didn't know what was happening. It was better to stay hidden. The danger of the heavenly fate misfortune pearl had disappeared, so there was a high probability of another gathering. The next day, he received a message. There would indeed be a gathering tonight. It was another impromptu gathering. This time, Jiang Hao didn't need to prepare anything. As soon as midnight arrived, he entered the stone tablet. They gathered at the common area and took their seats. "I heard there has been progress," Dan Yuan said. Gui looked around. She wasn't sure what kind of progress had been made. However, she noticed that Jing didn't bring up any issues, so she assumed everything was fine for now. "Is it good news?" Lu asked. He was overseas. If there was an eruption, he could stay out for a while to avoid trouble. However, his peace wouldn't last very long. "Yes," said Xing. After the bright moon sect shifted its focus to the south, it sensed that the heavenly fate misfortune pearl was about to erupt. It informed the Clear Sky School. However, the signs of an eruption disappeared at a critical moment. Disappeared? Gui was puzzled. It suddenly disappeared, and the only thing we can confirm is that someone intervened. The crisis was resolved smoothly. Xing nodded. "Who was it?" Lu exclaimed. "We don't know who it was, but there's a sign." Xing looked at everyone. It seems that a purple light appeared and severed everything. Purple light? Gui was astonished. She looked at Jiang Hao instinctively. "Don't look at me." Jiang Hao remained silent. Gui's behavior surprised the others as well. They speculated many things but refrained from asking Jing outright. However, they did have one thing in mind. The purple light might be related to Jing. "Since everything went well, you can each ask me a question. But you must ask them now," Dan Yuan said. The others understood that this exchange wasn't like a regular thing, and they might not have such a chance again. "I want to know the whereabouts of the heavenly silkworm," Gui said. "I want to ask where more wood essences can be found," Lu said. "I want to know about the fallen immortal clan," Xing said. Jiang Hao wasn't very familiar with the first two, but the fallen immortal clan that Xing wanted to inquire about might be related to Guqing. When it was Jiang Hao's turn, he hesitated for a moment. "I would like to know where I can find someone who knows more about different languages in the world." Dan Yuan nodded. "In the next gathering, you will receive your answers." With that matter settled, Gui said, "Senior, I've detected another trace of great luck." Jiang Hao was speechless. That meant that Gui was still nearby. He thought that she might have left. Gui informed Xing and Dan Yuan of the location where she had found the traces. She received rewards from both of them. The gathering came to an end. There wasn't much talking this time. Although the gathering was brief, Jiang Hao felt that the impression he left behind was effective. He had made himself come off as mysterious and elusive. As for his wish to find someone who knew about languages, he would find the answer to that in the next gathering. At that time, he could decide whether to meet them or not. Late at night, Jiang Hao emerged from the gathering. He closed his eyes to take a rest and decided to eliminate demons the next day. He needed to be in his peak condition. At 100 Flowers Lake in the Heavenly Notes sect, Baiji stood in front of a pavilion. Sect Master Hong Yuye sat in the pavilion. "Speak. We can confirm that the person searching for the heavenly fate misfortune pearl has been killed." The one who acted is a mysterious individual, and their identity cannot be determined for now. Based on the current information, this person is highly likely to be connected to the individual we assume to be behind Jiang Hao. So far, We assume that this person is enigmatic and possesses sufficient strength and concealing abilities, Baiji said. However, it's also possible that spies might be involved in this. After all, the matter of the heavenly fate misfortune pearl is of great significance. It is possible that other sects would try to harm the person, after all. Anything else? Hong Yi asked. Mu Qiu is being interrogated. It makes it very difficult to extract information from him, said Baiji. I'm not sure why, but the Bright Moon sect has decided to ignore all other sects and are making their way here. They said that they will arrive in a few days. Chapter 370. Chapter 370. Arrival of the Bright Moon Sect. Chapter 370. Arrival of the Bright Moon Sect. Hong Yi didn't say much. The issues and the relevant actions were up to Baiji as the acting sect master. Is there anything else? She asked. The treasure obtained from Gu Qing has been fully tested. The treasure is called Heaven-Piercing Shuttle. It possesses the ability to travel through space and the capability to conceal itself. It's temporarily placed in the law enforcement hall because it can be used to pursue special enemies, Baiji said. What about the progress regarding the end of all things? Hong Yuya asked. For now, there's nothing. However, we're still monitoring Azure Mountain to check if they have any contact with those overseas. Our people have already infiltrated the end of all things. We should be able to find out who is in contact with Azure Mountain, Baiji said earnestly. Although she still didn't understand why the sect master was concerned about these matters, she didn't dare to be negligent. Hong Yue gazed at the flowers outside in silence. After a long pause, she said, What about Jiang Hao? Nothing major. But recently, the spiritual energy in his courtyard has surged. That seems to be related to Bai Yi. His cultivation is decreasing rapidly, but it's unclear why. As a true disciple with many accomplishments, he should have sought help from the law enforcement hall. However, he hasn't said anything so far. There's a probability that the person who is backing Jiang Hao must be threatening him. I don't think there is any enmity between them, though. It's difficult to say for sure. However, since it has nothing to do with traitors or spies, I haven't really paid much attention to it. Hong Yi nodded. After reporting on the status of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, Baiji left. Back at White Moon Lake, Baiji was still confused. She couldn't understand why the sect master paid so much attention to Jiang Hao and the end of all things. However, Mu Qiu came from the end of all things. He had admitted to it. Could it be that the sect master already knew about the end of all things from before and knew they would bring trouble in the sect? The dangers they had brought within the sect weren't small, after all. As for the sect master's interest in Jiang Hao, Baiji couldn't understand it at all. She always had a purpose behind her actions. In time, everything would be revealed. At that moment, a black-robed woman appeared in front of her. Elder Baiji, Mi Lingwei wants to see you. She has information connected to the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, but in return, she wishes to meet Jiang. The demon fell, and white bubbles appeared. Jiang Hao had already killed quite a few demons. It had been about 10 days since Li Bai's death. It was now the end of August. September was approaching, and he needed to leave. The incarnation of the immortal peach tree was near. If he missed it, he would have to wait another year. Once the incarnation was successful, he could get a bubble when it germinated again. He might either get a blue one or a purple one. He had to become stronger, so he didn't want to miss any chance. After he left Devil's Den, Mu Qiu would target him. Despite assurances during the gathering that the crisis had passed, he was the only one who knew that danger could strike at any time. If more bodies of misfortunes appeared, it would be even more dangerous. It's not just about the body of misfortunes. It's also about traces of great luck. Traces would disappear over time. Jiang Hao felt that what he lacked most was time. Whether in terms of cultivation or the crisis of the heavenly fate misfortune pearl, time was essential. However, Spending 2 months here had not significantly increased his cultivation or vital energy. Fortunately, he had narrowly escaped disaster. Muccio was still a threat outside. Muccio was significantly more powerful, and Jianghao was no match for him. He could only take things step by step and be prepared for whatever might come. At noon, Jianghao took out a piece of talisman paper and decided to draw 1,000 miles teleportation talisman before leaving Devil's Denver. He calmed his mind and started to draw. In an instant, he remembered the talisman that Hong Yuye had given him. The strokes felt as clear in his mind as if they were carved there permanently. He observed and learned. In the afternoon, the runes burst into flames. It was a failure. On the second day, he continued drawing talismans. In the evening, the runes burst into flames again. It was another failure. On the third day, he suffered another failure. On the fourth day, it was the same. On the seventh day, the runes started to glow. He finally succeeded. Jianghao sat down. He felt tired and uneasy. His spiritual power had suffered more severe damage than before. Fortunately, the rival of withered tree ability was still working. Jianghao noticed that the strokes and the power contained within the talisman were different from before. It increased by 300 miles. It was good news. However, it also meant that his clear and pure heart ability might have been damaged severely. I feel like I push myself too much. My body can't handle it. I need to improve my cultivation to make sure I recuperate. Still, the fact that it was of the inferior grade surprised him. How much more terrifying would a higher grade 1,000 miles teleportation talisman be? After that, he continued clearing out the demons. He used only a dagger and the strength of the peak of the foundation establishment realm. Occasionally, he used the light and dust technique. He hunted the demons for 3 more days. During this time, he encountered Hu Kai and the others. He joined them once again and continued clearing out the demons. In the following days, Hu Kai seemed to be more cooperative. He wasn't acting recklessly anymore. Jianghao understood that they had been working together for a very long time. In mid-September, their task concluded. During this time, they obtained some spirit herbs and a stone tablet with strange inscriptions. It was probably some kind of technique. Jianghao obtained a stock of time. It was cheap, but it was still a good harvest. I think it's over. We should leave. What do you all think? Asked Hu Kai. He had certainly changed. He now understood how to respect others. With that wisdom, perhaps he could live longer. None of the others had any objections to leaving. After some time, the group left Devil's Den and headed to the sect. They all breathed a sigh of relief as they walked out of the cave. Jianghao remained cautious of his surroundings. Quite some time had passed since the last incident. Muccio and the others might have already taken action. They saw many people riding on swords and flying over. This puzzled Jianghao and the others. They asked around and learned that the Bright Moon Sect's people had arrived. The Bright Moon Sect's people are here. Jianghao was surprised. Others might not be sure why the Bright Moon Sect was here, but he knew the reason. First, for the heavenly extreme calamity bead. It was for the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. Muccio probably wouldn't survive the encounter. They were here for Guqing as well. Should we go take a look? And Jing asked. The others nodded, and Jianghao followed them. The 5 rode their swords and headed toward the sect. He noticed that almost all the leaders of the 12 branches were present and were led by Elder Baiji. They floated in the sky and waited for the arrival of the Bright Moon Sect. This was the first time Jianghao had witnessed such a grand reception prepared by the Heavenly Note Sect. Other than the sect master, all the important people were present. The Bright Moon Sect was indeed different from the rest. Even though Heavenly Note Sect had been under attack, they dared not appear arrogant in front of such a big sect. The sect must be truly remarkable. Jianghao couldn't help but marvel. At this moment, the sky started to brighten, and 2 figures approached from a distance. The individuals looked refined and elegant. They wore white and radiated a dignified aura. They were illuminated by the brilliance of the sun and the moon and were accompanied by the vastness of the stars. Baiji stood high in the sky and observed the two figures, especially the one in the lead. However, the latter's aura quickly dissipated. Su Bai's aura was extraordinary, but he did not seem to have any cultivation aura. He approached Baiji and bowed respectfully. "I'm Su Bai. I'm here with my junior brother Fong. We apologize for the intrusion." Chapter 371. Chapter 371. The Demoness finds Shaoli. Chapter 371. The Demoness finds Shaoli. Jiang Hao could sense that the man before Elder Baiji was extraordinary. His aura was balanced and stable. From all aspects, he had an elegant and refined demeanor. The arrivals from the Bright Moon sect were indeed exceptional. They were even more formidable than the individuals he had met from the Bright Moon sect before. However, what caught his attention was the person behind him. Fong Jin. After so many years, he hadn't expected to see him again. Unfortunately, Jiang Hao couldn't let Fong Jin recognize him. Since Fong Jin was here, he would definitely look for Chu Chuan. If Chu Chuan didn't encounter any accidents, he would be safe. Even if Fong Jin came looking for him, it wouldn't be a problem. He was different now from before, both in terms of aura and appearance. Back then, Hong Yuye had shielded him from everything. She had made it impossible for anyone to see his true face. Otherwise, he would have to hide. He used to be an insignificant individual. He had never thought he would make acquaintance with someone from a big immortal sect. Nevertheless, he was still a nobody and didn't dare to climb up the ranks. Doing so would only bring more trouble. Being insignificant had its disadvantages, but being someone of import also had its issues. He could handle most of the troubles within the Heavenly Note sect. "Junior brother Jiang, are you done with the sect's mission?" asked Lu Xingxin as he approached Jiang Hao. "Greetings, senior brother Lu." Jiang Hao bowed to him. At a glance, they seemed like two people at the primordial spirit realm and foundation establishment realm. The gap was vast. "The sect has been quite lively during the time you were away." Lu Xingxin smiled. Jiang Hao was puzzled. If Lu Xingxin, who was always bored, found it lively, then the matter must be serious. "Soon after you entered Devil's Den, some seniors from overseas were ambushed by our sect seniors. They were taken down in one move. One of them is Mu Chio. They are in the Lawless Tower now. Elder Baiji personally went to meet him to get some information, but Mu Chio didn't yield. He was hell-bent on destroying the Heavenly Note sect," said Lu Xingxin. Jiang Hao hadn't expected Mu Chio to be sent to the Lawless Tower so soon. He had been worried about nothing. He was puzzled why Mu Chio had given in so easily. He had learned that name from Heavenly King Hai Luo. However, he had refused to reveal the information to the Heavenly Note sect. Jiang Hao suspected it was Mi Lingwei who had given it away. The Heavenly Note sect was searching for individuals targeting the Heavenly Fate Misfortune pair. Everybody knew that. Mu Chio's name had likely come up. Since he boldly barged into the Heavenly Note sect, Mu Chio was taken down. Jiang Hao thought it might have happened that way, but he had no way to confirm it. It said that Mu Chio wanted to activate the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl and was absolutely confident they could do it. Elder Baiji was decisive and prepared the Heavenly Essence Soul Modeling Mirror. They paid a huge price to activate the mirror. It's truly an extraordinary treasure. The Heavenly Essence Soul Modeling Mirror was directed at Mu Chio and revealed his actions. Although he was concealed by luck, he couldn't escape the power of the treasure. The other person was immediately located. Unfortunately, it was too late. That person had already died. The law enforcement hall tried to track the killer, but we couldn't find them. I feel like the one who killed Li Bai is the same one who killed the legacy disciple of the Hunter Bones Forest. What do you think, junior brother Jiang? Cold sweat trickled down Jiang Hao's back. It wasn't because Lu Xingqian was asking for his opinion. He feared the heavenly essence soul modeling mirror. He was certain that once the mirror was directed at him, he wouldn't be able to avoid it. It was no wonder that no one in the sect dared to offend the law enforcement hall. Everyone feared the mirror. It was impossible to hide from it. This meant that he was safe for now, but it also meant he had to be more cautious in the future. However, so much had happened. Is the heavenly fate misfortune pearl really that important? Jiang Hao asked. It seems so. Otherwise, why would people from the Bright Moon sect come here so suddenly? They must have sensed something. Lu Xingqian looked at Su Bai. I've heard that person is also an extraordinary figure in the Bright Moon sect. Such a person coming here has surprised everyone. Jiang Hao nodded and then looked at Lu Xingqian. He appraised him. Jiang Hao felt stressed. How bored could Lu Xingqian be? He didn't care about the heavenly fragrance Dao flower at all now. He just wanted to keep an eye on Jiang Hao. In the beginning, he just befriended Jiang Hao because of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. But things had changed. With the arrival of the Bright Moon sect's people, he decided to keep a low profile, avoid them, and stay put at the Cliff of Broken Hearts. After bidding farewell to Lu Xingqian, he went to the law enforcement hall and reported the completion of the mission. He received 380 spirit stones. Then, he went to the market to buy some materials to make more talismans. This time, he needed materials, especially for the breath concealment talisman. He also needed materials for the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman. A bundle of 10 sheets costs around 400 spirit stones. He bought 3 bundles and spent a total of 800. He also purchased ink brushes and other talisman papers, cinnabar, and so on. Those materials cost him around 2,000 spirit stones. He also bought some vitality pills. He bought a bottle of healing pills too. It cost another 2,000 spirit stones. Everything was too expensive. In the end, he decided to buy a few more things. He bought 3 bottles of vitality pills and 2 bottles of healing pills. It cost around 1,000 spirit stones. They weren't the best pills, but they were still useful. At 200 spirit stones each, they were considered quite expensive. Although their effects on his primordial spirit weren't that significant, having them was better than nothing at all. In total, he spent 3,000 spirit stones. After that, he sold some talismans. The client from before wasn't there. However, with the recent events and the arrival of the Bright Moon sect, people were worried. Talismans sold very well. He was left with 2,367 spirit stones. At night, Shaoli was picking jujubes at the outer gates of the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Whenever she saw them, it reminded her of her parents. She ate them while deep in thought. Suddenly, she felt uneasy. She could smell a nice fragrance. She turned her head to look behind her. For an instant, she thought she saw a red shadow, but there was nothing there. She scratched her head in confusion and continued eating the jujubes. Chapter 372. Chapter 372. The Demoness Questions Shaoli. Chapter 372. The Demoness Questions Shaoli. In the moonlight, Shaoli plucked white jujubes. She put one in her mouth and held the others in her hand. While picking them, she recalled the times when her parents were still around. At that time, she would secretly glance at them before plucking one from the tree. Sometimes they wouldn't let her pluck them. They're not ripe yet. You'll get a stomachache, her mother used to say. Her father, on the other hand, would quietly come up behind her and ask what she was doing. He often teased her. Shaoli felt sad thinking about them. "Why aren't you picking more of those?" said a voice from behind. Shaoli was startled. The jujubes fell from her hands. In her haste, she failed to save them. She turned to look behind her and found a figure in a red and white gown that had appeared by her side silently. She didn't know how long the woman had been standing behind her. Under the moonlight, her face was breathtaking. It was a scene of otherworldly beauty. So beautiful, Xiaoli exclaimed. Hong Ye looked at Xiaoli. Are you Xiaoli? You know me? Xiaoli crouched down to pick up the jujubes. One jujube fell at Hong Yuye's feet, and she leaned down to pick it up. She wiped it off and asked Xiao Li if she wanted to eat it. Hong Yuye picked up the jujube, but didn't eat it. Is this jujube tree yours? She asked. It was left to me by my parents, said Xiao Li sadly. Hong Yuye looked at the jujubes. She wiped the one in her hands. When did you start living with them? I've been with them ever since I can remember, Xiao Li said. She looked at the person before her. Are you a senior? Why haven't I seen you before? How would you have seen me? Hong Yuye chuckled. Because, Xiao Li looked at her. I have a feeling you must know senior brother Jiang. Do you have a good relationship with him? Hong Yuye asked. Yes. Xiao Li smiled. Now, senior brother Jiang is my older brother. Hong Yuye fell silent. She looked at the young girl with interest. Then, a pill appeared in her hand. Try this. What is this? Xiao Li was puzzled. Scarlet Feather Divine Pill, Hong Yuye said. Xiao Li didn't understand what it was, but she didn't think too much about it. She accepted it and put it in her mouth. After biting into it twice, she looked pleased. It's crisp and sweet. She then swallowed the pill. Hong Yuye watched her intently, as though she wanted to see if there would be any changes. How does it feel after swallowing it? Xiao Li furrowed her brow. I feel like something is moving chaotically inside me, but I can't catch it. Come here, Hong Yuye whispered. Xiao Li walked over to her. With a slender finger, Hong Yuye drew something on her body. It made Xiao Li feel ticklish. She giggled. Hong Yuye gently patted her, and the chaotic sensation dissipated. She felt comfortable in an instant. It was strange. Hong Yuye seemed deep in thought. Finally, she shook her head slightly, as if she hadn't found the answer she was seeking. After that, she turned to leave. Xiao Li suddenly grabbed her hand. Hong Yuye turned around. Xiao Li was a bit frightened and hurriedly let go of her hand. She felt scared and lost, so she offered Hong Yuye the jujubes in her hand. Here, please have these. Hong Yuye looked at the young girl intently. She accepted a jujube. How old are you? 16, Xiao Li said. What's your cultivation realm? I'm at the 7th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. I'm about to advance to the 8th stage. Do you lie? Huh? Xiao Li was puzzled. My mother used to say lying is bad. Even Lord Beast doesn't lie. It says all its friends are honest, because honesty means respect for one another. Hong Yuye looked at the young girl in front of her with a strange look in her eyes. How did you end up here? She asked. Xiao Li told her about her experiences and the recruitment process. She was so excited that she talked with Hong Yuye until midnight. After that, she fell asleep. When she woke up the next morning, she was still under the jujube tree. She looked around but didn't see the senior from the night before. This left her puzzled. Just then, her stomach growled. She brushed her thoughts away and ran to the cafeteria. 7 days later, Jiang Hao was tending the spirit herbs in the spirit herb garden at noon. The incident involving Mu Qiu had passed, but matters overseas were still ongoing. Others were still concerned about the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. Although there were no rare bodies of misfortune for now, they had to remain cautious. The Heavenly Notes sect was still investigating the overseas individuals, as well as the remnants of the Heavenly Saints sect. They were determined to eliminate every danger. Most of this information was conveyed to him by Lu Xingchen. However, due to the arrival of the Bright Moon sect, the sect couldn't act recklessly. They needed to deal with the strong individuals from the Bright Moon sect. If the Bright Moon sect decided to take action against them, the consequences could be dire. These days, Han Ming and the others were preparing for every possible scenario. Members of the Bright Moon sect proposed a friendly sparring match. What surprised everyone was that the one initiating the match was a prominent figure from the Bright Moon sect. It was Su Bai. For a while, the sect felt that he was being unfair to them. If he went to that extent, it would reflect badly on the Heavenly Notes sect. Was he trying to embarrass them? No matter what, Han Ming didn't let his guard down. He was with his master almost every day. He practiced every day to make himself stronger. Among those at the Foundation Establishment realm, nobody was as diligent as Han Ming. His talents surpassed others, his opportunities were more abundant, and he worked harder than everyone else. There was no way others could catch up to him. In his view, Jiang Hao was only relying on a higher cultivation realm to win against him. Once he reached the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm, it would be Jiang Hao's time to lose. Jiang Hao often saw Han Ming. Occasionally, Han Ming would come to him and tell him that he only hid in the spirit herb garden. He sometimes declared that he would surpass Jiang Hao soon enough. To this, Jiang Hao praised Han Ming even further and encouraged him to practice harder. Su Bai from the Bright Moon sect wanted to spar with everyone from Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Primordial Spirit Realm cultivators. This caught him off guard. They wondered whether the Bright Moon sect was trying to oppress them. To the Heavenly Note sect, they were just a distant sect. Nevertheless, Jiang Hao didn't mind. He wasn't the one participating, after all. He could just watch from below. At this moment, someone unexpectedly visited the Spirit Herb Garden. It was Fong Jin. Why did he come here? Jiang Hao was surprised. Apologies for troubling you, fellow disciple, Fong Jin said politely. I came to take a look around. I hope I'm not causing any trouble. No worries. Senior, if you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask, Jiang Hao said with a bow. Fellow disciple, there's no need to be so formal. According to the hierarchy of each sect, we should be at a similar level. Referring to each other as fellow disciple is fine with me. I feel a bit uncomfortable being referred to as senior, said Fong Jin. Jiang Hao lowered his head and didn't say anything. Addressing someone in the Golden Core realm as a fellow disciple, when he only displayed his realm at the Foundation Establishment realm, was quite troublesome. The Divine Corpse sect had done the same thing in the beginning. Fellow disciple, your name is Jiang Hao. Fong Jin asked. Indeed, Jiang Hao nodded. Fong Jin also nodded. He didn't ask further questions. He proceeded to explore the garden. After a simple stroll, he left. Jiang Hao knew that Fong Jin was looking for Chu Chuan. He should be able to find him if there were no accidents. Thankfully, Lin Ji had used a concealment talisman to hide his aura. So, he wouldn't be discovered easily. The rest depended on Chu Chuan. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.